Hello everybody and welcome along to another fantastic looking round of the Virtual Endurance Championship feeder series, the Virtual Le Mans series. Saved it! Yep, you are live here from Road Atlanta, which is a fantastic little track, got a lot of history, hosts the Petit Le Mans, so quite a challenge this track, Road Atlanta, and well, the Virtual Le Mans series visiting it here for another round of the championship. Joshua Anderson here, taking you through the action for these 4 upcoming hours, and I am joined by a Neil Heatley.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yep, Neil's first time in the commentary box with me here, although don't think he's any stranger to commentary in general, so gonna have a nice little show for you here, and qualifying coming up in just a moment for this race. Usual procedure will follow. We send the GTs out, then we send the prototypes out after a 5-minute break. And Road Atlanta then, Neil, it's a prestigious circuit, of course, quite a challenging place. There's some interesting corners to tackle, and it's not a circuit we visited before in the VLMS, given that it's our first season, but a unique track in its own right.
Indeed, it is a very difficult track. You've got many sweepers around the track. The final turns 11 and 12, and of course turn 1 are very fast corners, and you really only have one line through there. The S's towards the end, through 2, 3 and 4, and back down and up the hill. Those are wonderful corners if you just get it right on the button. However, if you get one wheel wrong, it could be the end of your race. There are 2 very good passing points here as well. Up into turn 6 is a nice big braking zone, and again down into turn 10A is the best opportunity on this track to pass.
Yeah, and qualifying is just about to start now. Cars are going out onto the track to start their laps here at Road Atlanta. And not the easiest pit lane to negotiate. Walls on either side, and it's not that thick, but all seem to have gone through it nice and easily and starting their laps around the circuit, or their out laps rather, around the circuit. Of course, 20 minutes of qualifying for the GT cars. They come in, we have a 5-minute break, and now the prototypes go out for their qualifying runs as well. Round 2 of the season, of course, it is an 8-round season, I believe, so we're a quarter of the way through already. It's a bit surreal, but still, that is how it is. And what will maybe be surreal in the standings sense for the current GT leaders, Romano Motorsport and Simtech Motorsport, having won at Montreal, they will want to continue their run of form here at this fantastic circuit. And of course, their opponents, the likes of Team Virus, Texas Quadricorsa, Gary Events GT, Caspian Motorsport, all these teams as well are going to be running out for the second win of the season as well. Only one round gone, of course. We don't really know who is where, but definitely good start from the championship leaders.
Indeed, yes, but something that you have to think about, especially for the start of this race in a track that is so hard to pass around. From the last round, due to various adhering to code 80s or indeed contact, a lot of cars have penalties. You have to complete drive-throughs or stop and holds, and many teams have to complete multiple of them. So it can put you in a really bad position within the first 5 minutes of the race. You could be out of it before it even begins.
Yeah, just to go through a list of the penalties that we have, actually, got the summary here. There are a lot of cars, indeed, that have penalties to serve. Team penalty, Team RGPL, the 197, was actually disqualified from the previous round. I think that was due to a driver doing too much of the race or whatever, but there are a couple of penalties to serve. And I will go through those now. And the 141 car has a stop and hold, as does the 170, as does the 102, as does the 123, the 120, another one for the 141. And yeah, there are a lot of penalties. I'm not even going to go through all of them because there's that many. But yeah, a lot of cars have speeding under code 80 and the likes of those to serve. So I'd say I'm just going to count the amount of speeding under code 80 penalties we have. So I think there's about 30, I think, which is unbelievable.
Yes, I've just got a quick summary here, and 11 of the 20 LMP2 cars have penalties from last time round. I believe 11 of the 18 GT cars also have penalties to serve.
Yeah, there are a lot of penalties to be served then, but still, that's going to spice it up a bit for teams that don't have penalties and might have a chance to take advantage of this, because these teams are going to be serving penalties. The others don't. They will have a chance that they may not usually have to go for top positions. As first couple of times to start the coming in this session, Alessandro Puoti currently leading the standings in that 171 Revolution Racing Corvette. Kevin Ryan half a second down in the Ramada Motorsport Dodge Viper, and it's Pedro Lopez in the Gaming Events GT Corvette in the 177. So these top three at the moment setting the pace, but of course it is just the first couple of laps, Neil. You can never tell how the qualifying is going to turn out, because some teams may not have had the best lap possible. There's a 3-second gap between first and 12th at the moment, but there is still time to be gained, as Kevin Ryan, speaking of which, has just had an off there. He will now go back to the pits and restart, and it's things like that which can affect lap times and mean that it's slightly hard to predict the start of the session.
Indeed, with 20 minutes, there isn't that much time to get a good lap in. You may only get about 8 flying laps in. However, you've got to time those correctly, try and not get it with traffic, try and not burn up your tyres too soon. But also, something that we've yet to talk about is, in this race, there's a real chance of rain at some point. If it happens halfway through a qualifying session, you could get an unknown pole sitter, because faster people may not be able to get their times in. Or if there's rain at the start and it starts to dry out, it will be whoever crosses the line last will get pole.
Yeah, and I mean, just to put this into perspective, as we say how we can never, predict it, Lee Russell in the number 180 Dodge Viper, who was right up there last race, is down in 14, 6 seconds off the pace. And we've got Nestor Lopez as well in the 184 Porsche, 7 seconds down. These two obviously not having got a good lap in yet. They will want to warm the cars up, get these good laps in, and then we'll see them further up the order, having had the chance to actually get some running in. And of course, with the prototypes going second, the track will already be rubbered in for them, so there's less chance we'll see that with the prototypes.
Yes, grip is very important, especially down through those S's. You want to take as much speed as you can. But with the track not really rubbered in at the moment, these GT cars will be slipping and sliding all over the place.
Yeah, and that is not a good thing to experience, because that increases tyre wear, and that in turn means that you get less out of your tyres. So that means they'll have to come in more often to the pits and change the tyres over before going back out again. Of course, you are allowed to escape on track, go straight to the pits, and come out and redo your flying outlap and the rest of it in this series, which, you know, gives drivers the most chances possible to do laps. And while Michael Muller, speaking of laps, has just put a really good one in the 188 Corvette there for I'm trying to read the codes. No Limits Motorsport, the 188. Got it in the end. Neil Heatley, of course, I think has the teams on hand if I forget. So he is just 500ths of a second behind Proti now. So Muller has got a good lap in for No Limit there. And then the likes of Kevin Ryan will want to respond to that. But obviously with still 18 minutes left in the session, it's not like they're lacking opportunities just yet.
Now, the 188 is doing very well up in second place, and of course last time out they finished 5th, so hoping to continue that good form. The 151 at the moment is in 3rd place with Kevin Ryan at the wheel. They won last time at Montreal, however they do have to serve a stop and hold 30 and a drive-through at the beginning of this race, so they will be on the back foot from the very beginning, and it will be very hard for them to keep up their winning form.
It's not going to be easy, no. There is a lot of competition to deal with, and of course with all the penalties that have gone around as well, it could throw things up even more. You know, this is very much going to be an interesting one from a spectator's and commentator's point of view, because it's not just an interesting track, but all the circumstances surrounding it as well means we will not know what is quite going on until the very end of qualifying, and then the race itself is going to be more jumbled up. Kevin Ryan has just gone pole for Romana Motorsport, eclipses Poulty's time by almost a 10th. So that Romana Viper is now the fastest car on track, and of course, as you know, top flight team in the championship at the moment, they would expect that.
Well, yes, we got a very good idea from Montreal as to where people will kind of be. There were a few cars who had a really bad race. The 171, for example, who's currently in 2nd place, they finished 16th out of the points, DNF last time round. So although qualifying is good, it's the race that gets you all the points. Qualifying doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, you say they've just gone pole actually by a whole almost 4/10 of a second over the Romana car. The Revolution GT has responded to that, and they are now back in pole position on a 1:18.611. So Kevin Ryan goes faster. Alessandro Porti just it's one-upmanship. That's it, as qualifying is.
Indeed, with the track not really rubbered in, the rubber will be put down towards the session, and the track will just get faster and faster and faster. So you'll expect the fastest laps to come at least within the last 5 minutes or so of this session.
Yeah, you would expect the faster laps to come once the track is rubbered in. Quick rundown on the qualifying order for you. Obviously, Porti leads, Ryan leads Muller. Then it's Pedro Lopez in the Gaming Events GT car. Then Ahmet Demirkan in the 175 BMW there. Ahmet was a very good package last round with his team, so one to watch in that BMW. Then Boyd Bryson for SimRace South Africa. Again, a good name is Bryson, very experienced in GT cars. Nicola D'Agostino in the Witchwood GT 169 Corvette. Lee Russell only up to 8th though in that 180 car, so not quite up to speed yet. Then you got Mike Bell in the Realish Racing Ferrari in the number 199 in 9th, and rounding out the top 10 is Matthias Grau for Logitech. I think is it Logitech PRL?
PRL Logitech.
Yes, that's what it was. Yeah, Matthias Grau 10th for those. So the gap between 1st and 10th, 1.6 seconds. The top 6 within a second of each other. So reasonably close going here at the moment. But Porti a whole half a second to that. If you take second to say second away, it's still within a second.
Yes, indeed. You've got a couple of very close gaps at the moment. 3rd to 4th, Muller to Lopez. There's only 0.03 of a second between those two, and round this track that is really just getting on the accelerator 1 centimetre earlier, braking 1 centimetre later. It's those small differences that could make all the difference on the grid.
Yeah, it can do. It's all about getting as close to perfect as you can, and that is what Alessandro Porti's done with that pole time. But of course we have the prototypes to come out later. Let's not forget those. We have the likes of Team Virus. We have all the other teams as well. Gaming Events have a car, Wanaco have a car, Fanatic Drake Racing, and I'm seeing a lot of very, very good drivers in that prototype field. We've got the likes of Roy Short, Nico Barkley, Daniele Pizzo, Luke Walsh, Justin Gordon. All these drivers, April Dillon as well in the Atlantic Motorsport car. all these drivers yet to still go out.
They do indeed, and it's a very, very strong field of drivers, so we could see a very close LMP2 qualifying session. But of course, with all the penalties, with over half the cars having penalties, it's more about just keeping it clean, especially through the first few laps when the entire field is there together. If cars in front of you have to peel off, is it worth attacking them in the first few laps? These are the questions you've got to ask yourself as the starting driver.
Yeah, and it will be these opening couple of hours that will be so key, because we're expecting rain towards the end of this race, in the 4th hour of it, and that could really throw spanners in the works, because if it gets heavy enough, team strategies might have to change to accommodate the intermediate and wet compounds.
Indeed, coming in for pitting, just trying to gauge where the track is will be one of the more difficult things here, because if you have just a little bit of light rain, I like to call it psychological rain. It's just enough to see in your windshield, but it does not affect grip. That's the sort of thing that you've got to cope with if you've just got light rain. However, if it does get heavier, you've got to stay. Is it worth losing the time for pitting and putting on intermediates or wets? Or is it worth staying out and risking it on the slicks? It really does depend where you are at that point in the race. If you're slightly further back, you may decide to risk it. However, if you're at the front, if you're in the first 5 or so, you'll want to pit and play it safe.
Yeah, and it all depends again on if you can stay on the dry line, because I've had situations in rain races before where I've tried to stay on the dry, I just can't do it, so I have to go onto the wets because I'm losing too much time by slipping onto the dry line. And yes, I'm losing time on the dry line by staying on the wets, but it's helping me when I do go off. It's more of a safety option.
Especially around here, there's quite a few corners with only one line. Turn 7 at the beginning of the back straight, all the way through the S's. Those only really have one line, so you've really got to play it off as to what you want to do.
Yeah, you really just have to. It's a judgment call more than anything, and it's judgment calls that can win races for teams. You know, we've had races in VEC before where strategy has really helped, so all depends on how it plays out as we have 11 minutes or so in this qualifying session. Not a lot has changed, but Lee Russell has gotten a bit closer to pole position now, starting to find his groove in that Viper, I think.
Yeah, we're starting to see some green times as we have Kevin Ryan going slightly faster, however not fast enough to take pole position. He went about a tenth faster in that lap. And we have the 175 with Demerican going faster again, popping himself up to 5th. We're starting to see quite a few green sectors now that the track is starting to rubber in and people are starting to get a feel of their car in low fuel.
Yeah, that is indeed happening. You know, we're starting to see these times come in now, and it's all just becoming a little bit more pacey now. People are starting to get themselves proper good runs now. You know, it's all starting to fall into place for them, and it's key that this happens now with 10 to go or 5 to go, because yeah, it is 5 minutes to go, because not 11 as I said, because we do actually have to have a break for the prototypes. I forgot about that for a minute, but yeah, there is a 5-minute break for GTs to finish and prototypes to prepare themselves. But yeah, we are seeing green sectors now. I've just seen, actually, the 170 car is going green as well on a 119.457, although I don't know whether that's an improvement on their personal best or not.
No, unfortunately it's just 9,000ths of a second slower than the personal best. So close, but not quite close enough.
Yeah, not quite close enough, but, you know, it's quite close nonetheless. And, well, I'm quite sure that we'll see close times this race for certain, but not much time for them to be set now. 5 minutes to go in the qualifying session until it ends at least, and drivers have to complete their laps. And there really is nothing in it between 3rd and 4th, I should add. 3,000th of a second between Muller and Lopez.
Yeah, it's just those very small differences. It could be a slight twitch in the exit of a corner for Lopez. It could just be Muller is able to get on the accelerator a little bit earlier, say out of turn 7 at the end of the back straight. That can really help you.
Yeah, that can help a lot sometimes, and, you know, once you see that, you know, once you do, as you said before, brake a centimetre later, get on the throttle a centimetre earlier. These are the things that can get you these thousandths of a second. Even taking a different line, even though there are only one line sometimes throughout corners. I was racing at Brands Hatch Indy the other day, Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit, when you go past the corner where you usually turn off for the Indy circuit. I was going too far inside in qualifying. I just went further outside, held it around the outside, and gained 7/10 of a second by doing that.
Indeed, it could be this little thing. As Muller sets a purple middle sector, this could be a good lap for him. He's set a good first sector, he's set a purple middle sector, the fastest of everyone. As he's just come out of the chicane, we can just see what sort of lap time he comes up with, see if he's able to take second or even pole.
Well, we'll see. I don't think he has. I think he's only gone green, but as moving within, he has gone within 4/10 of a second of that pole position quality. But Kevin Ryan again, not a lot of improvement happening now. I think cars starting to reach the peak of their performance in this qualifying, and that's a bit of a concern for Lee Russell down in 6th. But do not rule out a bit of a shocker from that 180 car. It was right up there on pace before. Mellow Motorsports, it is a yellow second sector, so that is not going to be an improvement, I don't think, from them. 120.488, it is not an improvement. So Lee Russell for Mellow Motorsports needs to find something, as we have a Tony Mella joining the server. So I think that is a prototype, yes it is.
Just looking towards the back of the field now, Chris Graham in the 162 slide right car is 6.3 seconds off the pace. There has to be some sort of mechanical issue with his wheel or his pedals for him to be that far behind. It must be maybe the throttle isn't going all the way down, or maybe the brake isn't being quite predictable, because that is quite a bit off the pace.
Yeah, the 162 slide right, very far off the pace. Yeah, 3 seconds off Nestor Lopez, who's next last. So maybe you just done 9 laps, so there must be something wrong with that car or his setup somehow, because that is a bit of a far way to be off. Luckily, he's got 2 minutes to try and correct it if he so wishes. But, you know, he's got to go out now if he wants to do that, pretty much.
Indeed, it is kind of starting to get, if you don't go out now, you're not going to get a lap in at all. So it's going to be, you need to be out now in order to set one final lap. And who knows, that one final lap could be the one that puts you another 2-3 places higher on the grid.
Alessandro Porti just had a slip there on his lap. So I'm surprised he's decided to stay out. He probably would have got a lap in if he'd gone back to the pits here, but he's decided to stay out. I don't expect any further improvements from Porti this session then. So it's going to be mostly about Kevin Ryan and whether he or maybe Michael Muller, who's now going out behind, but he's going to be cutting it really close on this lap to get a lap in. Pedro Lopez, Ahmed Demican, Nicola D'Agostino, these people, can they improve? I'm seeing green first sectors from the Ramada and No Limit cars, although the Ramada cars then gone yellow in sector 2.
Indeed, it could be what matters now. I did see Russell beforehand in the 180 Mello car. He did go faster, but not fast enough to put himself up in position. He is really quick, however, he doesn't just seem to be able to put together a lap at the moment.
Yeah, it's just not happening for Lee Russell at the moment. He just cannot put a full lap together and get that pole position, although I'm just waiting to see what the sector times are. I don't see a sector time for 2 from them yet.
The Witchwood car, the 169 by D'Agostino in 6th place, seems to have a very good first sector, 25.1. We'll see if he can keep up this speed through the second sector.
Yeah, that's only 2/10 of the most recent sector by the Romano Motorsport Dodge Viper, as we're 17 seconds away from the session ending. So Michael Muller probably not going to get a lap in then. I said he would be cutting it close unless it can cross the line, unless it, well, he might just do it actually. Yeah, I think he is gonna. Yeah, he is starting a lap, so we'll get one lap in as qualifying comes to an end.
It could well be for dying now for Muller, just to see if he can. He's only 0.04 of a second behind Ryan in second place, so he could easily make up that time. But it's a bigger gap, 0.41 of a second up to Porti. It would be very hard for him to make up that. Time.
Yeah, Ben Smith, the race director, just telling people that qualifying is now over and laps can be finished. So this will pretty much get the Romano car goes faster.
Not fast enough for pole.
Not fast enough for pole, but Ryan does improve nonetheless. And well, Michael Muller in that No Limit car is probably the next closest who can do it. Although he was 3/10 off the Scuderia de No Pole car in sector 1. We'll see how he fares in sector 2. Yep, that's it. Yeah, he's still slower. He's got to gain like 4 tenths in this final sector, looking for a 24.3 if he wants to go pole. But it's green and green, so this could be an improvement of sorts, although I don't know whether it will be. It's going to be slight.
You've got that massive braking zone into turn 10 A and B, but I'm not sure if that's going to be enough for him to be able to improve his time.
He doesn't go any further up, but he improves his time. Next closest here, I think, would be Boyd Bryson. 25.4 in the first sector, 6 tenths off, but it's green for Bryson. And, well, Boyd is currently 2 tenths off Lee Russell ahead. So, he needs to get something going here, does Boyd. He's chasing Mike Bell and has the draft off the realish car. This can actually help Boyd here if he can get an overtake done, but Mike Bell is on a qualifying lap too, let's remember. But he is yellow and red in his sectors, and that's not going to help Boyd Bryson because he's trying to do a lap, and Boyd goes off. That is it, done for the SimRace South Africa car. Not going to improve now. I don't think Mike Bell was on a fast lap anyway. Maybe if he wasn't going to improve, should have moved over and let Boyd through, but, well, he's got as much right to a qualifying lap anyway, really, doesn't he?
Yeah, it did look like from the video there, Bryson was trying to come into the pits, but just locked up the rear brake, so it looked like he wasn't going to complete the lap, but just simply span it trying to come into the pit lane.
Yeah, and now qualifying will be over. Michael Muller will be doing his out-in lap and coming back into the pits, but it is Alessandro Porti for Scuderia Genoa. Well, actually, no, that isn't right. It's the 171 Revolution Racing car. Scuderia Genoa, I think, technically the name, but I don't know why I'm calling it the Revolution car, because it has Revolution logos on it. Yeah, though it is Scuderia Genoa. Sorry about that. Alessandro Porti nonetheless gets pole, and then it's Kevin Ryan second, Michael Muller third for Nolan Motorsport, Ryan driving for Romano Motorsport, of course. Pedro Lopez for Gaming Events GT, Ahmed Derakan for Caspian Motorsport, Wedgwood 169 car of Nicola D'Agostino 6th, Lee Russell for Mellow Motorsport 7th, Boyd Bryson for RSA Pro T is 8th, 9th is Matthias Grau for PRL Logitech, and 10th is the Realish Racing car of Mike Bell. Then it's Arif Russell for Atlantic Motorsport, Vlada Vaclav Nimk for Core Team, then Karol Petrovsky for Team RGPL, Harold Bachman for Black Hawk Racing, quite far down the order of Black Hawk. Texas Squadra Corsa's Alessio Ricci is 15th, then Nestor Lopez for Wes Competition 16th, and finally Chris Graham in the slide ride car all the way down in 17th, 6 seconds off the pace. So it is going to be, in a minute or so, prototype qualifying time, and teams to look out for here, Neil?
I'd probably say who finished first, second, third, fourth, fifth. The top 5 of the last race are going to be really interesting to see how they qualified. The 150 Simtech won last time out, and they don't have any penalties to deal with, so that will be a very advantageous position for them. Third place last time out, the Texas Squadra Corsa. They unfortunately have 2 stop and hold 60-second penalties, so that's going to put them 2 laps down before you've even begun the race. So I very much doubt that they're going to be on the podium again.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see how it goes. A lot of teams to look out for, of course. We say Team Virus, one to look out for, one out for, Drake Racing, Speedy Mite, all up there last time. And of course, we had flashes of good racing as well from the likes of the Basilia Evo Racing by Basilia car with David Jones in it. April Dillon, then the Atlantic Motorsports car. And it's going to be interesting to see how GNS Endurance do. They have Justin Gordon in the car to qualify. They had a bit of a catastrophe last time out when Jamie Otis, I think, ran out of fuel. So they'll be hoping for a slightly better race this time.
The Atlantic car last time finished 18th, second last of the LMP Tour runners, but last time they had a connection failure with April Dillon. Ali Ferry was just coming into the pit lane and April Dillon disconnected, so the AI took over the car, and that was their race over, and they were in a very strong position at the time, so it will be interesting to see how they do with new driver Kieran Parkin here this weekend.
Yeah, Jamie Otis in the comments is saying they filled the car up with fuel this time. No problems with running out, I suspect there will be. So there you go, that solves that then, and I'm sure we'll see GNS doing slightly better this time. It's nice to see when they do well, because very nice team there, and yeah, all the prototypes going out for qualifying now are going to start doing out laps and first laps again. We can't really judge until a couple of minutes in who's where, but obviously keep an eye out for people who are moving and shaking. So obviously Prototype's going to be qualifying, I'd argue probably touching the 110s, or getting close at least, maybe within a couple of seconds. I'm not massive for predicting lap times, but giving a 5-second gap, we should expect 113s from these prototypes, but it might be more. Might be more or less than that, but prototypes considerably quicker than GTs anyway. Looking at the current affairs, I would have it that I think it won't be. I'm just looking to see who's probably going to be first to set a lap here, and I thought it might have been Nico Barkley, but it doesn't look like it is going to be. And we have Neil Hickney back with us after just going away for a couple of minutes. I was just trying to look at the live track map there, but I don't actually have it on me because I neglected to put the track map in my. Oh, I can just click it here. Right, okay. Looking at the track map, then it's looking as the cars sort themselves out that it's going to be. No, I can't tell who's going to be first.
They're just all over the track. I believe the 129 is the first car out on track. Or it may well be the 20. Yeah, I think it might actually be the 113 Speedy Mount car that's first out.
It might full well be, and well, whoever is first out is going to set the benchmark for the other drivers to follow. But regardless, they will want to. Yeah, I think the current 22nd place car. I actually think someone's actually gone over. So yeah, was Celso Gomez, Sean Jacobs, or Nico Barkley the first times coming in? 110s as I suspected. So. These are the faster times, and Erhan Jakovsky and the Team Virus car doing that 110.7. So I think we might see sub 110 times at the best.
Indeed, looking back on the practice server over the past week, the Team Virus team, they have 3 of the 4 fastest times in the practice server so far, so they are really going to be a force to be reckoned with this time round. They did finish second last time round after an unfortunate incident at near the beginning of the race, where I believe the rear wing got taken off the car at the hairpin at Montreal. So they will be a real force to reckon with this time round.
Yep, keep an eye out for them. Indeed, there could be some serious business, and yeah, obviously times like that, you know, we got a lot of teams we should look out for, really, because you know, got a lot of teams that we can look out for this race, but those are just a couple of them. Celso Gomez going pole now with a 110.6, but as I say, these are the first couple of times Erhan Jakovsky's just usurped him. So yeah, current standings are about 5 seconds to pole, but obviously times will improve as we go along.
The 129 car, the Team Virus car, up on pole as we just expected. Gomez just behind him in the 123, then Barkley in the 121 1ACO car. There's 3 tenths between them at the moment, but of course it is just the first couple of laps going out. Their drivers are just getting used to their cars after having maybe about 40 minutes not being able to drive them, just trying to see what they're like on low fuel, on fresh tyres, but also trying to juggle the fact with trying to keep the tyres warm enough but not over warm so they suffer thermal degradation. It's a real balancing act on the out lap to try and get your tyres in the best condition for your qualifying run.
It is, yes. You've got to try and keep the tyres as well as you can, preserve them as much as you can, but you've got to get laps in as well, so got to make the outlap quick enough in addition to that. Looking down the field, Justin Gordon 8th in that GNS car, so this is an improvement for them, and they should have a good start out of things here. Roy Schroten 7th in the Fanatic Drake racing car, Sean Jacobs 6th in the Speedy Mount, and Daniel Canestracci in the, I think that is the Scuderia Texas Corsair car. So again, a couple of drivers really starting to make inroads. Dabajon up to 11th as well, so yeah.
We're starting to see green sectors again as cars just get used to it again. The GNS's 122 car has done a very good first sector. The 108 RSA car, the South African car, has done 2 very good sectors, as we see the 124 Handy Racing team with Casteri at the wheel going faster, moving himself up into 8th place.
Yeah, up goes Russo there, and the SimRace South Africa does so. Overtakes the Starry. And Troy Short ahead is just coming out of the pits to do another out lap. I'm seeing green sectors with the Gaming Events P2 car. This could be an improvement. Don't know whether they're green enough though, but they're looking pretty green. Not enough for a pole position, but perhaps getting closer in terms of time. I don't think they have actually, but no, they haven't. But still on pace at least.
Indeed, and as I say, I think the Virus car is the team to beat this weekend. And if you can keep up pace with them, you're going to have a good chance of beating them.
Yep, SimHQ car has just got into P4 there. Ricardo Azevedo qualifying that into 4th place. That is an improvement from them. And kind of strategy behind will want to make some of that gap up.
1-2-1's gone purple in the middle sector.
Yes, they have. Monaco, let's keep an eye on them, Neil, as Nico Barnett comes round the final corner now. Is this going to be pole for them? No! I don't know what happened in that final sector, but Barkley does not go pole. He improves, though. And, well, the Monaco car showing with the purple sector, they are on pace as well.
And
Virus
even
have just
faster
improved.
lap from Zhizovsky. Even faster, down to 110.1.
At this rate, we are going to see sub 110 laps.
We say that as 113 Speedy Mike. He went fastest in the final fastest of all in the final sector, and improved himself up into 5th place. And we're seeing people improving their times all over the track at the moment. It's difficult to keep up with them.
It is, yes, and that's the joy of prototype qualifying. You never really have to be too intensive, because you can just ignore the fact there's chops and changes and just pick up one you know, because there's, well, if I tried to go through all the changes, then we'd be here for looking at everything, but, you know, not having to worry about it so much is a good thing. Some quite close gaps at the moment. 11th to 12th is quite close between Walsh and Yunt. With the close gaps, you know, the whole Azevedo, Jacobs, they're close. Very close, but I think someone's just moved up actually there. That might have been... That was actually Luke Walsh who's gone up to 7th.
Yes, very good showing from them, as we have the 117, the Spanish car, the BTB Series.es going up into 15th, the Atlantic Motorsports with April Dillon moving herself up into 17th. It's very close between 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th even, all within a quarter of a second at the moment. So that could just be trying a better line through, say, turns 11 and 12, trying a better line through turn 1, maybe getting a little bit cleaner through those S's. That could be all the difference at the moment.
Yeah, the Monaco car goes green in Sector 1 again, so, you know, really starting to show why, you know, they're up there in P3 at the moment, and RSA Prote goes faster again, the 108.
Mello in the 115 Ghost Motorsport jumps himself up into 8th, a very good lap from them there.
Yeah, Mello goes up to P8, 2nd sector is purple for Monaco, and I think this is going to be a shot at pole here, because that was a good 1st sector as well. If Barkley can just string it together through round here, then Monaco could have pole for real this time. Look how close he gets to the inside there as he comes around the final turn. Is this pole? No, but it's an improvement to 2nd for Barkley.
Indeed it is. He's now jumped the 3 gaming events P2 by 1.5. Almost 2 tenths now. That is quite a sizable gap, as we're just having a look down the field. The 102 Texas Scuderia course has done a very good 1st sector, as we see Lucidi in the 127 Strato Racing go green and go into 11th place. It's we're just chopping and changing. Tony Mella in the Ghost Motorsports has gone up into 9th. And it's chopping and changing. Very interesting now as we start to get into the closing minutes of this qualifying session.
Yeah, 9 to go, 10 to go, and improvement from Texas Squadra Corsa, kind of stretchy into 3rd now, just 4 tenths, under 4 tenths from Tchaikovsky, and really not that far from Barkley either. So now Monaco will have another threat in the form of that Texas Squadron Corsa car, and keep an eye on them. Gaming Events P2 looking quite good as well in Sector 2 with Celso Gomez. They are not on a bad lap here, good 2nd sector. And SimHQ get a half decent 1st in as well. Team Virus have gone green in Sector 1. It's all kicking off in these final couple of minutes. Celso Gomez up to 2nd.
Indeed, a wonderful lap there. It's now extremely close between Gomez, Barkley and Canestracci, second, third and fourth. Like 600ths of a second apart. That really could be just a little twitch somewhere in the corner. It is extremely close between the three of those for second place honours on the grid. However, Krzyzewski in the 129 Team Virus car, 3/10 ahead.
Almost into the on sub 110s now. They improved the pole time. Just put the benchmark even higher, will you, Virus? And it turns out there, well, everyone's going to have to respond to that in these remaining 8 minutes now. And I would put money, if I had any money with me right now, on the fact that there will be a sub 110 lap.
Indeed, the track is just getting faster and faster and faster as the track starts to rubber in. In fact, Krzyzewski's done the fastest time of all, including the practice over the previous week. That is the fastest time of all we've seen so far. So that really is an awesome lap.
Yeah, he's cut the turn there a little bit. That slowed him down. He's come right back down. Wants to keep the tyres in check, so he's aborted the lap. Will use the same set of tyres since they are warm and in great condition. Celso Gomez, I don't think, is on a flying lap at the moment, but he might be. One Echo on a decent first sector, definitely. And yeah, we have David Berenek just coming back into the server now he has just joined now in the RGPL Simtech car, I think that is. No, he's left. So almost every car we're seeing crossing the Sector 2 split, as we see Russo in the South African car go up into 10th. Almost every car we're seeing now are starting to set green sectors and starting to get into the dying minutes of this qualifying session. They're really starting to throw the cars about, as Walsh in the Simtech, who of course won last time out. He's just went green in the first sector. He's 7th at the moment. Hopefully he can improve. Yeah, and it was a decent lap as well from the same HQ car, but a bad third sector has been they don't go. Straddle Racing improved the 127, and well, Ghost Motorsport, Tony Mellor goes up to 7th as well. Mellor, I think, another one who's really starting to find his feet.
Indeed, as we see Dylan go up into 15th, improve into 15th position, but it's very close at the moment. The top 9 are covered by a second, and it's a second exactly shortened in that Fanatec car is behind Krzyzewski. So it is very close. It could literally be little slips here and there, as we have the third car, Barkley, and the one Aqua car go purple in the middle sector. Let's see if you can continue it and set a faster lap.
This has been a recurring theme. They go purple in sector 2, but it's the third sector that lets them down. Will it be third time lucky for Nico Barkley? No, it won't, but gets within 400s of Dejovski there. And again, it's that first and third sector where they just aren't braking late enough, or turning soon enough, or getting on the throttle soon enough, because it's so little amounts of time.
Indeed, turn 10A, the chicane at the back straight, is a very, very difficult turn. And these LMP2 cars, you're coming from 305 kilometers an hour, all the way down to maybe 100 or 120. It's a massive braking zone, and very easy just to slightly miss your braking zone and go and miss that apex. Or if you brake a little bit too early, you could have wasted time that could have been used to put you higher up on the grid.
Well, I don't think I've ever been in the VLMS as in an exciting qualifying session as the one we've seen today.
Goes into 6th in the Fanatec car. Only 1,000th of a second between the SimHQ car. That is an extraordinary gap.
Walsh goes ahead at the P5 now as well. The Irishman starting to fight well. Actually, is he Irish? I always call him Irish, but I think he's English. It's Luke Walsh. It's the Irish team.
Canestracci goes faster.
Canestracci improves as well. Yes, it's all kicking off, as I say. Don't think I've been in such an exciting qualifying session for a while. Hoping to see if someone breaks the 110 barrier.
Indeed, but I'm not sure about that because Krzyzewski's, he might be pushing now. I don't know. He has got a slender lead. However, it is a lead nonetheless as he comes across the sector 2 timing. He goes purple. He's going even faster in the middle sector.
And interestingly, he's aborted the lap. Now, why would he do that, having gone purple? Maybe he cut the track.
He had quite a slow first sector actually compared to his other times. At 21.9, that wasn't exactly a stellar first sector from him.
Well, I think the bar was being thrown down there because we know Virus can go faster in that second sector, and that difference might be enough to push them into the sub-110s. It's never been done throughout the entirety of the server being up, and it might not be done in this qualifying session, but if it is, then we'll be seeing just how quick these prototypes can go. So now the Monaco car, see, I think he was waiting for Nico Barkley, actually, Jajovski, just have him right behind him, maybe to get G him up a bit. In fact, he's actually let Barkley through. Maybe he wants to draft Barkley.
He'll want the draft for that final lap because we've only got a few minutes to go left in this session. He wants to be getting every single second he can as Mela goes up into 6th in the Ghost Motorsport car.
Yeah, Mela improves again. That Ghost car really impressive so far this season, and not failing to impress in qualifying here at Road Atlanta either. Definitely keeping things on track here. And well, I'm interested to see how this battle goes between Monaco and Virus, because Jovski's too far back now.
Indeed, Canistracci's gone faster personally in the first sector. This might be a very good lap from him. We'll just need to wait and see.
Yeah, this could be very good from Canistracci. Keep an eye on that, but he goes wide. That's going to ruin his little bit of increase there. But we've got to keep an eye on the Monaco car. Got to keep an eye on the Virus car. These two are probably the ones who are going to go sub 110 if anybody is. DNS improve. And Justin Gordon goes quicker. He is now in 13th.
Indeed, we're starting to see cars go faster and faster and faster as we have Canistracci coming out of the chicane, but it looks like he's not really going to improve his lap. He hasn't set any green sectors at all. Monaco
are in the pits. They will go out again. They've aborted their lap, and it's all about Jajovski now because he's very green in Sector 1. I'm going to see how he goes in Sector 2. If this is purple, we could be on for a sub 110. Barkley just exiting the pits now, but it's all about whether Erhan can improve. But he stopped again! What is this about?
Maybe they're just trying to see what the Wanoka
they're going out again. Doing. I think he wanted a new set of tyres.
As you see the SimHQ car going up into 5th, that's a very good showing from them. They didn't participate last time out in Montreal, so we don't really see what they've done. We don't really see what they're like. So this will be the first time for us to see what their pace is, and they're in 5th at the moment, and it looks like their pace is very good.
Yeah, looking great at the moment, definitely. And looking at the sectors again. Green first, green second from Jajovski, but that might have been on the outlap, and he's doing a bit of swinging around. This will probably just be getting more heat in the tyres on his outlap. Barkley, I think, will be doing the same. A green sector for Gaming Events P2 though, Celso Gomez. That is a good start for them on this lap. I'm not sure how this second sector is going to go for them. It's not looking good.
Yes, Gomez, it looks like he's got a little bit of traffic in front of him. Peretti in the Sicania car looks like he's ahead of him, so he might slow him up a little bit, but it looks like he's a little too far ahead at the moment. And we actually have Canistracci, he's got a good amount of clean air. He may be able to set a faster lap time. Jajovski's got a good amount of clean air as well. It's really this clean air that you're looking for. Barkley also in second has a good amount of clean air. So the top three are all in gaps. So we're just going to have to see what they can do in the final dying seconds of this session, as I believe they're starting to begin their final laps.
Yeah, final couple of laps here because there's 47 seconds left to go. And if any improvements are going to happen, they're going to have to happen soon.
I believe that's Gomez just went faster in the first sector, even faster in the first sector, so he may be able to overtake that Texas Squadra Corsa car for third place in the grid.
That is a very, very green sector for Merhan Jakovsky in the first sector there. Now, if he gives this lap up, then he will not go pole, but really, this has to go if we're going to see a sub 110, because Monaco are not quicker, and it's only going to be down to the other teams potentially to do that. Another very green sector from the Virus car there. 26-0, 21-5. I think if it's going to be a sub 110, it's going to be this lap for Merhan Jakovsky. And it may well be that we do see a sub 110 round the final corner. Are we going to see a sub 110 lap from Team Virus here? No, we're not. And I don't know whether it was that last sector that did it, but it was so close. 110.174 would have needed a little bit more than what he got, and well, Ricardo Azevedo I think has gone up into third.
Third place. The SimHQ car has gone up into third.
Yeah, and Sean Jacobs into sixth.
The car up into sixth.
Yeah, we didn't see the magical sub 110 in the end, but Erhan Jakovsky will take pole for will take pole, presumably for Team Virus, from Nico Barkley, from Sean Jacobs in 6th, Ricardo Azevedo 3rd, Kanasati 4th, Gomez 5th, Walsh 7th, Mallory 8th, 9th, and Lucidi 10th. That was an exhilarating qualifying session, if I must say so myself. I mean, the top 9 within a second, and if you've got some really close gaps. I mean, incredibly close gaps in that qualifying session. I mean, if you look at this, from 3rd till 8th, it's within 3/10.
Indeed, it's very close, but again, you've got to be careful of those penalties that we've got. Barclay in 2nd place in the 1 Aqua car. He has a drive-through to serve at the start of the race. That will put him at the back of the LMP2 pack. The SimHQ car 182, of course, they weren't out last time, so they don't have any penalties. The 102, the Texas Quadricorsa car, they have 2 stop and hold 60-second penalties. So that 4th place qualifying session may mean nothing for them.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the penalties to consider as well, but definitely important for the early running of this race. To get as high up as you can.
Indeed, especially for the people, Zhizhovsky, Azevedo, and Gomez, I believe. Oh no, Gomez in 5th place, of course, has a couple of penalties to serve as well. So certainly for Azevedo and Zhizhovsky, they're going to have good, clean air at the beginning of the race, and we'll hopefully be able to see them battle out in the first section of the race.
Yeah, we'll have to see. If the first section of the year will be a key part of this race. Seeing what goes on. Obviously, the track closed at the moment during warm-up. Drivers just going to listen to the pre-race briefing by Bernd Schmidt, our race director. And I assume there'll be a sound test for people to tune up Bernd's voice to their volumes of R-Factor 2, which is when the engines will all roar and it gets a bit surreal. But in these 10 minutes before the race, it gives us a nice little time to look forward to what we've got here in Rhode Island. It is definitely, as we said, an interesting track. Obviously, you've got corners like 10A, 10B, 11, 12. 11 and 12 are almost blind and downhill, so very, very tricky to negotiate.
There are lots of blind corners here. In fact, turn 5 at the top of the hill after the S's, that is a blind corner. It's also slightly off camber, and it's uphill. It's all the things you don't want as a driver.
Yeah, literally everything you don't want, and now you got to negotiate them in LMP2s. It's like, it's a great track, but it's a driver's worst nightmare.
Indeed, turn 7 at the beginning of the back straight. That is a very interesting corner. It's very tight. It's almost like a hairpin-like. And that is I would say that's probably the most important corner on the track, as it leads onto that long back straightaway. And if you can get a good run off of there, you've got a very good chance of passing them into turns 10 A and B for the chicane at the end of the back straight.
Yeah, and that is indeed the case. I lost my train of thought there, sorry. I do that sometimes.
That's fine, we'll do.
Yeah, don't we all? More so than others. Yeah, Ben Schmidt just going through the race directions for everyone. Obviously, you know, these are just standard things that happen all the time. Just a general reminder for the drivers of what to do and what not to do. And obviously, I think after all the penalties, that I don't know whether there'll be any specific notes about that. But I think this is just a preset file, to be honest.
Indeed it will be. Bernd will have done this hundreds of times, so he knows it off by heart by now, surely.
I think the other drivers who've raced VEC do as well. It's just a constant, it's always a good reminder.
Indeed. Of course, looking forward to the beginning of the race. These first laps are the best time to pass other cars, to get your best position when all the cars are bunched up. However, it's also the opportune time for you to ruin your race as well. So you've got to take that risk reward in the first few laps just to see, do you want to risk it? Do you want to make that pass? Or do you just want to hold back and keep your car clean?
Yeah, that's the question you need to ask. And Jimmy asked in the comments, actually. Hi, Jimmy. He says it is an automated process. I thought as much. So, yeah, we're going to be starting the voice check now. So we're going to hear the cars roar up on the grid. Well, not on the grid, but in the pits.
Here we go for voice check. Please make sure you can hear me. For this, you can rev up your engines.
So here we go.
And make sure you can hear my voice for the cold 80s. rev up your engines. This is just a voice check. Please make sure you can hear my voice. If you can't hear my voice, please raise up my volume on the TeamSpeak server that you can hear me for code 80s. And also you can hear me then for the race start. Again, this is just a voice check. Please rev up your engines, make sure you can hear me. Now you have a couple of seconds to raise up my volume and you hear me again in 15 seconds.
Alright, so there you go, it's the voice check. It's so surreal hearing the cars just give it full blast in the pit, it really is.
It's a bit like Eduardo Freitas does in the real life WEC. We can just hear Bernd whenever he wants to speak to all of us.
Yeah, I mean, Bernd Schmidt, we hear Bernd Schmidt, the drivers hear Bernd
coming
Schmidt.
back again to the voice check. So you can rev up the engines again and check if you can hear me. Please make sure you can hear me. This is just a voice check for the code 80s and the start of the race. So rev up your engines, make sure you can hear me. If you can't hear me, then raise up the volume of me in the TeamSpeak that you can clearly hear me for the code 80s. Now I'll leave you alone for again a couple of seconds. You can raise up the volume of me if you can't hear me, and you will hear me again in 15 seconds for our last voice check.
Yeah, just last couple of things happening now, and a couple of drivers saying that they don't hear Bernd Schmidt, and they're saying that in the game chat, so he knows for sure. Good on them to do that, of course, because it's important they can hear him if there is a code 80.
There we go, we've just had confirmation the penalties will be applied at 300, 600, 900 and 1100 seconds through the race. So that's 5, 10, 15 and 17 minutes throughout the race. So we'll really get a good idea of what the actual running order is, not
here
until
we come
possibly
to the
25
last
minutes
voice
into
check.
the race.
Please make sure you can hear me. Rev up
just
your
last voice check
engine.
going on now.
This is the last voice check. If you can't hear me or if you have any problems, please contact me on the TeamSpeak during the next 2 minutes. Please rev up your engines, make sure you can hear my voice for all the code 80s that may come. So rev it up, test if you can hear me. If you can't hear me, raise up the volume of myself on the TeamSpeak. This is the last voice check. You have now 1 minute 50 seconds left. If there is any problem, you can contact me on TeamSpeak right now.
And that will be it. That is the final voice check for the drivers. So you have a chance to contact Bernd if they still can't hear him. But we should be going racing soon.
I must say I do like in that voice check, Bernd said, please make sure you can hear me for the code 80s that may come.
Yeah.
Just trying to, almost foreshadowing the race a little bit. Maybe trying to get some practice in for the code 80s.
Yeah, we're hoping there'll be no code 80s. We always do, but if there is, then, you know, we know the procedure.
Indeed, it's very difficult for the LMP2 cars to actually lap here, because essentially the first half of the lap is out of the question for them to overtake the GT cars in. So we're just going to see how the P2s cope with lapping.
Yeah, just going to see how they cope, really, and hopefully they'll be nice and sensible about it. GT should, of course, make it as easy as possible by just sticking to their line and allowing the P2s to go through. But, you know, with a track like this, it won't be easy.
Indeed, you've only really got 2 good opportunities coming up into turn 6 and going down the back straight, and possibly the front straight as well. Those are the really only good overtaking opportunities for these LMP2 cars, as opposed to last time out in Montreal. There's numerous straights in Montreal, so it's very easy. It was very easy for them to be lapped there. So we're just going to have to see how they cope, and that could cause some problems in the race.
Yeah, that is going to cause some problems if that happens. But hopefully there won't be any problems. Hopefully the race will go off without a hitch and everything will be fine. Because we always hope it will be.
Indeed, you always want to see a pure green race, because that is obviously the most pure form of racing we've got. However, if code 80s are needed, we will deploy them. And of course, because of the code 80, everyone has to stick on their speed limiter, everyone has to stay at 80 kilometers an hour, so no time will be gained or lost, theoretically.
Yeah. Oh, the rain. There is rain. I've just noticed that it is starting to rain in the warm-up. What is this madness?
That will be fun for the beginning of the race. These drivers, I don't know if they've practiced rain. I don't know if they've practiced any rain running over the previous week. I know a couple of drivers have not, or at least not practiced for the past week or so in the rain. So this will be very exciting. A wet start. This will perhaps cause chaos in the first couple of turns.
Yeah, I think last couple of introductions are going to happen from Bench Spit now, but all of the rain has happened at once, and now strategy is going to be thrown up in the air, and there's penalties, and it's going to be brilliant.
Remember, the starting procedure has changed.
I could not have called this if I wanted to.
Green flag for you. Don't go on the throttle without me when I not announce the green flag. The green flag counts for all cars, LMP2s and GTs. Make sure the formatting lap is in single file, and I will call the green flag between turn 12 and the start finish line.
And the best thing is that the rain always kicks in after the race starts. It only takes about 30 seconds, but the rain then updates. Whatever it is at the end of this warm-up will be the start of the race conditions as Erhan Jakobski's move on to the wets. Nico Barkley's moved on to the wets. And a couple of other cars as well. I see the Lucas Vertaz. I see David Jontaz. Alessandro Proti. Lots of cars making the jump onto the wet tyre.
Indeed, it's going up to 35% wetness. It's whether the wet, or do you want to go for the intermediates? I know the intermediates are not very good around this track. It really has to be wets or slicks that you choose for your driving, but it's starting to get wetter and wetter, and this will be awesome fun.
This should be very fun indeed. It's getting real now, boys, indeed, says Campbell Wallace in the chat. I don't think it could be realer than it is now. It's rain, it's prototypes, it's Road Atlanta. This is going to be fun to watch. I mean, it's going to be tricky, but it's going to be fun to watch.
If it does get too wet, will we see something like we saw the real Petit Le Mans a couple of years ago, where a GT car won overall? What if we see one of those today? Because that will be absolutely amazing if we did.
Yeah, I think you'd be over the moon if it was the realest racing car, wouldn't it?
Oh, absolutely. That is the best car in the grid, no doubt.
Yeah, you'd be over the moon if it was the realest car. We can hope that some GT is going to win it, but you never know. Yep, here comes the rain again. As we said, it takes a couple of seconds for it to kick in, but the rain is back, and now we will start on our journey to the formation lap. Erhan Jakobski then has decided that the wet tyres are the best tyres, and he will start on them in that Team Virus car in pole position. Nico Barkley will start in second place. Ricardo Azevedo is actually second, but he's on the medium soft slick compound tyre. Daniele Canastracci on the wets in fourth for Texas Quadricorse. Celso Gomez in this gaming events car, P5 on the wet, as is Sean Jacobs in the Speedy Man car, the 113. Then it's the 150 Simtech car in 7th on the slicks, and as there's the 115 Ghost Motorsport car. Then it's the 127 in 9th place on the slicks. I think on there on the intermediates as Gabriel Russo, SimRacing South Africa 11th. The 124 Handy Racing Team is 12th, and then it's number 13 place is the 118 Witchwood Prototype.
Just an update for all of you, we will start under code 80 for the first 3 laps.
Oh,
so
well,
you can check.
We have heard
the track
from Bench Spit the first 3 laps of this race will be under code 80. That is an interesting thing to help the drivers get themselves up to par. Justin Gordon will start 14th in the JNS car. Alessandro Poetti 15th in the 120. Then 16th is Lucas Verts in the Black Hawk Racing. April Dillon 132 for Landing Motorsports. Then the 111, the EVA Racing by Basilia down in 18th. Jorge Fernandez 19th in the number 117. Then 114 car Otello Gonzaga 20th. David Berenek 21st in the Team RGPL. The GTs are started by Alessandro Proti for the 171 Scuderia de Nopo car. Then it's Kevin Ryan 23rd in the Romano Motorsports car Viper. 24th is No Limit Motorsports Michael Muller. Then 25th the 177 gaming events car, the Corvette, Pedro Lopez and that Ahmed Derakan. Then the 175. Then Nicola D'Agostino on the 169, Witchwood GT, Lee Russell in the Mellon Motorsports, then the 180 Viper, Boyd Bryson, the 170 SimRace South Africa Corvette. Then it's the 176 PRL Logitech Corvette in 30th. 199 Swedish Racing Ferrari in 31st. Then Arif Rosslin in the 154 Atlantic Corvette. 32nd Core Team. The 192 Porsche is 33rd. Then the 197 RGPL BMW is 34th. Harold Bachman 181 Blackhawk Racing Aston Martin is 35th. Alessio Ricci is 36th in the 156 Ferrari. Then it's Nestor Lopez in the 184 Porsche, 37th, and finally Chris Graham in the 162 car there is 38th. So we will be starting under code 80 this race for the first 3 laps, and as Erhan Yakovsky comes round to the final corner and rounds it.
So remember, we're starting under code 80.
Going to be the slowest start ever in a VLMS race. We'll go. You wouldn't think it, but we'll go.
It's very interesting because, as you said, not all the cars are on wet, so that is mainly for them, as we see several cars coming into the pits now to pit for those wets, as the track is starting getting wetter and wetter and wetter. It's about 80%. It's about 81% wetness now, so you really do need to be on the wets, and for those people who were on the slicks, this is a real lifesaver for them.
Yeah, I'm seeing Jimmy Allison in the comments saying that this has been done to ensure the drivers are ready for the race start in the wet, because they were a couple on dry tyres. They have chosen Harold Bachman, Luke Walsh, to move into the pits for wet tyres. It's almost like with the administration are saying, we are giving you a chance to move to wets.
Indeed, because if you were on slicks, and especially those cars at the beginning, at the head of the field, if they were on slicks, that would have been absolute disaster for everyone behind them. Yep.
And now we have Tony Miller and Luke Walsh behind some GTs as well. This is going to be interesting. Stop-go penalties also assigned in this. We have Daniele Candistracci, Harold Bachman, Nestor Lopez, Vaclav Nick, as we said. Lots of cars. Mike Bell, Petrovsky, Vert Gonzago, Mela, Pizzo Peretti, Barclay Gomez, Lucidi Sestari, Bryson, Richie Graham, Rosslin and Ryan all have penalties.
It's only a couple of people, it's fine.
It's possibly best if they serve them under the code 80.
Indeed, because actually, round here, because the pit lane is on the inside of the track, it's faster going through the pits under code 80 than it is going on the track. But I'm not sure if they're going to allow them to serve their penalties under code 80 or whether you're going to have to do it under green.
Oh, in fact, Bernd Schmidt has just covered that. They're not allowed to do it.
There we go.
Good thing we have Bernd with us.
Indeed, because you could easily gain a couple of places by going through the pits.
Yeah, exactly. So, let's not do that. Oh, well, and in fact, he's just said if they do that, they'll get the penalty again. So Bernd Schmidt on point today, our race director. Very good at him to say that. It's like he can hear her. It's like he's in the team speak with her. Oh, wait, he is.
Maybe you just got the idea. I mean, I'm just a cynical mind. That's what I would have done, so...
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you were evidently right, Neil.
Indeed, just always need to think ahead. What's the best course of action?
Yeah, always think of the best course of action, and in this case, it's best to not allow people to take their penalties, although I see Ricardo Azevedo is now coming into the pits, but this will not be to serve a penalty, this will be to change his tyres.
Last reminder, don't solve your penalty under the code 80.
Yeah, not going to serve a penalties, Azevedo or Porty. These are all coming in to get off the slick compound tyres by the looks of it.
Azevedo does not have a penalty, I believe.
Azevedo does not have one.
He's fine.
Alessio Ricci has not gone into the pits, I think because he has a penalty, so to make sure he can't serve it. Nestor Lopez has come in, he's on the slicks. I don't think Nestor does have a penalty, but he's just been told by Bernd Schmidt not to serve it, so I'm quite sure he will not serve it.
Indeed, because you never want to face the wrath of the race director. That's something that nobody wants to do.
Yeah, that is not a thing that you want to happen, and, well, Bernd Schmidt is usually a nice person, but he's ruthless as a race director. In fact, Nestor Lopez has just gone straight through the pits, so he's not served a stop go, but he's gone through the pits.
Indeed, that's very interesting. The 184 car has a stop hold 30. So he doesn't actually have a drive-through, he has to stop and hold 30. So I'm not sure what he drove straight through the pits for.
I'm not sure either, to be honest. Maybe he had to, there is an option in R Factor 2 to not serve the penalty on that pit stop. So,
indeed, maybe he just started coming to the pits and just remembered too late and had to just go straight through them. Don't know.
yeah, I mean, I guess at the end of the day, you know, that's, yeah. It's an interesting choice. We'll see how this pans out. But obviously more penalties going to come in after this, of course.
I do believe this is the third lap under code 80, so hopefully we might be able to be going green at the end of this. Or is this just the second lap? I can't count.
Well, we might see. I mean, we've had a couple of laps now, so it might be soon. We said the first 3 laps, so maybe after this or the next.
So we have one more lap on the
One more
code
to go,
80.
yeah.
Reminder, don't solve your penalties now. You have to wait till green flag.
Yeah, can't say penalties, have to wait till the green. One more lap. It's very useful to have Bird Smith also able to hear him. Obviously, I don't think you can on broadcast. You can only hear mine and Neil's fantastic voices. But, of course, Bent here as an ever-present race director as well. Props to him, of course. Without this, we wouldn't have as an effective VLMS as we do.
Indeed, indeed. It's the race director that makes everything happen. But I'm just looking at the positions at the moment. It's very interesting. Zhuzhovsky, obviously in the lead, having taken pole, started on the wet tyres, hasn't had the pits. The 3 cars behind him all have penalties. Sean Jacobs in the 113 Speedy Mite is in effective second.
I think the rain stopped. I think the rain has stopped.
The rain
although
hasn't stopped. It's
still a wet track.
So you might see a drying track. It'll be interesting to see.
Yep.
When people move on to their dry tyres. But indeed, Sean Jacobs in the 113 Speedy Mite is essentially second place, and then Schroten in the Fanatec is essentially third. So we've got to be careful because we don't have a clear picture of where everyone is at the moment.
Yeah, second round of penalties have just come in as well. They'll have to wait until green to serve them, of course, remember. But, yeah, this is going to be crucial for the drivers now. Off the start. I'm just looking to see if... No, I don't think Tchaikovsky has one, so he'll have a clean start. And apparently the rain's going to start again, says Jimmy Anderson. So, we don't know what's happening anymore. There's a 30 to 50% chance of it.
It's the sort of thing that Jensen Button would be wonderful at if he hadn't retired. We should get him to drive here for a guest race.
Somebody hire him. Get him to drive in a VEC or VLMS. We've had Robin Frines. Why not Jensen Button?
Indeed, I'm sure if someone signed Jensen Button up in the next hour, the management will be more than happy to let him race.
Yeah. Let's make it happen, guys. I guess he can team up with Felipe Massa as well while he's at it.
There we go, just any driver that's on the off-season at the moment. Get Ricciardo in. Why not him
Exactly. Well? Rosberg as well. Have Team Formula 1.
Indeed, just put them in a P2 car. It'll be wonderful.
Well, we can dream as Erhan Jakowski just comes round, coming around turn 7 at the moment. Of course, he's got 8, then 9, then 10A, 10B, 11 and 12 to go. I don't quite remember where the green is. I think it's out of, I'm going to think it's out of 10B.
Out of 12.
It's out of 12, okay.
Yeah.
Out of 12, not going into 12 as well. There was a lot of discussion in VEC as to where...
Just as a reminder, there will no countdown for the green flag. It's dropped like the race start. So the green flag will call between turn 12 and the start and finish line.
Okay, so yeah, it is going to drop after 12. That is when the green will be called. I think Bernd is going to call it manually, actually. So that will eliminate any problems that we talked about, but... yeah.
Indeed, it's going to be very interesting because the cars towards the end of the P2 field and the GT field will be accelerating across the crest of the hill in turn 11 and going up and down. So it's not going to be a very good start for them, but the leaders will indeed have a clean start, a clean flat place in order to be able to put their power down.
Yeah, and Jakowski, I think, just coming around at 11 now. He'll come around 12 soon and we can get racing properly. We are technically already racing, but are we about to go green soon? Yes, we are. He's going to come round and it'll be manually called, I think, when we're going to go. I think, is it? I don't know.
Green, green, green!
Yep, green flag! Benchmid calls it, we are racing here at Rhode Island. Daniel kind of strategy going down the inside of Nico Barkley to start things off. Texas Squadron calls it, tries to get in front, but it's not going to work out for him. Celso Gomez chasing down as well. Roy Shorten P5. Good start from him as well. Claudio Costari and the likes chasing down. Further down the field, April Dillon's up to 12th. Good start from her. David Young's got a good run on him as well. Alessandro Peretti there as well. Looking further down the field, it looks like Kevin Ryan and Michael Muller have got the best start. Muller leads in GT from Ryan, from Lopez, from D'Agostino, Demicard, Russell Grau, and Mike Bell. And we got a rear wing off the GNS Endurance car. Justin Gordon has no rear wing, and that is going to hurt him big time. And almost collides with Luke Walsh as well, but handling things alright, but no rear wing on that GNS car and no front bumper. He's got the old Formula Ford going on already.
Indeed, unfortunately, in these cars, in these conditions, you need the downforce. So that's a terrible thing for him. Happened in the first lap of this race, as we're seeing some cars serve the penalties immediately in the pits.
And Code 80 right away. That's going to be a godsend for them. And I can actually see Nestor Lopez, Alessandro Ricci, and those two are the only two GT cars staying on the slick tyres. We are back on that Code 80 positions. And it's been a bit of a hectic start, definitely. No luck for GNS, though.
Indeed, no luck, unfortunately, at all. The GNS car finished 9th and last out of the P2 cars in Montreal due to an accident last time round. Or was it out of fuel? I can't remember. But unfortunately, this race is not going any better for them.
Yeah, and this has been a bit of a hectic start for them. Now they've got the full Formula Ford going on, no front wing, no rear wing, and now they're going to have to go and get that pitted. I expect a big pit stop for that, so big strategy changes, but the rain might help them.
Indeed, the cars are obviously going slower in the rain anyway, so obviously if you have to do a stop and hold 60 or a stop and hold 30 or indeed a drive-through, it's not going to cost you as much time as it would in the dry, so the rain is a good opportunity to get those penalties served and done. But obviously the longer Code 80 goes on, the less green flag time you're going to have in order to make up those penalties.
Yeah, and now the race has actually started. I think people are going to be allowed to serve their penalties that they have, so that will allow them to do that. I think it was just the start of the race where they weren't allowed to serve them before the race actually started proper. Now the race has begun, we can see people serve penalties in the Code 80, and it actually is a bit of a godsend for anyone who does, which is literally half the field, because now there's not going to lose as much time.
Indeed, and that time could be important towards the end of the race. You never know. We've still got 3 3/4 hour racing time of racing here, and that is time saved by doing this under Code 80 may be vital at the end of the race.
Yeah, I don't think they have a choice anyway. I think we're about to be disqualified if they don't send them this lap by R-Factor 2 anyway. So it's got to be done.
Indeed, because obviously maybe get Hound to do the penalty again is always better than being disqualified. At least you want to be there at the end of the race.
Yeah, again, as I say, I think it was just for the start of the race, so it should all be fine now. Roy Schroten, one of the big gainers out of this, up in a P4 for Fanatic Drag Racing.
Indeed, a very good start from him. I believe he was 6th to begin with, and is 6th to begin with. So that's a couple of places up for him, and that's very good. He's past Jacobs, so he's essentially in P2 now. So that's a very good start for Schroten. Jacobs maintaining his position in 5th, and Russo in the South African car in 6th, just behind him. But of course, we've only had about 2 sectors of racing yet. We really don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and that is not been a good start for GNS. I mean, they've got to serve 300 plus seconds of damage now with Jamie Otis saying that Justin Gordon in the pits now serving those 300 plus seconds of damage. It's not good for them, and
but at least it's under Code 80, so it's
at
less
least it's under Code 80. But it won't be for much longer as we're going back to green flag racing. So here we go then. For the second time of asking, we are green. Erhan Jakowski leads. Nico Barkley in the pits in all this. Celso Gomez too. Roy Shorten will come in. They are saving their penalties. Shorten does not have a penalty. Now it's Virus versus Drake for the race lead. Daniele Canestracci then coming out of the pits and has done so ahead of the Virus car. Although Canestracci now I think a lap down.
He is indeed a full lap down, and that just goes to show how damaging these penalties can be. He's going to have to get through.
Gets through on Canestracci there with the short.
First four.
Yeah, Shorten through on Canestracci there, and nothing really bad happening in that sense. I'm just trying to keep an eye on affairs further down the field as well. David Hunt and Nico Barkley going at it for P7 as well. And yeah, this is all going on at the moment. And these cars, Boyd Bryson's got another stop go assigned to him. So that will possibly be the backlog of penalties cleared now, because we are 17 minutes into the race.
Indeed, hopefully it will be. So we start to get an idea in about 5 minutes time of where everyone actually is and what the actual running order is, because it's been a little bit mixed up at the moment. It's been a little bit false because people have had to serve penalties.
Yeah, Roy Shorten now 2.5 seconds off Erhan Jakowski here. I don't think he's been able to keep pace with the Virus car, but he's holding a solid little run so far. Canestracci currently in front of Sean Jacobs, but moves out of the way as he moves out of the way. Gabriel Grosso, and we got another code 80. What is this about now? We got another one.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80 and 4.
I'm just wondering what's happened because I can't see anyone stopped on the track.
Yeah, I can't see anyone either. What is this being about? I don't see... Oh, is it David Beranek who's got no front bumper? Yeah, that might be it, but he's already at the pit lane, so I don't know why that would be. I think DNS are happy that's coming to the code 80, because now they lose even less time.
Indeed, he hasn't had any penalties to serve, so unfortunately it looks like that might have just been... Oh, there we go, there's a... That's the front bumper gone into space, and it's went across the track and has landed on the track on the other side of the S's. That's not very good. And he was stuck perpendicular on the track there, so I think the code 80 was the right call of action there.
Yeah, Jorge Fernandez as well, I think, has lost the front bumper too in the 117 car, so that might be why, but yeah. That is interesting to see at least. Looking up and down the order, April Dillon's up to 7th. That is a great start from the Atlantic Motorsport, all things considered.
I believe she started 16th or so. So that's an amazing, 9-10 places advanced, which is a very good start, despite the fact that we've only had about 1 2/3 laps of green flag action so far.
Well, you cannot say that VLMS does not throw up surprises. I'm not seeing any repairs to that GNS car, mind, although it might just be my graphical problem coming up here. Maybe just that it hasn't showed up yet, because I have no reason to believe Justin Gordon would not leave the pits without that damage being fixed. But it hasn't updated yet.
Indeed, because you really need your entire, you need all of the bodywork, really at any track, but round here at Road
Oh no, I don't think it has been fixed. It's crabbing a bit, that car.
Oh, that is damage. That might be the end for that car.
Well, none of them get it fixed, but the car seems to still be damaged and they're out on track. I don't know whether it's just been a problem, whether Justin Gordon's accidentally skipped the repairs, or whether they never said it in the first place. I have no idea.
And we will come back to green flag in 10 seconds.
And yet, for some reason, we're going back to green flag racing. Wow. Interesting. Well,
5, 4,
yep, we are going back to green then.
2, 1, green flag.
Justin Gordon, I think it's just going to have to be nice and careful here to avoid any potential problems.
Indeed, because you don't want to take anyone out, because the ban hammer will come out from the stewards.
Yeah, Jamie Otis saying car was released without repairs, so now he's just going to sensibly get it back, and this has negated any sort of advantage they would have had.
Indeed, and the 114 Spirit appears to be out completely.
Yeah, I'm just looking down the order, and they've been disqualified, the 114. I don't think they saved the penalty in time.
114 did have 3 penalties to serve, so if they haven't done it in time, that's them out of the race. That's disaster for them, out of the race within the first 20 minutes.
That is not a good start for that car. But a lot of action going up down the front of the track as well. Lucas Wirtz versus April Dillon for P5. This is going on here, and Wirtz Dillon, it's Blackhawk versus Atlantic. Both going for it, and while GNS say the repair's all set this time, so they come back into the pits again. But unlucky that this has happened now for them. Not sure how it happened, says Jamie Otis, but very unfortunate for them. But it is just one of the pitfalls of endurance racing. Sometimes these things happen.
Indeed, and just looking at the overall order, Ryan in the 151 car, the Ramada Motorsport, which of course won last time out at Montreal, he's 11th overall. That's an awesome start from them, and Muller just half a second behind them. That's an awesome start for the GT cars.
Yeah, a great start for them, and Fernandez in the pits with damage, Simakar in with damage, Gordon in with damage. Rain has started again! Rain has kicked up again here at Road Atlanta, so it's not over yet.
Wet, dry, wet, dry, wet, dry. We're having everything here at Road Atlanta. People are coming in serving penalties. They might want to come in to change tyres again. It is absolute chaos in the first 20 minutes. So Luke Walsh setting the fastest lap of the race so far, 1:16.8, but that's not very representative.
Yeah, it is wet and dry. It's like a malfunctioning laundrette here at Road Atlanta. It's all sorts of unpredictable conditions, and well, the only predictable thing is that we've got battles up and down the track. We've got a three-way tie for P5 between Wirtz, Gomez and Dillon. Dillon has been passed by Gomez, and Gomez is now trying to get past Wirtz, who's got Kwiatkowski as the GT in the way. It's not going to happen for Celso, and April can't get past either, so interesting scrap for P5 here.
Indeed, it's very close. You've got to be careful in the rain in the opening minutes of the race. You don't want to damage your car at all. So this is a vital transaction between these cars.
Yeah, vital transaction here indeed. Has to be done. Needs to be sorted. Wirtz versus Gomez on now. Gomez down the inside. Here he is. He's going to charge down the inside. Contact with Wirtz. And Craig Wirtz goes into the wall, unfortunately. I don't think any damage has happened, but it was a bit of a risky manoeuvre, and he has now gone off the track, Lucas Wirtz there. Now has to try and struggle up the uphill, and just about gets it done.
Oh, it looked like the passing car just completely outbraked
himself. Gomez can't get up the gravel. He's having to go in reverse, and he's got no front bumper.
Oh, that's terrible. It just looked like Gomez had just went too far. Just braked too late as we have another car off. This is chaos absolutely everywhere. It looked like we've got a car having a roller coaster, and it just looked like Gomez went far too late into the braking zone and just left the car on the outside, nowhere to go.
At this rate, I wouldn't put it past the GT to win. I really wouldn't.
It is absolute chaos at the moment. Anything could happen, and we're only 22 minutes into this race.
Yeah, this is just one of the most crazy races I've ever commentated on for sure. Now Luke Walsh and April Dillon going at it for P4 and P5. Walsh down the inside of Dillon here. I don't think she can really do anything about it. Just got to let Luke Walsh get on with this one, unfortunately. She can brake late, but doesn't want to risk anything. No, Walsh gets through nice and easy, and that's how you overtake at that corner.
Indeed, an absolute textbook move. Just what you want to do in that corner, and of course a clean pass, which means he can go if he wants to go in there.
Oh, Azevedo's looking through the traffic to try and get past Dillon into turn one. It's not going to work out for Ricardo. Tried to look round, it didn't quite work. Maybe could have gotten through, but decided against it. It was close to the GT, and had he caused an accident, we would have seen yet another code 80. But Azevedo does not do that, and is going to wait his turn.
Indeed, you really have to wait your turn, especially through the first part of this lap, because there really is nowhere to go.
Yeah, props to Michael Muller, who's in 13th at the moment in that GT, the no-limit motorsport car. He's pulling away from Kevin Ryan. These wet conditions helping that Corvette.
Indeed, because the Corvette, although it has less power, it is heavier, which really does help in these wet conditions.
Oh, I'm just seeing the GNS car coming into the pits again, and they're just being clouted into by Gomez, who's now had to reverse and go around them, but I don't know whether the damage hasn't fixed again, or this is just them coming in for a different pit stop.
Oh, it's just going from bad to worse to even worse to horrific for the GNS car. They can get no luck at all.
No, it wasn't their race in the first race, it's not their race in the second, and yet they're still here, you know. They're getting so much happening to them, and yet they're still going. You have to admire that. As Alessandro Peretti has had a bit of an excursion down in 16th, but that's not of any really interest to any major battles going on at the moment, although there is a battle going on between Cesari and Mella, and in the same corner is Dylan got overtaken. Mella starting to catch up on Cesari. Russo goes up ahead. Russo has no front wing. Rear wing, sorry.
Oh, it's absolute chaos here in the first 25 minutes of Road Atlanta. There is absolutely everything going off. You can't keep any front.
Russo is in the pits though.
Wheels, cars going in the barrier. There's absolute chaos.
Yep, Gabriel is in the pits. It looks like heavy damage to that car, but he's not threatening anybody at the moment. No need to pull out a code 80 because he is safely in the pits. So that is fine for Russo, but it's big damage for them to repair. And looking further around the field, we've got the likes of Tchaikovsky, Shorten. Shorten still second. That is impressive.
That is a wonderful. Of course, they qualified sixth in the dry session. But of course, the dry qualifying session and this wet race session, they really don't correlate against each other. So you could have some cars that were little worse in the dry that are far better in the rain, or you could have cars that were awesome in qualifying but are horrific in the wet.
Well, I tell you what, April Dillon is having to go on, and Ricardo Azevedo here. She's trying to catch up again, trying to go for a move herself, and in these wet conditions, I wouldn't put it past her because it can be tricky for if anyone makes a mistake here. But she's closing in, you know. She is closing in.
Barclay closing in on this battle. He's just set the fastest lap of the race so far, so it could very soon become a three-way fight for that 5th place.
Yeah, gets through the realist racing car of Mike Bowell there. No problems for Barkley. He's had a good race, definitely. And no problems there. David Jones moved up to 8th from 18th. 10 places up for that EVA racing car.
Again, like what I said before, you could have cars that are not so good in the dry, but are good in the wet. Again, you might have good wet drivers, so you might have decided to put a good wet driver at the beginning of the race. So you have to look at the weather conditions in advance, the forecast, and decide if people are good in certain conditions, where you're going to put them.
Yeah, and I know for certain, I can see in the team speak below me at least, they have Chris Williamson racing down there. Maybe Williams will be getting a call. We saw at Montreal, Chris is not the fastest driver out there, but he's solid, and that's sometimes in the rain what you need.
That's all you need, especially in the wet. It's kind of survival of the fittest, survival of the fastest, who doesn't go off, because of course you have to keep it on that tarmac in order for you even to be there at the end of the race. Yeah,
he is a solid, reliable driver. And oh, we've had a problem. Lucidi off and reversing onto the track. Yeah, that is not good for Lucidi.
That is not safe at all.
Now down into, I can't even see, but further down the order, definitely 23rd. 23rd is Lucidi.
That's not good. Reversing straight onto the racing line, that has to be looked at surely.
Yep, and back into the pits goes Lucidi, and well, indeed, into the pits now, all safely there, but it has been a crazy start to this race. David Baradek trying to get past some prototypes and GTs ahead of Tchaikovsky, race leader, and Baradek has got a fight of his own against Daniele Pizzo, but he's got to let the race leader through after just half an hour.
Indeed, it is a very short track here. It's only, in the dry, it's only 70 seconds. That is no time at all. So if you lose a little bit of time, that's you being lapped almost instantly.
Yeah, and the rain has helped this. I mean, 12 places, code 80s, and the likes of that. And I tell you this, Chris Graham in that slide ride car is 30th, not last anymore.
Not last anymore. We saw him be very far off the pace at the beginning of the race, so that in qualifying at least, so that wasn't good. But he's managed to get some positions up, whether that's through penalties or whether through other people having misfortunes. He's starting to climb this a little bit up there.
Well, from my own personal experience, my race pace and qualifying pace are very similar, so I always seem to come good in the race, and maybe that's where Chris Graham is coming good. Maybe he's more of a racer than he is a qualifier, and that's helping slide right at this moment in time.
Indeed, because even though qualifying is good, it's awesome being on pole. However, these are 4-hour races, and later on the season, the next race I believe is going to be 6 hours at Sebring, so that's going to be a little bit longer, so possibly a little bit more of a challenge for these drivers, and then finishing off with 12 hours at Le Mans, and that is the ultimate test for these drivers in the virtual Le Mans series.
Yeah, that is a VEC standard race length, 6 hours, so these will be getting normal VEC race as a special event. You know, really starting to test these drivers in the virtual Le Mans series over the full VEC race distance. But guys like Luke Walsh, you know, and all these drivers are used to VEC race distances anyway, so...
The GNS car is back out after his damage. He's put into the track. He's in 36th position overall, 9 laps behind the leader already, so it really hasn't been a good start for him, but at least they're back out.
Yeah, Jamie Otis saying it's a bit of an uphill struggle for them now. Well, we'll support you every step of the way, that's for certain. Struggle is the best part sometimes, trying to fight back and claw back what you can from a race that hasn't gone your way. 9 laps obviously down, and that's not going to help them, but they can make the best of what they can. I have faith. Never stop fighting, indeed.
Indeed, at the end of in these races, it's just about being there at the end. I've done races like that. I'm sure you've done races like that as well. It all just comes down to being there at the end.
Yeah, I mean, I've finished in races where I've gotten high positions just by being with one of the finishers. I was in a 20-car Formula 1 race once, and I was 5th, the last finisher, and I got 5th. So that's how much it can count.
Indeed, keeping it on the black stuff is often far more important than being quick, especially in the wet.
Yeah, that can be the key sometimes to winning. And Cody again! I thought I saw a car going off. I thought I saw a car going off somewhere.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cody in
back into Cody. He's down here in the pit, so it's no front wing, no rear wing. Got the Formula 4 going into that Witchwood car. And I thought I saw a car going off. It might have been that one.
Indeed, it does indeed look like the Witchwood car.
Yep, no front left wheel either.
Oh, that's got to be race over for them, surely. We can't come back from that.
What actually happened? I'm going to go back on the replay and see here, because there was an incident somewhere, and that's caused the damage to be done. I don't know where it was, but had no front wing and no front bumper rear wing for a while, but
it looks like, did he just lose it at turn 6? Just lost the back end completely and went sliding into the wall.
Oh, hang on. I think there was no front left and no front bumper before they went off at 6. I don't know what happened, but what was it? Yeah, that's been going on for pretty much a full lap. And oh, I think they just overshot the first turn and then went straight into the wall.
Oh, that's very easy to do at this circuit.
Get ready, we will come back to green flag in 10 seconds.
Turn 1 is very difficult as we start to come back to green.
Daniele Pizzo has Austin Powers it in the pits.
5, 4.
He's actually stuck it sideways and can't get through.
1, green flag.
I know a couple of drivers that often do that, mostly accidentally. It's absolutely terrible if you manage to Austin Powers it.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate. They're going to lose loads of time now because of that. And oh, Pedro Lopez and Alessandro Buotti get a bit jiggly there in the GTs. At the moment, P16 and P17. Lopez goes, well, lets Canestrati through, loses the position now. That's Tony Miller through as well. Buotti gets through though. And, well, it must be said, 4th place at the moment, the Speedy Mike car. From 1st to almost last to 4th against Miroslav Davidovic. So, good running from Sean Jacobs.
Indeed, it's a very strong run so far. Obviously qualified in 6th position, I believe. So it's a good qualifying session. He's managed to maintain his place.
Sorry, I think Davidovic is the GT driver. Yeah, that is Protti's car. Yep, sorry about that. In the yep, that is the 171 car there. Although Speedy might are having a good race too.
They are indeed. Like I say, they qualified in 6th. Managed to do very well, staying in 4th, and this could be a very good race for them.
It could be, yeah, and it could be a good run for the 171 as well, with Davidovic, I think, is driving that car. So, yep, that is the Davidovic car. So, yep, 1st to almost last to 4th, very good run there. And I can tell you now, the highest placed GT at the moment is still Muller in 12th. So, a while off having a GT lead, but it could happen.
It could happen, you just never know. There's still 3.5 hours to go, but you never know what's going to happen in the virtual Le Mans series.
Yeah, or endurance racing in general. I always say you can never call it till the end. And this is why.
Indeed, well, you just saw Le Mans this year. Toyota dying in the last seconds of the race. You just never know what's going to happen in endurance racing.
Yeah, it's just it is the constant that it is never constant. You never know what is going to happen, and that is the one thing that is always the same. It's kind of a bit of a sort of mishmashy sort of this is a discrepancy sort of contradiction, but it's just what makes endurance racing so great, really. And I'm sure that the likes of Jankowski are happy with where they are in P1 and Roy Shorten in P2. Shorten again hasn't had the pace of Jankowski, but it's been a solid race from the Dutchman so far. He will hope to keep this up as we have crossed the 37-minute mark.
He's keeping up with Jankowski actually at the moment. He's not falling that far back because he appears to be going very slow in the. Oh no, that's just the track map not being updated enough. But he seems to be staying with Jankowski. Although it being about 10-12 seconds behind, he seems to be staying with him.
Yeah, seems to be staying with him quite well here, and yeah, all seems to be going well at the moment for Jankowski, even though he's leading. A bit of traffic to deal with now at the moment, but not quite that bad at the moment.
With 37 cars running at the moment round this very short track, there's going to be traffic everywhere. It's like having F1 at one of
Oh, we're going to car stopped on track! I think that was the sideways car with Chris Graham. Luckily, there is damage. Chris Graham had stopped and spun. Luckily, everyone avoided him. I think it was just safe.
There has been a touch between Graham and another car.
Oh, yeah, there was a crash ahead. I think Graham locked the rears. I think that was kind of Strachey who got involved.
Oh,
yeah, kind of Strachey in the pits now. Yeah, Chris Graham, though, did the sensible thing by not moving. It was a precarious enough situation as it is. He just stayed there and everyone avoided him.
Indeed, he was in fact just below the crest of that hill. That's the worst place for cars to be.
Yeah, it is not a good place, but staying there was the best option. Fair play to Graham for that. I thought there might have been an accident with him, but he just stayed there and did the right thing.
Indeed, when you're stuck sideways in the track like that, it's the racers' worst nightmares. We have Mella in the pits, along with Dylan as well. They must be making their first pit stops.
Yeah, these will probably be scheduled pit stops or slightly earlier ones than planned. The gap between Jankowski and Shorten has come down to 13.7 from 15 or so seconds, so maybe you were right in saying Jankowski has slowed down. But yeah, it's come down to 12.8 again. Roy Shorten is the faster car.
Indeed, and it comes to this thing again, you might have good wet drivers. Again, Jankowski, he might be trying to push as much of the gap as he wants, and therefore maybe pushing too hard, getting slightly squirrely, maybe running slightly wide somewhere. So it's again this risk-reward type of situation. How fast you want to go, but how much are you going to risk for it?
Well, I'll tell you this. Only 7 cars on the lead lap at the moment. After 40 minutes of racing, Claudio Castari, David Judge, Sean Jacobs, Nico Barkley, Luke Walsh, Roy Shorten and Jankowski, all those lead cars. You're at the 6th is impressive.
Indeed, it's been a very good showing from the Treble 1 car. They finished 9th last time out of Montreal, so moving up to 6th is a very good start. But of course, you say just 7 cars on the lead lap after 40 minutes of racing. It really hasn't been. It's maybe only been about 20-25 minutes of racing.
Well, officially there's been 40, but in practice there's only been about 20, correct? Because of the code 80s at the start and the code 80s we've had through the race. But yeah, maybe this is why people are coming into the pits now.
Indeed, they might be trying to work out where they're going to be at the end of the race and then backfeeling, and they've decided that this is the point where can comfortably finish the rest of the race in maybe 2, 3, 4 stops.
Yeah, and
Jankowski sets the fastest lap of the race in the lead of 14.2. That is an awesome lap.
Yeah, great lap. That is a fantastic one. 1:14.2 sets Jankowski, and yeah, fastest lap of the race. No problem there for the virus driver.
Indeed, no, just staying there in the lead, knowing what he has to do, keeping the pace, keeping the gap, just trying to protect that car in this vital part of the race. Just trying to protect that car for his teammates later on.
Yeah, that's all he's got to do. All he's got to do is keep it there and keep it square and do not get the car in such a position where it's not as good for the rest of his teammates. But at the same time, he's got to hold the lead. But he's doing that well enough from short. He's gone up to 18.6 seconds. Justin Gordon starting to make inroads on the rest of the field in that GNS car. He's gotten past a couple and is now chasing down Jorge Fernandez.
Indeed, even though it's the wet, we still have a couple of very close battles around this track, and it's
oh, Russell out! Hey, Russell out because of an accident, and that is the
oh, that's terrible.
Yep, the Mellow Motorsport car out. No rear left wing on that car, and no bonnet either. May just have absolutely KO'd it. And Russell had contact with Schroten. I think he was coming left, but must have clipped Schroten. Roy Schroten came off scot-free, but Lee Russell out.
That is terrible for Russell. He was in 3rd place, I believe, in the GT class. That is an absolutely terrible result for them. Of course, as I was saying earlier, it's very hard for the P2 cars to overtake these GT cars around here, and that just shows the perils of it.
Well, in general, it is the P2's responsibility, with the GT trying to make it as good as possible. That will be looked at by the race stewards after the race, I'm sure, but for the moment, at least, Roy Shorten's still second.
Indeed, he's managed to get off. He's been quite lucky there. He's been very lucky to not spin off himself or get any damage from that contact.
Yeah, he has still kept going here. No visible damage to that Drake car, and they will still be going in this race. So, yeah, Jadowski is still running in first, as he does. And, well, Roy is like 17.6 seconds behind Luke Walsh, Nico Barkley. The gaps are starting to increase now. Lee Russell's trying to get back into the race, but I doubt he'll be able to.
Indeed, that looked like pretty terminal damage for him. That was a massive hit, and there's nothing to protect him there. It was just a straight concrete wall. That was a massive hit for Russell in that Fanatec car. Or in that Mellow car, Motorsports car.
Yeah, massive hit for him, I doubt. Yep, he has left again. That is it, over. Done for Mellow Motorsports for this race. Very unfortunate end to said race, and, well, all they can do now is look forward to Sebring, I guess.
Indeed, Sebring is on the 28th of January, I believe, so that's in a good 6 weeks' time. So hopefully, sorry, that might be more than 6 weeks, that might even be 7 weeks' time. So hopefully they can get together, get good practice there, and be able to actually show their true potential.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit interesting.
Mellow Motorsports had an accident at Montreal as well. I believe they came together with a stricken P2 car in Montreal. So they really have not had the best of start to the season, rather like GNS.
Yeah, they have not had the best start of the season, but it's how you finish the season, not necessarily how you started, although the start can be important times. The finish and longer play in the season, the long game can be important too, you know, in a long season like this.
Indeed, we've got 6 races in this championship. This is the second of them, so you're starting to run out of time if you want to make any impact on the standings. Especially having 2 DNFs, 2 non-scores is really going to hurt you.
Yeah, it is going to hurt, even though there's the rest of the season. 2 non-scores really starts to stack up and really dampen chances of a team's championship. And of course, remember, the best teams from the LMS generally get invited up to VEC, so crucial for that.
Indeed, and I do believe the winners of the P2 class and the winners of GT get invited to the VEC 24 Hours Le Mans, if I remember correctly.
Apparently, Sean has a drive-through set by the live steward. Yep, 30-second stop and hold for that incident.
The 30-second stop and hold, that's really going to hurt them, because in real times that's possibly going to be about 50 seconds. So that's going to drop them off the lead lap. That's going to drop them down to 6th or 7th in class.
Yeah, so that is unfortunate, and well, it shows we can have live penalties now, which is always good to have. Roy Shorten then will have to serve this within the next 5 laps. I assume that Dre car will serve it as soon as possible, but in fact, as he comes around, he's not serving it this lap, so maybe not.
Indeed, you've got to decide whether you want to take it as soon as possible, or whether you want to wait a couple of laps.
Yeah,
As I
gotta
believe
wait
Gomez
and
just
see.
set the fastest lap of the race, a 13.9.
Yep. In fact, that is Gomez doing that. Yep, so Celso Gomez putting his name in the hat now. He wants a crack at the action. He wants to try and catch up.
Indeed, and he's down in 11th place at the moment, and he's a 39 seconds behind the car in front of him. So he's still got a little bit of way to increase any places. But if he keeps on going at this pace, he's going to catch them in no time.
Yep. Should do indeed, and we'll just see exactly how this goes. And well, of course, that's the penalty now for the Drake car to serve. But the likes of the other cars behind will be fighting for positions as well. I expect Damajun will not probably go ahead, even though it's about 45-50 seconds. He is not that close to the Drake car to gain any position.
Indeed, it's going to be very close between the two of those to see if he doesn't get that position. But it's going to drop Schroten down at least 2 places, possibly even more.
Yeah, this is not going to help the Dutchman or the Drake team, but it is what it is, unfortunately. And, well, 48 minutes into this race, although we haven't had 48 minutes of racing, looks like all has calmed down now a little bit more. And Jadowski can just get on with the task in hand of putting this lead away. Although there's a battle going on for second, which Schroten will probably drop soon, Luke Walsh is right there, so maybe it's time to serve that penalty.
Indeed, you don't want to lose any time on track. You're going to lose a lot more in the pits.
Yeah, maybe he wants to serve this lap with Walsh being this close and closing. Will want to just get it out of the way, get Luke Walsh ahead and chase him down again after he makes the stop. In fact, Walsh is going to go for it. Walsh is looking to go for it into 10A, and he's got through 9. Hasn't even given Schroten the chance to defend. He just goes straight through. Roy Schroten is helpless. And now they've got to be thinking about making the penalty happen.
Indeed, you've already lost time behind someone else, so you might as well
and he
try
hasn't
to lose any more time.
He hasn't gone in.
I would start coming in now.
Oh, and I'll tell you why. Luke Walsh has got traffic to deal with, and Roy Schroten thinks he can make advantage. It's not happened though. Now he's stuck behind Matthias Grau, who he then gets through on. Maybe he's just leaving it till the very last moment.
Indeed, again, it's one of these strategies. What do you want to do? Do you want to stay out and try and gain as much time as possible before you have to serve that penalty, or do you want to serve it as soon as possible so you can just get it over and done with?
Yeah, only about 2 seconds, 1.5 seconds between the two, but he's stuck behind Van Nink. But he's got through now as Roy Schroten. He is through on Vaclav in the core team car. Now we can get back to trying to chase down Luke Walsh, but the gap is quite big now. Really, I think if it were me, I'd be serving the penalty now.
Indeed, because of course in this wet weather, you still don't know what's going to happen. Maybe he's waiting for a code 80. Maybe he's just waiting as long as he can for a code 80 so he doesn't lose as much time as Jaszowski does the fastest lap of the race in the lead with a 13.5. Either it started raining again, I believe. Rain has started to come back down.
Yeah, well, either way, if it's not enough, then the track could be drying up, and that could be why he's going quicker. If the rain...
It could start be drying up, and of course the car will be getting lighter on fuel now because it's starting to reach the end of its stint, so you might be able to see faster laps now.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Schroten's getting any closer to Walsh. Maybe he's just holding out to see if there will be a code 80 in this section of time. I don't think there will be myself. I think it's calmed down enough now. But a couple of cars still in the pits at the moment, but again, everything seems to become a little bit calmer now at road, and people starting to settle in.
Indeed, you're just starting to get into the rhythm. You're just starting to get to what it feels now. Even though the conditions are being slightly changeable, it's starting to get a little bit drier. Then it got a little bit wetter again. But you're going to have to be looking. The GT cars will be making their stops, certainly, possibly within the next 15 minutes or so. And that you might be able to start seeing some driver changes there. So it might be difficult for these drivers to get accustomed to the new conditions, these wet, changeable conditions.
Yeah, might still be going, and well, Erhan Jachovski's having no problem whatsoever. He's about to come on and lap April Dillon, who's already in 2 laps down, about to come 3 laps down. but he's gotten past quite a bit of traffic to do so. He just seems to be splicing the traffic really easily here.
Indeed, when you've got an awesomely fast car, it's easy to dice through the traffic. Again, you have to be careful. You've got to make sure that you don't damage that car at all.
Yeah, because that is the worst thing that could possibly happen as Roy Shorten finally comes in to save the penalty. This will dump the Drake car down a fair bit. I think they're actually doing a pit stop at the same time, if that's possible.
Indeed, it might just be like a 30-second penalty. You have in Formula 1, you can serve it on your next pit stop, but I'm not sure if it'll have to come in again. I'm not quite sure whether you have to do that or not. I do have Barkley setting a personal fastest lap and passing Schroden in the pits as he's serving that penalty.
Yep, and Barkley goes through, Sean Jacobs threatening to go through, and there is a chance that they're just serving the penalty at the same time if you're allowed to do it, but if not, then they'll have to go around again.
Indeed, and, here comes Jacobs coming out of turn B over the crest of the hill and back sweeping down into 12. So it looks like he's losing a position to him as well.
Apparently the cameras are on Kevin Ryan, and this is because he's chasing Matthias Grau for a significant position in GTs. This is for third, I think, or fourth in GTs, and well, Kevin Ryan giving it all he can give at the moment and trying to chase down that car of Grau, and down the inside of both of them tries to go Nico Barkley, only gets past Ryan, and now Grau is going to have to let Barkley through as well. Lucas Wirtz has left the game because of an accident, and what was that about? Oh, Wirtz went round, I think, and yeah, there was an incident. Oh, what it was is Wirtz was on the other side of the track. I think he'd gone off after a spin. Yeah, Wirtz had gone off after a spin, and then, oh, he just rejoined into Bryson.
That is,
and he's out.
That is absolutely terrible. It looks like he's just lost traction on the grass, trying to keep it going on the grass. He's stuck halfway across the track. He's just pulled out straight in front of the GT car. There's nothing Bryson could do there.
Yeah, and he's got damage now as well.
There was absolutely nothing Bryson could do there, and that is all on Wirtz. There's nothing that Bryson could do there in the GT car.
Yeah, I was in an incident very similar to that yesterday. Someone just pulled out in front of us and I couldn't go anywhere. I don't expect Bryson in any way was at fault for that. Just a bit of a mistiming from Wirtz there, which has unfortunately damaged the South African as he now comes into the pits.
Indeed, that hopefully that hasn't hindered Bryson that much, but it did look like quite a hefty hit.
Yeah, it looked like a pretty heavy hit, and that SimRace South Africa car being put down now. Unfortunately, further down the order. Wirtz is out of the race though, so.
Indeed, at least, but the stewards will obviously look at that later on, and obviously apply a penalty if they see fit.
Oh, the 7 cars going down the start finish at once. Yeah, Jajovski makes contact with the GNS car, I think. Oh, one of them there, just a slight tap, nothing major, but 7 cars at once was never going to work round there. Luckily, no damage to the GNS car. That is the positive thing. But Jajovski, even for someone as talented as him, 7 cars down the main straight is difficult.
Indeed, when you've got the cars as close as this round such a tight track, you really have to be careful. This is not going to work. 5 into the same corner. Come on, please be sensible.
Oh, it seems to have worked after all. Wow, this is crazy.
It's some awesome lapping around here, some awesome passing, and of course, because of the speed differential between the cars, there's a good 8 seconds difference between them. You are going to get these things where the P2 cars are far faster than the GT cars at certain points in the track.
Yeah, you're going to have points where the speed is such as you just have all of the overtaking happening at once. I'd be very scared if it were me in that position. That's why I don't really do endurance racing much. But yeah, Jajovski gets through nice and easily there.
Yes, I cannot stress how difficult multi-class racing is. It is very difficult to try and go around slower cars, but also slower cars within your class. It is very difficult. Eyes have got to be on stops all the time to be able to see what the other cars are doing and to be able to pass these cars safely.
Oh, I've just seen in the comments 10 minutes of damage for the SimRace South Africa car. That's 10 laps, basically.
Indeed, it's about 1 minute 20 a lap at the moment for the GT car, so that's going to be a good 8 laps down for them.
Yep, and that is going to hurt them seriously, and I expect if there is a penalty for that Blackhawk car, it'll be a bigger one for next round now, because they can't do anything about it this round.
Indeed, the biggest penalty we saw this time round was a stop and hold 60 seconds for contact. Will they get another stop and hold 60, or will they have an even bigger penalty? We'll just have to see.
Yeah, I mean, the hardest thing on multiclass racing, you'd probably imagine, is traffic, really.
And we come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
Code 80 in 10 seconds. What's this about? We got another code 80 going on. What is this? Someone must have damage somewhere along the line.
Oh, that's a P2 car.
2, 1, code 80 enforced.
Which one is it? I'm trying to look.
A P2 car in the barriers. It looks like coming at the. It looks like coming at the top of the S's at about turn 3.
I think that's the SimRace South Africa of Jason Holden Jones. Yeah.
Oh, it's not been a good 2 minutes for the South African team.
Yeah, Jason Holden Jones. What actually happened there? Holden Jones. Oh, he just went off at turn 1 by his own accord. Got a bit squiggly and into the barriers.
Indeed, turn 1 is one of the most difficult corners on this track. It's sweeping. It's very, very fast. It's actually slightly faster than it seems. It's slightly slower than it seems, I should say. It's very deceiving, and it just looks like he just went too fast and slid into the barrier sideways, and that has got to be a large amount of damage for the South African car.
Yeah, the SRSA car will have some damage to repair now, of course. But you see, that one was just a genuine mistake from Holden Jones. Just lost it, and it's so easy to do that.
It is extremely easy to do at several points around this track because a lot of corners are deceiving, and even the corners that are not deceiving, that you can see clearly, there is very, very little room for error at any of these corners, especially up through the S's. If you get one wheel wrong, that has to be your race over.
Yeah, it is. That is just one wheel wrong can't really hurt things, as we saw with Holden Jones there. Puts a wheel wrong, gets a spin on, then he can't recover. You know, through pretty much, admittedly his own fault, but it's so easy to do that. You can't really blame him.
Especially in this wet grass as well. The grass will be slick. There is no traction at all on the grass, so he will just go straight into the barriers without slowing down at all.
Yeah, and it's not easy to slow down on the grass. That's why he took such a heavy impact. And lots of cars taking the chance now. David Bernick and David Judd and Sean Jacobson getting effectively a free pit stop. Although it's not a free pit stop because you lose time. It's a lot less expensive than it would be usually.
Indeed, I know the GT cars can do a good 63 to 67 minutes on a full tank of fuel. So this will be GT cars coming in and doing their driving swaps and doing their tyre changes and doing their fuel as well, so they can lose less time out on track. And I believe the LMP2 cars can do about 45 minutes each. So if they pit now, that will mean that they are 3 stops to the end.
Yeah, Junt has gone up in the 5th and all this, and he leapfrogged the car behind David Baranek, so the Basilia car getting one out there, and yeah, effectively less expensive holiday. It is basically the Christmas sales of the VLMS.
We come back to green flag in 10
less expensive
seconds.
pit stops, green flag racing in 10 seconds though. Good thing that they made the stops now.
Indeed, you try and want to lose as little time as possible on the track.
2,
and
1,
we are
green
go
flag.
again here in VLMS. David Junt with a good.
I do believe that Junt, Barnick, and Azevedo are all in the same train.
Yeah, Junt, Baranek, Azevedo, all in
And
the same
Jacobs,
train here.
and Jacobs is behind them as well.
Dawn Jacobs is not far behind either. In fact, I'd like to welcome a guest to the booth. I'd like to bring along Mr. Darryl Russell. Hello, Darryl. Thank you for joining us. Been a mental race so far. Well, if Darryl is actually there, that is.
It has been so mental he can't speak. He's absolutely speechless.
Quite literally, I think so. Yeah, that has been a bit of a crazy race for us, and yeah, it's not been the most. Well, oh yeah, we do have Darryl with us. Hi.
Yeah, I've just been catching some of it on the broadcast before I joined, and it's been looking pretty eventful. The rain seems to be catching a lot of the drivers out so far.
Yeah, it has been a bit of a interesting one so far, and yeah, lots of drivers being caught out by things, lots of drivers having mistakes, lots of code 80s, and now we've got this battle for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th between Azevedo, Beranek and Yunt at the moment. Yunt under threat from Beranek coming into turn 6 here, and Beranek is going to try and look, but he's not going to get anything done on the Swiss. And it's all David Yunt through here. 7 isn't going to prove any better for Beranek. Azevedo's there too. Could this be a move into 10A and 10B from Beranek and potentially from Azevedo too?
It's absolutely awesome racing. Just think, we're a full hour into this race, and just think how much action that we've had so far, and we've still got another 3 times that.
Yep, here comes Beranek now on the inside, tries to barrel down the inside into 10A, but Yunt doesn't let him. He's got the defensive line sorted. Beranek helpless. Is he going to get it through 10B though? Contact between the two, but nothing comes of it. Azevedo goes through Beranek, and that has actually hurt Beranek by trying to go for it. Now Azevedo's going for Yunt as we come around into turn 1 again.
Indeed, you can start to see a dry line forming as well across the track, but with all these cars and wet tyres, do you want to stay on the racing line where it's dry? But of course, because it is wet, your tyres will start heating up, so you have to go across the wet to help.
Azevedo gets super close to Yunt there. This is getting really serious between these two. Eva Racing by Basilea and SimRacing.Club going at it 1-on-1. Now Azevedo's going to have a go into 6 here. Tries to go around the outside of Judd, not working for him. So you have to look down the inside of Judd into 7. Doesn't get the line, can't get the move done. Yunt will hold it for now, but will it be a sort of turn 10A manoeuvre from Azevedo on Yunt? They've got traffic to deal with at the moment, and Yunt is all sorts of defensive at the moment. He wants to hold things, and now we've got the GNS car in the top 30, which is fantastic. They're on the leaderboard. Come back from them. But it's all on Azevedo. Yunt now. Azevedo down the inside, outside. Where's he going to go? Can't choose at all, and he's not going to get it done now with that line. Azevedo cannot get past Yunt and has to hold 6th.
Indeed, absolutely chaotic racing here, and it is very close between all 4 of these cars. You just don't know. One mistake from the leader of this pack could cost you 3 places, and that's something that nobody wants.
Nobody wants that indeed, and David Yunt, especially not from P5, he does not want to make a single mistake. He's being chased left, right and centre by Azevedo on that SimRacing.Club car. He's got a SimRacing.Club up, he's up everywhere all the time. He's like, cannot get him out of his rear mirrors, and he's chasing and racing, and just, jeez. I've got so much, I can't stop talking.
It is so close between this. The car in the middle has a very tough...
Oh, here we go, Azevedo now down the outside of Yunt into 6. Is he going to make it work? Tries to brake, gets the brakes. Thank you very much. Goes through Azevedo, and Yunt really was helpless to stop that one. Fantastic manoeuvre from the SimRacing.Club car. Through he goes into P5, but David Yunt will not let this go because he's got David Beranek to deal with now. Beranek down the outside, down into the 1 into 10. This is going to be a double overtake.
Indeed, you've got a very difficult choice with the car in the middle, because you've got to attack and defend at the same time. You've got to decide what to do.
Yeah, Beranek deciding not to go for it in the end. I think he's just stayed behind, didn't have the run really, so it wasn't really much sense in going for it. He is now going to have a bit of run under Yunt into 1, but he would if he hadn't made a little mistake there and got a bit squiggly. Does not, and as such will not make a move into 1, but Yunt overtaken for 6 by Azevedo with a great move into 10A and 10B.
Indeed, a fantastic move there. The very textbook move. It's what you would expect in a chicane, but of course, because the chicane is so tight, it does present itself with the option for the switchback, which is another idea for you trying to overtake someone.
Is it deja vu all over again? Have we just been in this place before? Not necessarily. Now it's David Yunt going for Ricardo Azevedo into turn 6 when it was Azevedo going for Yunt before. Although I don't think Yunt with the traffic there is going to have as much of a chance. I think he's going to hold station and try through 10A and B.
Indeed, 10A and B is possibly the best passing point in this track, because you're coming from 300 kilometers an hour in these P2 cars down to 120. It's a massive braking zone. It's downhill. It's very difficult. You can easily look up your rears, and of course at the moment it's wet, so it's absolutely perilous to try passing down there.
Yep. Oh, to get past this traffic, he's having to go onto the grass to get through. And Beranek now, Beranek barrels down the inside of Teddy, gets through. Thank you very much, says David. I'm going to have you from the other David. And now double Davidception results in Yod going down to 7th. And now Sean Jacobs is not far behind either.
Indeed, you could just see how close it is between these four prototypes. These four prototypes, as Yunt, I believe, lost 2 places in what, 3 laps? It is so close between this pack at the moment for 5th through to 8th.
Yeah, this is an intense race in the P2s. We're not even focusing on the GTs. We should be focusing on the GTs. There's got to be something happening down there. But it's all about the P2s at the moment. Just this battle.
It is an absolutely amazing battle, and this is what we love about endurance racing. You have different strategies, you have different drivers, you have different cars, you've got different setups, and it all just comes to a head at some point or the other in every race.
I was going to say the GT card actually come into play in this P2 battle with the lapping them.
Yeah, it's all sorts of battling, lapping action going on here. David Berenek's going to get through Muller, through Grau, through Berenek. Muller and Grau themselves not battling for position, but they're battling to be lapping each other. And that is just how mixed up these cars are getting at the moment. I don't see any close GT battles, unfortunately, so we are going to have to stay with the prototypes. But still.
Indeed, it is again, it may come down to you having to use a GT car as a pit, trying to use it, trying to pass it in a almost tactical place, maybe trying to pass it through just before the S's through turn 1, because it's very difficult for a P2 car to overtake it, as we saw happened earlier with Russell in the Mellow car going into the wall through the S's. It's very difficult for a P2 car to pass there, so you may have to tactically pass a GT car in order to keep your rivals behind.
Yeah, this is got a very tactical battle going on, and obviously in that sense, there's a lot of things that have to happen. And David Young under threat from Sean Jacobs here. Jacobs and Young trying to go through each other on 6 and 7 here, and well, indeed, would be interesting to see how this goes. But Jacobs not getting it done yet.
Indeed, it's very again. It may seem there's a couple of massive braking zones, but it's very hard to pass here. There's not really any passing.
Oh, there he goes into Teddy again. I almost missed that. But Yunt there as well. Just he loses the position to Jacobs, but he's right on the back for a potential switch back further down the track. He's not going to try through 11 because it's a blind corner and he can't really try through 12. But into 1, Yunt could go here down the start finish straight here. I'm really channeling my Eddie Murray walking today, I must say that. But yep, Yunt and Jacobs both absolutely flying at each other, but nothing comes from that, unfortunately, for Yunt. Does not have the pace to keep up with Jacobs and Sean Jacobs, not Thomas Jacobs, it's Sean Jacobs who goes at the 6th.
It's a very good move there from Jacobs, but these P2 cars are still very close. It could still be anyone finishes P5 as we have a GT car off. It appears that's at the final corner.
Oh, we got a P2 with a sort of half slide as well. Peretti's had a half slide and has gone round with a half spin, but luckily he's sliding off the track rather than on it, and he's going to wait for the best possible moment of rejoining the track's clear, and he can do. But in fact, I think he's actually
second guessed himself. Code 80 in 10
seconds.
Code 80
in 10 seconds. Code 80 in 10 seconds. That might be because Peretti's having a difficult time rejoining it as well. Lost his rear wing!
3,
he's reversed into the wall and lost his rear wing!
Code 80 and 4th.
Absolutely terrible for that car! It's all going off! Oh my goodness, what a mistake to make!
Well, yeah, he reversed into the wall and the car lost its rear wing. That is... I've never seen that. Wow. If you're going to make a mistake, then fair play. Do it while you're trying to get back on track, but... Wow.
That is an absolutely... I'm not exactly sure how he feels inside that car. He must feel absolutely distraught.
Wow. That is tragic. There's no other way to put it. But at the same time, it's one of the most bizarre incidents I've ever seen.
I know. I have no idea how to explain that happened.
Maybe he just rammed the wall too hard.
It's very peculiar.
That is peculiar indeed. Strange things happening here in VLMS Road Atlanta for sure. Well, now we're on the code 80 again while this fixes itself. It's going to give Jacobs a good chance to reassess the situation with Yunt and potentially see how we can go from here. David Berenick's decided to pit, so he will lose position to Jacobs and Yunt. And in all of this, there's only 3 cars on the lead lap. And the rain's back.
And the rain's back. An hour and 10 minutes gone, and there's been absolute mayhem all across the track. I believe there's been, I think that is the 5th Code 80 that we've had so far, but we've had some awesome battles. Well,
what a way to make a VLMS commentary debut, isn't it, Neil, to commentate on a race like this?
Indeed, it's absolutely hectic.
Yeah,
just
it is.
Sorry, Josh, just looking at the weather now, it's absolutely chucking it down now.
Oh, it is. It's absolutely pouring it down here. I've got no specific figures, but it looks very heavy.
Indeed, they're having to reevaluate again. What are they going to do? Are they going to have to come in for new wets? Have they burnt out the wets when it started drying out? They have to decide what to do now, because of course under a Code 80 you're going to lose less time in the pits.
Yeah, as I said, it's the Christmas sales of pit stops. You get them cheaper, but everyone wants them. That is the thing about these Code 80s. Everyone wants to pit during them because they're less expensive, and that's why. And yeah, so I guess if you want to make a pit stop, make it then. But David Judd and Sean Jacobs haven't, that's for certain. And the rain's really starting to kick up now. The spray is getting real. If I was in that Yunt car, I would not be very happy about the weather conditions.
Indeed, he's just done that massive battle to get ahead of people, and then he's lost the places, and now the rain has came down. We
will come back to green in 10 seconds.
Well, we're going green in 10 seconds. This is going to be interesting to see how this plays out with all this new extra rain on the track.
5, 4, 3,
and here we go then. Once more, we're Road Atlanta green flag racing, and it is going to be interesting to see how we deal with the new increased rain amounts. It's going to be Jacobs versus Yunt for 4th now, and David Yunt will have all of the advantages because he's behind and having this opportunity to go through.
Indeed, the restart is of course one of the better times to pass because you managed to collect yourself. You managed to.
Oh, he's applying quite a bit of opposite lock through there. That's how difficult it is for them in the moment. We've got cars like in the pits coming out of the pits. Got to be careful here.
You don't want to have an accident now because that will be you out of the race, and having an accident now means that you're not going to score any points, and that is obviously vital for the team's championship.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you this, Justin Gordon in the pits for GNS, the comeback on, but with no front bumper, 11 laps down. They are in 26th and making general progress, so good on them. But
the GNS car apparently crashed into the core GT in the pits.
Yeah, and Erhan Jakovsky's not far away from lapping Nico Barkley now to make it all but 2 cars that are not on the lead lap.
That SimTech car has done very well so far this race. They of course, they won last time out of Montreal, and Virus were second. So obviously it switched positions here, and it's going to be very interesting to see in the next 2 hours 45 to see what happens. The SimTech car at the hands of Luke Walsh currently has the fastest lap of the race at a 13.4, and it's going to be very interesting to see what they do. And Virus has actually one pit stop less than the SimTech car at the moment, so I'm not exactly sure what that is for.
Well, I can tell you this right now, Neil, it's so heavy the rain, the dry line has gone completely now.
It's going to be spray everywhere. It's going to be very difficult for all of the drivers to be able to see what they're actually doing at the moment. It's going to be very difficult for the P2 cars coming up on GT cars to see where they are, to see the speed differential, to see where they can lap them. And of course it's going to be difficult for people battling each other in the same class because they can't exactly
Ricardo Azevedo comes into pits for SimHQ, and Aquaplane's past his pit box. Onto the wet tyres they go eventually, but they paid for that by Aquaplane and past the pit box. I had to reverse back into it.
Oh, that's going to cost him vital seconds, of course, as we saw just before that last Code 80. Azevedo was part of that massive 4-car battle, so that could be him losing those positions he gained.
Yep, that might not be good. And, well, at the moment, I think, well, David Baronet is actually on the slick tyres in an LRGPL car. Must have to switch.
That's not going to end well for him. That is not going to end well for him.
Must have to come onto the slick soon. That has got to be, dry, wet tyre time now. Looking through, I think pretty much everybody else is on the intermediates or the others. Kevin Ryan's on the hard slicks in the Ramada car. There's only a couple. Oh, we got off. Lorenzo Ludici off. Jorge Fernandez off as well. Cars going off now. And, well, no front bumper for Fernandez.
It's starting to get so much wetter that cars are finding it really difficult to find it. And we've got another Code 80, yet another Code 80. It's very difficult for all these cars to keep control on the track, to be able to keep it on the tarmac. And we have many cars off in the gravel, in the grass. It is absolute chaos.
Yeah, Barkley half spins. Barkley is half spins and Sestari just gets through. David Newton is fine. Sean Jacobs is round in the speedy mate.
Oh, this is absolute chaos here at Road Atlanta. The rain is coming down. It's raining cats and dogs. These cars have absolutely no grip at all in these wet tyres, even though they are wet tyres. It's almost like they're aquaplaning absolutely everywhere. As there was contact at the first corner between two LMP2 cars, and it took the GT car off as well. There was nothing the GT car could do there. It was an absolute bystander. There was nothing he could do until he was taken out. And it is absolute chaos at the moment.
Welcome to the VLMS, everybody. That's all I can say. This is not usual procedure, I can tell you that. The rain has come down so hard. I'm not even on the track. I can't see what the percentages are, but the rain is coming down so hard. Apparently it's 59%. So
it's 59% wet.
I'll tell you exactly why. It's 100% wet offline at the moment. Or 98.
Indeed, it is 98% wet offline. If you go offline, you're just aquaplaning into the barriers. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, and Sean Jacobs is out. The Speedy Mike car is out with suspension problems.
Absolutely terrible news for him. He was doing an absolutely fantastic job in that Speedy Mike car. Of course, last time out, they finished 15th. They had troubles. They scored 2 points, I believe. They had troubles. This could have been such a more promising race for them, but unfortunately, they're out, just caught out by the conditions.
Yeah, this has just become a bit of a wet race now. I mean, it's raining 59% hard.
Absolutely torrential up the S's. You're positioned at turn 5 camera. You can't see the top of the hill at the other side.
Well, it begs the question, when does it get too wet to race? Almost.
Hopefully it doesn't get too wet for racing.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Say, if this was real, would this be a red flag situation?
Yeah, but we're sim racers. We're made of stronger stuff.
We're not like those F1 drivers that red flag at the drop of rain. We're proper racers.
We actually use the wet tyres.
No, I was going to say what we could do then. I reckon if none of the leading P2s would probably, if I would we could go into the pits now, put full wing on and monsoon tyres if you have them.
I wish we did. We need monsoon tyres in Formula 1. Jorge Fernandez out as well. That is the 117 out.
That is absolutely terrible news for the 117. They were doing a good job as well. The 117 last time out they didn't start. They weren't there at Montreal, so we didn't get to see what their sort of pace was. But it's starting to become the sort of race where you keep it on the road, you're going to get a good position.
Yeah, you've got this has turned into the race of the one of the best races. Everybody is in the pits. Look at them. There's cars left, right, and centre.
I've never seen anything like this before in my life. It's absolute chaos everywhere.
Well, I'm sure there'll be fallout after this race, but it's all just going brilliantly from a commentary point of view. I've never been so awake as a commentator in my life.
it's absolutely chucking it down. They're all having terrible time trying to just keep it on the track, and it's a wet race again. What if we see a GT car get right up there mixing it with the real leaders? I know that they're a good what is it, the GT car leader is 4 laps down on Zhuzhovsky in the Virus car at the moment. However, one mistake and those 4 laps are gone.
Well, Michael Muller is 4 laps down, but if there's problems keeping the cars on the track, then he can make inroads if he can go quicker than the P2s, but we're a while off yet from that.
Just a little bit off, but just a little bit off, yeah.
Yeah, only 4 laps. That's
not
nothing.
that much, it's fine.
Yeah. Well, it has been a bit of a... Yeah. It's rained, there's been incidents, there's been a coordinated start, there's been crashes, and Peretti's actually stopped on the track.
That is...
Why is Peretti stopped? I'm going to find it. Where is Peretti? The one? Peretti is supposedly somewhere on the track because he's there. Peretti is... Oh, I can't find him. Well, I can't even find the person I'm looking for. 14th he is, right, okay. Yeah, why did he stop? He's going now, but... Wow.
It is an absolutely awesome race that we're having at the moment, isn't it? We just don't know what's going to happen, and there's still...
We will come back to green in 10 seconds.
We're going to green, but does this not lead... This shows that I'm right, but I see you can never call an endurance race till the end.
4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
We'll go again here. We'll go again. Let's see how long for. Well...
I have no words for what I'm seeing here today. It is absolutely torrential rain. Cars are going off everywhere. And it's still up in the air.
David Yota's made a pit stop. He's coming into the pits now, I think, because he's got no front bumper.
Oh no! It's all going terribly.
And he's going to stop go as well.
Oh no!
Double trouble for the Eva race by Bazaneer car. What's this about?
I was keeping track of what people were doing for some updates, but I've stopped now. I've no idea what's going on.
Well, I've no idea anymore. Apparently it was a turn 1 incident where we hit Jacobs. Apparently there's no reason to be risky, so Jons has a stop go and a front bumper loss.
I do believe that's what caused the previous code 80. We saw in a replay that there was contact between 2 P2s. I didn't quite, in turn 1, I didn't quite see what they were. But obviously that's what it's for.
And we will come to code 80 in 10
seconds. It's
seconds.
code 80 again! We've got to go. I knew it wouldn't be long.
5,
I know,
4,
I'm sorry, I shouldn't
3,
be taking the mic here, but
1,
there's been
code
that many. Like, this is just... It's getting a bit silly now, actually, the amount of code 80s we've had.
What's everyone doing?
Oh, wow. I can't remember the last time I've commentated on a race where... I'm speechless. I really am. I can't be doing with this.
I know it is. I have no idea what's happening at all here. It's absolute chaos. Absolute chaos.
I tell you what, this is a much more exciting race than we had in Region 2 for Silverstone at VEC. Very eventful.
Well, it is an eventful race. It is that. Wow.
I'm just currently having a look at the real-time weather data we're getting here that we use for this club, and it looks like we're possibly not even halfway into this current rain shower. I'd say we're about a third of the way into this current rain shower. We've still got this start coming down, what, about 15 minutes ago? We could still possibly have another half hour of this weather.
Well, Handziakowski in the Team Virus car is just cruising around. He knows at this point that all he has to do is keep going and it'll be fine.
Indeed, all you need to do is keep it on the black stuff. That's all you need to do.
Well, he's partially done that. He's got 2 wheels off, but we've now lost Corrado Chirello as well. in the Texas Squadron Corsa car with suspension problems. The attrition rate is just going up.
Yeah, it appears like, and looking at the weather data, and it appears like we had a massive band of extremely heavy rain come through the area about 8-9 minutes ago, and that's what we saw when you started not being able to see due to the rain. It's eased off a little bit now. It's eased off slightly, but we're about halfway through this rain shower, so we've still got another 15-20 minutes to go of the current type of rain that we've got at the moment.
Well, I've just turned my microphone down because, well, I think I'll need to at this rate. I think I am starting to deafen people with the amount of things that are going on, so that might be slightly more relaxing.
Get your breath, Josh. Have a break.
But you know what? I think I'm going to have a break. I'll be back in about a couple.
So we've had a wonderful 1 hour 25 minutes so far in this 4 hours of Road Atlanta. I'll try and give you a little update of what's happened so far. Of course, it started raining about 30 seconds before the start, so we had a wet start, and the race directors decided to keep the code 80 for the first 3 laps, so everyone could change tyres and everyone could be able to acclimatise to the weather conditions. Then the GNS Endurance car had the rear and front wing off in lap 1, and we had another code 80. And we only had about 2/3 of a green lap that time. Then the 117 car lost its front bumper, and we had another code 80, only 1 lap after the last one. And under that code 80, the 114 Spirit car got disqualified for not taking the penalty in time. After 25 minutes, the running order for the for the LMP cars was the 129 Virus car, followed by 139 Fanatec, followed by the 113 Speedy Mite. And then in the GT class it was the 118 No Limits car, the 169 Witchwood, then the 180 Mellow car. Then, unfortunately, just after that, the 118 Witchwood P2 car. Of course, they're fielding 2 cars, one in the LMP class, one in the GT class. They had no front wing, no rear wing, and no front left. So there's a code 80 for that after their big accident. Then we had a nice amount of track running. It was a little bit wet offline. Then we were just talking about the perils of the LMP cars overtaking the GT cars, and this happened when the 139 Fanatec car hit the 180 Mellow car with Lenny Russell at the wheel coming down through the S's, and took the Mellow car out after a hefty shunt against the concrete wall, and this caused a stop and hold 30-second penalty for the Fanatec P2. After 45 minutes, the Virus was still in the commanding lead with Jovic at the helm, followed by the 150, followed by the 121 Wanaco car. And in the GT class, it was still the No Limits and the Witchwood car holding P1 and 2. The Scuderia Dinopo car managed to haul himself up into P3. And after that, the 106.
Hey guys, get ready. We'll come back to green in 10 seconds.
As we're just coming back to green again, we're looking forward
5,
to this
4,
green flag running
3,
again.
2, 1, green flag.
And we're back green. It seems like the rain has slightly eased off at the moment as we go back to green. And all the cars, after that massive torrential shower, all the cars will be looking try and not crash off to try and keep it on the black stuff, because of course that is what's important in these races, because they're 4-hour races. We're not even halfway yet, and we've had a massive amount of action. I'm sure we're going to have a massive amount of action still. As Zhizovsky, in the Virus car, he's holding a massive 40-second lead over Walsh in the Simtech car, and that Zhizovsky is just cruising. There's no need for him. To go any faster. There's no need for him to. In fact, that's a car off. That was a P2 car off. I saw a car very slow on the map, and I do believe that was Zhizovsky.
Yep. Well, I'm back. Definitely. And well, I had to get myself a snack and a drink because that's what I do in my breaks. And indeed, I have some Beck's Blue Lemon with me, alcohol free, of course, because Although it might be nice to get drunk during a race like this, I'm not going to.
I believe that might be a good idea.
Well, not getting drunk, that is, yes, because otherwise I'll be even more crazy than I already am. It's been a crazy enough race, but Erhan Jatovski's found it nice and easy leading things, of course, as we were talking about. And up into 25th, go GNS! Go GNS, boys! Woohoo!
Indeed, after that massive accident that they had at the beginning of the race, they had, I believe, was it about 8 minutes of damage?
Well, it was a lot.
It was more than that. So they've managed to haul themselves up again. It's just about keeping on the tarmac, and you will get a good position in this race. As we see Dylan, who was down, who started about 16th, was up into 6th at one point, back down to about 16th, is now back up into 8th.
Yeah, and and it's been a good race for April Dylan, actually. You know, she's made a really good job of it. These conditions, she doesn't seem to have had many problems in either. You know, it's been her race, almost.
Indeed. I know Dylan is. She's Swedish, so she's used to the snow and the wet and the ice. So this sort of conditions is well suited to her.
Yeah, really helping April at the moment, these conditions, and as she splices through more traffic, it's showing, really. I mean, again, Erhan Jatovski's made a good run of it as well. He's doing a good job, and yeah, you know, Luke Walsh, Nico Bartley, watch these guys as well. And, well, speaking of Jatovski, just gets past John. Oh, just a little bit of a tap on Jatovski there. No damage, though. Managed to avoid any contact. Just needs to watch things how they're going at the moment, though, damn it. Well, that was almost a disaster, but it wasn't.
I was just going to say, under that last Code 80, the pit lane was an absolute chaos, where everyone was coming in for doing changes to the setups and the tyres.
Yeah.
And I can see the weather's not improved at all. It's getting worse.
Yeah, a bit of change going on and all these and things, and yeah. It's like, really, it's all just getting a bit crazy at the moment here at the 4 hours of Road Atlanta, and I'm tripping over myself now. Well, I think I need to start this beer and the snacks, otherwise I'm just going to continue. Mind you, I bet some of the drivers who are down in the lower positions wish they could have them as well, but unfortunately they're too busy driving.
There's another P2 who's coming off the track. It's, who is it? Just rejoined.
Yeah, and again for the P2s it's a bit tricky sometimes having to get through all this traffic, but at the same time, you know...
Oh, it's Nico Barkley just rejoining back onto the track after a loss.
Yeah, Barkley back on, now being chased by Azevedo, who's a lap down. So even then we've got battles there, you know, it's all sorts of things going on in there, but yeah. Barkley and Azevedo going at it now. But it's all interesting. In fact, I've just seen that Studio 397, and this is related to BEC, because it's our Factor 2 and we're on our Factor 2 official championship, they've just released the December roadmap. So that's something we're going to have a look at, and they're extending the offer to release to migrate to Steam for free until January 31st, 2017, and Build 1108 will be released in just 3 days, which I'm sure we'll be updating too.
Oh, I didn't hear about that. So
Yeah.
It must be a bit annoying for the people who already bought the game.
Yes, I mean, because I'm looking at this and I'm not actually fully through it yet, but looking through here, you know, the posting has a couple of changes, you know, stock car rules are getting updated, which we obviously don't need to worry about, but still, Steam and offline mode, updates for that, and the X11's actually ahead of schedule, so we're testing the first builds of that. and completely revamping the user interface as well. The new user interface looks brilliant. And that, yeah, I'm looking at the new UI and it looks absolutely wonderful. That looks great. And yeah, content-wise, they've just signed a license. Signed a license actually, and now Studio 397 are going to do their own 2016 model of the Corvette C7R. So we've got competition with URD now. Now Studio 397 are doing one. Welcome back, Neil Healy. We're just talking about the roadmap for R-Factor 2.
Indeed, yes. It's very interesting, yes.
Yeah, I mean, 397 now have a license for the C7R, so interesting. That is, yeah, and obviously they're going to get the 2016 model of that, Nolan Motorsports car. And big change though, big change, that they're removing the lifetime subscription model. Everyone gets it when they buy for free, online play forever, with R-Factor 2, which is annoying for people who just bought the lifetime.
Indeed, I know personally I was maybe putting off R-Factor 2 due to that massive price for the lifetime subscription as well. But I'll maybe look into buying it for it now.
Oh, I'm just seeing April Dillon's got a drive-through. And she's serving it now. How has this happened? Was it corner cutting? I don't know. Well, oh no, no, she's had a problem out of the pits. No, she's got a bit of a spin on, hit the wall. Apparently she came out of the pit and spun someone around. And that is why April got that. Now she's had a spin coming out of the pits and lost even more time.
It looks like she spun the 181 Blackhawk racing round.
Yeah, that has happened, and Mike Horn was the car involved there. So yeah, that is why April got the drive-through. Wow.
Very unfortunate because she was doing very well. In about 8th place, so it's very unfortunate that she does get the drive-through.
Yeah.
And we've got the SimHQ P2 trying to rejoin and just had an off.
Yeah, and
who was it? Azevedo?
Azevedo. Azevedo, let's have a look at Azevedo. Ricardo, yeah. It's not easy to deal with this rain, is it?
And indeed, it's very difficult in these rain conditions. It's very difficult to even just keep a hold of the car.
Yeah, and the most part, it's happening, but obviously some struck a little bit, as we saw with the pit exit from Dylan there. Tchaikovsky, though, still running away with it, now 49.3 seconds ahead of Luke Walsh. Those are the only two on the lead lap, and that is just a testament to how tricky this race is.
It's also a testament to how fast the Veris car is, with Tchaikovsky at the wheel.
I was going to say this is interesting really because I've got all this to do when I've finally done my SRCA license test with the Magan. So when I do finally get into VDC or the VLMS, I've got all of this to come. And I'm just seeing what these drivers are up to. Is, well, they're struggling. I hate to think how I'm going to cope.
Well, that's exactly it, isn't it? I would not want to be racing in these conditions. I'm bad enough in multi-class, never let alone rainy multi-class. Although apparently
I will come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
And then that code 80, I see exactly why that is. That's a Corvette off.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80 enforced.
Yeah, that is, I'm trying to say exactly that was. That was, that Amrish Serrain.
Yep.
Yeah, that was Serrain there, who went into the final corner and just took a huge hit into the tyre stacks out of 12, got too wide, hit the wall, then went into the other wall. Wow.
Indeed, it's the 170 RSA car, which had that big contact earlier with Burt's in the P2 car when he came back on the track at the crest of the hill where there's nothing that car could do. So that's 2 massive accidents for them so far this race, and it just looks like he got on the grass coming down the hill and there's nothing he could do about it.
Yeah, it looked helpless in that scenario as soon as he went wide. So now we're in a code 80 again. I need more crisps.
And we've got Dylan in the pits at the moment.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Dylan in the pits as well, taking the advantage here, I think, with the code 80.
Indeed, if I remember correctly, I believe Dylan just had a
drive-through.
Just had a drive-through. So this is obviously a fuel stop, and I know the P2 cars can do about 45 minutes on a fuel stop. So they might be gambling slightly, hoping for a little bit more code 80 to be able to make it to the end.
Yeah, I think perhaps that might be what's happening. I think personally, it's boozeless booze time, so let's get that open. Oh dear, I've missed. Well, that's not a good start, is it, Josh? Still, oh, apparently, car 127 going quick. What is car 127? That is the CD car, and they aren't now, at least, but I don't know about before.
Well, I'm going to say they're being very brave, they're going too quick in these conditions.
Yeah, that is indeed the case. Well, apparently they're the ones behind the GNS car, so... well,
battling out for 22nd overall there.
Yeah, so naturally, if they were going too quick, the GNS team would know about it. I'm going to go back and have a replay look. Let's have a look here. I don't think they were. But, yeah, dialing it back, I don't think anyone was. Apparently, Czech if Luddy was too fast on the code 80. I don't know when the code 80 came in, though, is the thing. So, I'm being asked to check this. I'll keep an eye on Justin Gordon. I'll have to keep an eye on Justin Gordon here, so you keep an eye on the commentary while I check to Ben Schmidt.
It's starting. The rain has now eased off. There's now no rain at all. Just looking at the weather map, that big band of rain that we had, which caused all of the chaos, has moved through now. And it appears we do have another rain band coming in, but it might not be here for another hour or so. So we might have a little bit more rain in an hour or so, and that should be.
So we come back to green in 10 seconds.
As we get the sign from the race director that we're going back to green.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
As we go back to green flags.
It appears like we might get quite a bit of dry running here, so we might see the dry line form again, and we might see people maybe seeing if they want to go into the dry tyre at all. We'll just have to see.
Yeah, perhaps we'll have to see.
I know this sounds strange, but with the 32 cars or so now on this track, no cars are really close together. They've got a little bit. They've got to spread themselves a little bit out now. They've all found their own little bit of room.
Yeah, well, I'm back anyway from that looking, and well, time for me to get back into the actual commentary side of things. Right, let's see what's going on. See if there's any battles on, and this is the problem at this point. There aren't usually many battles on, although Gomez Azevedo has won, and this is not for position. Oh, well, actually, I think it is for position, actually. Although, one of them, you have Tchaikovsky's there. This is for position between Azevedo and Gomez for 5th.
Indeed, in these wet conditions, we've just had a code 8, so the tyres may not be back up to temperature, and they're still maybe a little bit slidey across the surface of the road. So they just have to be careful. Try not make any rash decisions. Try not to take each other out.
Yeah, got to be careful here. Kovsky, of course, race leader, so should go through, and does, which leaves Azevedo right behind Gomez. As comes through 1. Is he gonna? He's not going to try through 2. He can't try through 2. Maybe not even 3. Might have to wait till 6, 7, 8, 9, and the likes of those.
Indeed, these prototypes are so close. They're so close going through the entirety of this track. Really, as we saw earlier, there was a fantastic battle between 4 cars, and we're seeing another fantastic battle here.
Yeah, Gomez and Azevedo chasing each other. I suspect this will be a 10A do myself. Between these two, they should change. They should go through, yeah. 10As. Oh, both off! Both off!
Oh, no! Oh, no!
Gonna help Azevedo, though. They both just seem to simultaneously go off, and Azevedo may have a better run because of it. May not. I actually don't think he's gonna have enough speed.
It appears the LMP2 car in front went off by himself, taking too much speed, and the car behind just followed him.
Yeah, just synchronised off-track excursion team now, Gomez and Azevedo. Although now Ricardo's just going to have to do the hard work all over again to get back.
Indeed, all that work over the past 5 minutes or so, all gone.
GNS slipped update by the 21st. They are P21.
They're slowly, they're now at the back end of the GT field, so it's still quite a while till they reach another P2 car, but they're now 13th in class.
Yeah, and Erhan Jakubski now just trying to get past Ahmed Demirkan, and does so. Again, the GTs are still far behind in 13th. Oh, Muller got a bit closer to Starry there, but nothing happened.
Again, you've got to be very careful with all this traffic, with all the GT cars.
And we come to code 80 in 10 seconds, no overtaking.
Take a drink.
Car in the gravel.
5,
exactly
4, 3, 2, 1, code 80 enforced.
Wow.
I think it's Tunde, the 127 car.
Oh, there's a car round as well. Somewhere in turn 1, I think Ali Farry just passed them. Yeah, that was, who was that? Oh, Woolard! Craig Woolard went round in the Reenish car.
Oh, an absolute disaster for Woolard. They'll be sure
the engine's smoking! The engine's smoking as well. Is he blowing it?
Oh, no, Craig, don't do that.
Yeah, there is smoke coming out of the back of that Ferrari. The engine
be very careful at turn 1.
Yep. Turn 1, Craig Woolard and that Reenish Racing Ferrari think the engine is blown up, may have downshifted too quickly, sent the back out, and that could be the Reenish team's race over.
I'll be sure to tell Craig about that later on today, and
he's
be happy with himself. Oh, that's a terrible, terrible result for the Reenish Racing car. I'll be sure to tell him what I think about him later on.
Yeah, he's going to get some very strong words of Neil Heatley, I suspect, but for now at least, we have a code 80 again here at Road Atlanta. You could call it the code 80 of Road Atlanta. It's just a big test for code 80s almost, really, but we've had some good racing. Let's not let the baddies set for good. And let's just consider the fact that GNS is still 21st.
Willard just lost the rear coming into turn 1 and actually hit the inside wall. And turn 1 hit the pit wall in turn 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sad way to go out, but sometimes that thing happens. I've seen people downshift too quickly and blow the engines before, so yeah, it's unfortunate, but it happens.
Indeed, it's just part of endurance racing. It's just a part of racing.
Well, they managed 46 laps in this race. That's something to be proud of, I think, all things considered. You know, other things have happened too, and you know, we had code 80, so that will reduce the amount of laps. Yeah, apparently it was the double downshift. That's what caused it.
That is very unfortunate. Sometimes I know some wheels are very susceptible to double downshifts.
Yeah, so just do that. I've actually got a setting, I think, which prevents double downshifts in my player.json, but that can happen, and yeah, that it is, you know, you got to be careful, but sometimes just some wheels are just more perceptible to that than others, and yeah, let's just see how this pans out now. We've got a couple of driver changes. Johnny's Piccolo in the Witchwood car. Let's see if he can't flash cannon and wave self up the grid there. Sorry, had to be done. He's chasing Matthias Grau and Michael Muller in front. So this is for the lead of GT, and Piccolo is not far behind. Jajovski is still leading in LMP2.
Get ready, we will come back to green in 10 seconds.
10 seconds, we are going to get this race back underway once again. 111 minutes down, and then 132 to go.
1, green flag.
Green flags once again at Road Atlanta.
Indeed, again, the tires are not coping well with this cooling, heating cycle. You've got to keep a control of it once you go back to green. You've got to make sure that you don't overstress the tire when you go back to green, because obviously they don't have that heat in them, so they're not as sticky.
Yeah, and that, you know, sticky tires, while they're good in the dry, you know, they can't always happen in the wet because rain and water. And well,
it does appear to be drying out here, actually. The rain is starting to get less. Well, there is actually no rain now. All the surface water appears to be going. You can definitely see a dry line on the track now.
Yeah, dry line's starting to form. And, well, we'll see just how the drivers react to this and see if it helps them. Maybe we can get some dry racing again if the rain stops altogether, but it's been a present force, this race.
Indeed, there has been rain constantly. The track has not been dry at all this race. Maybe we'll get a little bit of a dry track in the second half, but just looking at the forecast, looking at the weather radar at the moment, we're going to have more rain. Just don't know when.
Yeah, and we don't know when it's going to happen, but it's going to happen at some point. But drivers should be ready for that. And when it does happen, it happens. And, well, it's this first hour and a quarter. What a hectic start to any race
car off
ever.
The gravel there. The turn 1, it looks like.
Oh, well, yeah.
GT car.
Yeah, let's have a look, see if I can find that, because let's see. Oh, Sebastian Oscar Pietroff out in all this. I don't see anyone off now. Maybe they've solved the problem.
It's the 184 West Competizione car, and I think he's out completely. I think he's DNF'd.
Oscar Pietroff, yes! What happened? Let's see. Pietroff, where is he? Well, yep, 28th, and what actually happened? I'm going to rewind here. Yeah, into the gravel.
Just went wide at turn 1. Just went wide at turn 1 and off into the gravel and off into the.
But the engine was still running. The engine was still running, but they chose to quit. Yeah, so that's him out.
Maybe he was beached in the gravel.
Yeah, maybe he just stuck it. I mean, that now takes the list of retirements up to 8, I believe.
Please turn on your headlights now.
And Bergschmidt saying headlights are now required. Gotta turn your headlights on now with it getting dark, otherwise penalties will happen.
There is indeed eight retirements so far. But you're right, it's starting to get dark here. And what could possibly go wrong in the dark and the wet?
Yeah, and well, if it's raining and wet, it just makes it even more precarious than it was before. So yeah, this could get even more interesting than it already is.
Indeed, it's difficult at the best of times to race at night because you can't tell what the track is. Even though you've got these headlights, it's very difficult to tell where the track is, especially through these sweeping S's on this track, because it's just apex after apex after apex after apex, and you've got to get it spot on in order to be able to get the fastest lap time. And it's
apparently there's a fight on Azevedo versus Gomez. Apparently this is quite a serious fight because there's lots of exclamation marks going on. Yep, they're side by side almost, but Azevedo, well, actually they're not by side. What it is Azevedo has gone behind. So maybe there's something happened, but Gomez, Azevedo are now starting to catch up. I know, I've just seen actually in the waiting booth, a couple of guys I'd like to bring up in this as we watch this battle. Hello to Greg Hall and Craig Willard.
Hello.
Hello there.
We'll start with you, Greg. Good to have you with us, of course, and looking down the field, there's been some interesting moves so far, but how's your race been from your perspective, from your team?
It's been a bit of a trial and error. Things going on here. Strategy's been difficult with the rain coming and going, and trying dry tires with the line expanding, and then that failing miserably in the wet because the rain comes back. So it's stressful, but we're having fun with this, and we'll see where it goes from there.
Yeah, of course. Jonathan, you want to ask any questions in particular, Neil?
How is dealing with the traffic? How is dealing with cars? How did you find the traffic?
And we're coming
out there?
to code 18.
Oh, we got another code 80. Sorry to interrupt, but I think that's for Salvo Sardina. That one, he's gone off.
5, 4, 3.
Sardina has gone off.
Oh, it's upside down! Rolled it!
Yeah.
Oh no!
Well,
What?
2 front wheels gone, no rear wing, and the bonnet off that Corvette.
He's rolled it over side in the gravel trap.
Yep, Sardina, I think clipped the dodgy curb on the inside, bumped off a curb, and then hit, rolled, both front wheels, the rear wing, and the bonnet gone, and that is the 171 probably out from really high up.
Yeah, indeed, the 171 Sardina was, what is that? That's 6th in class at the moment, so they were doing very well in class, but that's them out of the race.
Well, drama even more. Now, Erhan Jakovsky's in, Gomez is in, Luke Walsh will gain time, but not as much, but Sardina has to be out.
Yeah, the 171 was doing a really good job up in 6th. Last time out, they failed to score. They were in 16th, they DNF'd. They were doing really well. They were hoping for a good points finish, but now it's all gone. And it's one of the most spectacular crashes we've seen.
Get ready, we will come back to green in 10 seconds.
Back to green, I think Sardina, not really posing much of a threat here, must have quit, yep,
5,
out of the race.
4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
And race resumes now, and back to normal. Jadowski's timed that perfectly, must be said. But yeah, what a way to go out.
Indeed, it's rather spectacular.
Full style points, even though it is tragic right now, full style points for it. If you're going to go out in style.
Indeed, it's the best way to go out.
Yeah, I mean, not quite upside down and on fire, which you'll know all about, but...
Indeed. Close enough though, close.
Upside down, definitely.
Definitely upside down, just feeling the on fire part.
Yeah, back to you then, Greg. So yeah, is there been any particular highlights of this race so far for you? Well, apparently we've got a battle on between Pinto and Horn there. Pinto and...
Horn, the 181 and the 151. 181 Blackhawk and the 151 Ramada.
Oh yes, that is a GT battle. Yeah, Horn and Pinto giving it all sorts of goals here. I haven't even had a chance to speak to Greg Hall in all this. As Pinto tries on the inside of turn 1, but it's not going to work. But yeah, what's been your highlight of the race then, Greg, so far?
So far, just waiting to get in the car yet. We've had the 139 Fanatec drag car started off by Roy Schroeder, and he put a good qualifying effort in. And he did have a little bit of slip up there you guys have talked about, so I haven't seen the replay on that yet.
Dujovsky in again. What's this for? This is the race leader with no front bumper.
Oh, it's gone terribly wrong for him.
It has. This might be a lead change. What has happened to the virus car? I'm going to go back and find out, but Luke Walsh might be about to lead for SimTech.
Like I was saying earlier, one mistake is all it takes.
Yep, Luke Walsh leads.
One lapse of concentration is all it takes for this race to be completely turned on its head, and it indeed has been. Now taking the lead.
I've just seen Jajovsky clowned Tondi in the pits, and that has cost the rear wing of that Tondi car and the front bumper of Jajovsky.
Oh, that's a terrible move from Jajovsky. They were in the lead. They were 50 seconds in the lead. There was no one troubling them. Then they go and throw it away in the pits. That's the last place you want to throw it away.
There was no pressure whatsoever, and now they've given it to SimTech. Wow, what a dramatic thing there! Well, I've never seen that.
That is absolutely amazing. Again, endurance racing, you just never know what's going to happen.
Well, who would have thought that SimTech Motorsport would have led this race? I mean, there was second, but not after the gap that Team Virus pulled out.
Indeed, of course, it was something similar to this in Montreal, which allowed SimTech to get the win last time out. It was, I believe, Jakovic was a wheeler car with the rear wing got taken off the hairpin at Montreal, and that gave SimTech the win. Again, we're seeing it was this time, although last time it wasn't their fault, this time it is their fault, and they've lost the race again from the lead.
Well, I have no words for that. Luke Walsh is going to be absolutely, it'll be a godsend for him. Jajovski's now being passed by Barkley as well. Monaco into second. And now Sestari might have a chance of gaining some time back. Won't pass, but has a chance to get time back.
Indeed, this is absolutely terrible news for the Virus car. I'm not exactly sure how much damage they'll have, how long they'll have to stay in the pits for, but it's absolutely terrible news for them.
Yep, and from so far in the lead as well.
It's a good 50 seconds and a good half-lap lead. They did not need to push. They did not need to make any. They did not need to take any risks. But here they are in the pits with damage after an error in the pits.
Yeah, and now there's all sorts of problems arising for that car because they're going to be so far behind now. And yeah, well, they're still in. I think Sestari might just get some time back at this rate. If it's anything more than 60 seconds, they're probably going to lose. I'd argue that it's probably going to be at least a couple laps down. They might come out 10th.
Indeed, Sestari is just crossing the sector 3 timing line, which means they're only about 24 seconds or so behind him now. And of course, Azevedo's right behind him. And then just coming onto the back straight now, you've got Baranek. So they're losing massive amounts of time.
Yep, Azevedo goes through almost. Azevedo's through. Baranek probably might go through too.
Baranek just coming down towards the chicane.
Yeah, apparently it was an invisible car that they hit, but it was Tondi who was there. So might just not have seen Tondi. But I don't see Tondi even so much as in the interesting. I don't see Tondi in these standings. Wow.
On the live racers timing, you've got Tondi in the pits and 24 laps down.
Yeah, 26. Oh, yep. Yeah, he is there. Sorry, my mistake. With no front left wheel now, no front aileron, no rear aileron. That might be their race over.
Indeed, it's gone terribly wrong for him. It's absolute tragedy.
Yeah, I'm not just bad for Virus, not bad. It's bad for Tondi's team too, because they've now taken damage in the pits, which can't be repaired.
Indeed,
in this stop, at least.
That is absolutely terrible luck for both of the teams.
Well. Yeah, it's all just got a bit wrong now, hasn't it, for them? And Jajovski now 8th. Yonts might even get through to go into 8th. Although he has had an excursion.
Walsh has a full lap in his sector lead. Walsh has a good lap and 20 seconds lead now.
Luke Walsh has lapped everyone. That's how dominant this SimTech car is now, thanks to the inheriting of the lead. What a position to be in!
Awesome showing from the SimTech car.
Yeah, now they have pretty much a pit stop in their favour, or at least a good portion of one.
Actually, it's more than a pit stop. It's certainly more than a pit stop.
Wow. This is quite good for them, isn't it? The position they're in.
Indeed, they're in a strong position. Walsh at the wheel now just needs to keep it on the road, like I've been saying this entire race. Keep it on the road. You don't need to take any risks, and you will come away with a good result. But in Walsh's case, it'll be a win.
Yeah, I've just noticed actually we haven't actually talked to Craig Woolard in all this. Thanks for joining us, Craig. obviously driver of the Realish racing car. I think it was a double downshift that caused that ultimately. Very unfortunate that happened, but how was your race until then?
Well, it wasn't too bad. Thankfully, I inherited a car with a lot of, after a really long pit stop after what happened to Mike.
Apparently got Horn versus Pinto again. Sorry to interject, but yeah, please do continue.
So that took a while to actually get into the actual race itself, but by that point it had started raining really hard, so I knew exactly what I was driving into, and I just gradually built up to things. I had cars flying off left, right and centre, and straight away, just like Montreal, doing that, code 80, and then another code 80, another code 80, and then one code 80. Just caught me a little bit off guard, and double downshifted, got on a wet patch, and that was it.
Yeah, it is an easy thing to do. Sometimes I've done it before, and it really isn't. It's very, it stings quite a bit. Pinto will be hoping he doesn't do that when he's chasing Mike Horn here in the Black Hawk racing car. Pinto in the Ramada car, and they are chasing down fifth. This is the battle for fourth in GT with Jonas Piccolo, Matthias Grau, and Michael Muller ahead. Pinto and Horn battling out for fourth here.
I just want to go back and ask Craig, how did you find the P2 cars out there? Were they giving you enough room? Were they being courteous, or were they trying to lose as little time as possible?
It was a bit of a weird one because through the corners they were utterly hopeless, as in they were so slow that I was occasionally even catching up to them, and that was quite weird. They were completely fine down the straights, but through the corners they were very twitchy, and I had a few moments myself where I just let people through, but otherwise they weren't too bad. It was more like when they're coming through 11 and 12, that's a little bit scary. They weren't too bad, I suppose.
Yeah, and let's not forget the drivers can only do 2.8 hours in a stint, so they'll have to change before the 3-hour mark. GNS are into the top 20.
There we go, slowly and surely, just climbing up the standings.
Yep, 13 laps down, and the lap down on the next car, but they are climbing. That much is certain. That is always a climb for them.
Indeed, and it's just to show that you can't give up on endurance racing because you just don't know what's going to happen at all.
Oh, dearie me! There's contact between Pinto and Horn! Pinto just gets the back of into the Mike Horn, and that has sent him round. Yep, just overshot the brakes perhaps, and taps Mike Horn, can't do anything about it, goes off and loses track position.
It was just the lightest of taps in turn 7 at the beginning.
Oh, look at this!
Just the lightest of taps.
Nuno Pinto very nicely just waits up for Mike Horn, lets him back through. Lovely show of sportsmanship there. He caused the incident, so he waits for him and lets him back through. Now they can continue. That's how it's done.
Indeed. It was just the slightest of taps in turn 7, and that's just enough context. The car's really unsettled in turn 7. It's extremely bumpy, and it's an extremely slow corner. So the lightest of taps was all that was needed to send them into the grass on the inside of the corner.
Yeah, very good of Pinto to give the position back. Oh, shows very good sportsmanship. Gentleman's rule in effect there. Probably going to escape a penalty as well, because he did that, so win-win really. We get to see a race and it's good sportsmanship.
Indeed, and that's what we always like to see in this series, both of those.
Yeah, and now look at this, Pinto's on the back of Horn already. Yep, gentleman's agreement, no further action, says Burnsmith. There you go, see, that's what we like to see in the VEC and the VLMS. In fact, and what we also like to see is the fact that Pinto's having another go. Now down the inside of the same corner. Think he knows better this time, but he's got the inside line. No need to worry, and this time Pinto does get it done.
Indeed, a very nice move there. It's just really good to see these cars being side by side.
Oh, look at this, Mike Horn's making the comeback. Now down the inside, Pinto's got nowhere to go in terms of straight line speed. Mike Horn's got it all back into 10 in, but here comes Pinto down the inside to try and take it back, and does. It's a sort of back and forth battle between this Aston Martin and the Viper. But Mike Horn now has to get back to again. Pinto back through.
Indeed, just seeing these cars side by side after 2 hours, 10 minutes of racing is just awesome to see. And these are very textbook moves. You had Pinto staying on the outside of turn 7, allowing Horn pass, but of course Pinto had the overspeed coming into 10A and managed to pass him again.
And you could not imagine two more different cars battling it out here at Road Atlanta. There's a dry line forming now, and the cars are on the wet still. But Mike Horn and that V8 powered Aston Martin, and then Pinto in that massively engined Viper, 8.2 litre V10 in that car. I think it actually had to get a waiver to compete in the GT series. That's how big the engine is. And Horn in the more orthodox Aston Martin duking it out here.
It's also just to show the difference in set styles, whether a high wing versus a low wing, because Pinto obviously has low wing because of the massive overspeed he had on Horn.
Yep, apparently, sorry for some jumps on the camera, says Ben Schmidt. That was for checking things like spins. So that explains it, but I'm sure there's not really been a problem as Pinto can't really shake Horn, but Horn gets through on Petrovsky there in the RGPL BMW, although Petrovsky now, well, yeah, Horn lets Ferry through. And apparently the rain's back.
It's raining again.
It is, yes, and now Pinto Horn is going to take another turn.
Indeed, we just started to get dry running, we just started to get a little bit of a dry line, but no, the rain is back. Will it be as hard as last time? Will we see cars going off left, right and centre like we did during the last race?
Pinto and Ferry make contact now!
Oh,
and Nuno Pinto has to go off to try and rejoin the track. What actually happened there? Pinto round turn 1, then came through and he tried to stick the inside. I think Ali just came a little bit too far out perhaps. But was Nuno... Oh no! What actually happened was Nuno clipped the curb, got some oversteer and oversteered into Ali. So nothing could really happen there unfortunately, but just clipped the curb a bit too much.
Indeed, nothing there because in the rain, these curbs are deadly. These curbs are slippier than anything else. And there's nothing that Ferry could have really done there. She was just an innocent bystander.
Yeah, I don't think really Pinto could have done much more. He was already very far outside. He just clipped the curb and got the oversteer. So luckily nothing happened anyway. Just cars went off the track. So not a major incident.
Indeed, and just looking at the radar, we have another rain band coming in. We have yet another rain band, which is obviously bringing this rain, and it looks like it might be here for the next 10, 15, 20 minutes or so. So this should be fun to...
Caution in the last corner.
Oh, caution in the last corner. What's happened?
Corner.
I'm going to have a look. I'm going to see... apparently GNS! It's a GNS car. Something's happened with Jamie Otis. Oh, no. He's clipped. He's banked the bank. He's mounted the bank, and that is an awkward position for the GNS car. Yeah, what's happened is Jamie Otis is
he's beached.
Yeah, Otis went off, and then something happened, and I think he's stuck in on the banking. That is a precarious position for the GNS car.
I have no idea what happened there. It just looks like
I don't think it has a front left either.
Oh no!
This could be it. I think the fairy tale comeback could be over.
I have no idea what happened to Otis there. It just went off in the middle of a straight. It wasn't anywhere near the braking zone.
Briefly.
Yes, please.
This is precisely what happened during the last rain shower. There was a good 3 or 4 P2s right in front of me, and they all just skidded right off into the gravel or onto the cars.
Maybe the LMP2s. Otis is off the banking.
Again,
he is off the banking.
It's that weight advantage. It's that weight advantage I was talking about earlier with the GT cars. The GT cars are heavier, so they.
Now he's just trying to. He's trying to get it back. Here is Jamie Otis. Bless his heart. Dad, he's got the whole Luca Bador 3 wheels on my wagon thing going on. He's just going in a bit of a circle at the moment, but he's trying all his might to get it back off this bank.
Don't blow the engine. Just don't blow the engine.
Yeah, he's not trying. He's got it in like low revs. He's trying. So really trying to go. Greg Hall's got to leave. Well, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
I want Jamie Otis to get this back. I want him to get back to the pits.
Indeed, hopefully that GNS has been through so much today, so much through the past 2.25 hours. Hopefully he can limp it back because he's almost there. Hopefully
I don't think he can push forward much more. I think he's hit the bank again. He'd have to reverse. And, well, all of a sudden Jamie Otis finds himself in a very precarious position.
I was hoping Jones very slow at the pit entry, I believe.
Well, you've got to give him credit for trying, you know, but I don't think it's going to happen, unfortunately. We've got cars in the pits now. Ricardo Esvido, Ben Willis has gotten into the Drake car. Jamie Otis has given up.
No, no.
And that is it. That is GNS's race over again. But you can't say they didn't try. Hats off for effort, you know.
Indeed, they did very well after that massive hit in the first few minutes of this race, in the first 20 minutes, I believe. And unfortunately, that's the end of their road after what appears to be aquaplaning in the middle of a straightaway.
Well, again, it is so unfortunate, but they did a great job, everything considered, you know, and the fight back was immense. And it just takes one incident like that, but props to them. And thanks for joining us, Craig Wallard as well, who's going to leave. But yeah, but what an unfortunate way for GNS's race to end.
Indeed, they were up to 13th in class. They had a nice buffer in 13th in class. But unfortunately, that's their race over.
Yeah, I should add in all this that I can't see where the Simtech car has gone. Adam Maguire is in that, actually 6 seconds behind new race leader Nico Barkley. So maybe there's a pit stop happening. That will be a driver change to Adam Maguire. And Maguire in the Simtech car now going to chase down Barkley in the one angle.
Indeed, that's their pit stop done, and they have both done the same number of pit stops. They've both done the same number of pit stops, so I'm not sure if it's an even battle from here or whether Barkley needs to do an extra stop from here.
Well, I'll tell you what, when it comes to battles, there's another one. Per Rockface versus Celso Gomez. P5 and P6. As Gomez goes wide, a little bit wide. Is this Rockface's chance? Same HQ for a position here. It's going to be Sweden versus, I think, Portugal. And all of a sudden, it's all going to be Per Rockface who tries to catch up, and I don't think he's going to do. That's not going to happen, unfortunately, I don't think. Nope, he's not got the leverage. It's not happening. This is one of the hardest points of the race, says Jim Ellison. Changing conditions, going into darkness. One of the hardest races you could probably get.
Indeed, we're going to have darkness again later on the season. I believe at Sebring we're going to have darkness. But this is even more difficult in the wet.
It is, there's rain in this one, and oh, Gomez off! Gomez off big time! That is no rear wing, no front wing. It's Formula Ford all over again for the gaming events car. Well, through goes Oddfist, and unsurprisingly, we're going to a code 80. Unsurprisingly, I think we're going to code 80.
4,
yep, here we go.
3, 2, 1, code 80 in fall.
Indeed, another code 80.
Yep, and indeed, we're back, and this one is for Gomez, who's had that do and given Ockfist 5th. David Barron again, the pits for Team RGPL.
Indeed, another pit stop again, as we've been saying all the time. The code 80s are the opportune time for pit stops because you're not losing any time. And I do believe if the GTs pit now, they could do it on one more stop.
Oh, might be a time for the GTs then.
Indeed, and I believe if there's enough code 80, I believe the P2 cars could do it on one stop from here as well, because the P2 cars can do about 45 minutes in a full tank.
Yeah,
they need to save about 15 minutes of fuel.
Yep, and Jimmy Allison says in the comments he feels like racing again. Well, I would not blame him. Feeling an exciting one for sure. Well, yeah. Also, what's going on here in Road Atlanta today?
It's got really dark really quickly. Actually, it's gone from daylight to pitch dark in the last 15 minutes or so. It's been a very quick light change.
It has, yes, and there's still 100 minutes to go.
Indeed, there's still 102 minutes to go, plus that extra lap, so it's more like 104 or so. 103, 104. And we've still got lots of action to come, just over halfway through the race.
Yeah, well, we do, don't we just? It's all getting a little bit crazy here at Road Down Under again. We had the craziness to start with, and we're getting it again now.
It looks like the rain stopped as well, so it was just a light shower, which made the track wet enough just for that accident.
Yeah.
But just for Otis to go off, and just for that accident just now, which caused the code 80. And soon we're going to be back to there being a drying line again.
Very precarious stuff for sure, and yeah, when it gets this wet, the wet tyres don't help you sometimes. That's when you have to start thinking about the drive weight you're allowed at the traction control.
Indeed, because these tyres can obviously, because they've got the grooves in them, they can only displace a certain amount of water. They can only displace a certain amount of water before they start aquaplaning themselves. And if they can't displace that much water, they're going to be aquaplaning all over the place. It doesn't matter if it's going to be in a straightaway, in a braking zone, in a corner. They're just going to be going straight on and have no control.
And that is the worst possible scenario you can have, of course, because then you've got no control even on the straight when you're supposed to have it.
Indeed, and if you do aquaplane, there could be a massive accident.
Okay guys, get ready, we will come back to green in
then.
10 seconds.
Here we go, once more from top, see if we can get ourselves a restart.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
And green flag, we have cars coming out of the pits in Boy and Milan, who's gone into the Monaco. Adam Maguire leads for SimTech. Thomas and Sheffer is in for Gold Sports. Cecil Gomez in the pits, as I alluded to before. Attrition rate, Jamie Otis and Salvo Sardina included, is now 10 of the 38 starters.
Indeed, there's been a massive attrition rate here, mainly because of the rain. I don't know how many people practice in the rain. I don't know if they did practice in the rain, how many times they did. I don't know what rain settings they did. But it seems the rain has really caught a lot of people out here today.
Yes, what is this mythical thing called rain? Well, we've seen today, haven't we? We've seen exactly what it can do. It can throw races in contempt, it can do all sorts. And as we alluded to before, that SimTech car, no penalty at the start of the race, ultimately that's helped them.
It has indeed, although I'm not sure at this moment in time what penalties have really...
Maguire's aquaplaned himself and gone off a little bit, but boy, Milan's too far behind to make advantage.
Milan, it looks like they're on the same lap. They're about as Maguire's coming across the start-finish line. Milan is just beginning the back straight, so there's maybe a good 30 seconds or so buffer Maguire has there. But every single mistake is going to take time out of that lead. And if you make too many mistakes, he's going to be right there behind you before you know it.
Yeah, he's going to be right there, right behind you before you can even blink and say, oh my lord, he is actually there. And well, doing a good job to keep where he is though. He's doing a fantastic job of that. Matthias Magus is in the RGPL car now. I think a lot of teams have done driver swaps actually. I see Andrea Crespi's in. David Yunt has just done I think he's done 2 hours and 24 minutes now. So should get out the car within the next 10 or 20.
Indeed, the rules here is that you can only do 2.8 hours. You can only do 2.8 hours, which I believe is 2:48. So you need to get out with an hour 12 to go, otherwise you're going to be disqualified.
You know, when I see Thomas Hinds down there as well, so it'll be either Williamson or Hinds, I think, that is in the car. Probably going to be Hinds, actually. So Hinds is a lot quicker than Williamson for sure. And we've seen him in the Feeder Wagner Simulator car in BLMS. We know he's talented. And Tom Hinds in the prototype there will probably be the driver.
Indeed, he's a very fast driver, he's very consistent, and that's what you need. That's perfectly what you need in these conditions.
Yeah, exactly what you need, what you want, what you need, what you need, what you need is not rain. But rain is present, so make the most of it. For those who like
There's
rain.
There's a P2 car going round to 10B.
Yunt in the pits. So, is this it? I'm looking on the driver list. Thomas Hinds is there. Let's swap it now to Thomas Hinds.
Yep, that's a good point. I believe from now you can do, in these P2 cars, you could do one stop to the end, and that's going to be very good for them. It means they don't really have to save fuel. You have a GT car going off at the top of the hill at turn 5. It means that you can just start pushing. Hopefully they might be banking on some more code 80 as the rain starts coming down again.
Sorry, who's gone off? I can't see.
It was a GT car just went slightly wide at the top of the hill at turn 5.
Ah, right, because I think it must have solved itself. I don't see now.
Yeah, they just went slightly wide and kept on going. They just went over they did a roller coaster over the entry road up there.
Yeah, that must have been what happened ultimately, and well, we'll see how the rest of this goes on.
Maguire's lost a lot of time. Maguire lost 5 seconds on the last lap alone.
That might be with the aquaplaning that we saw before.
Indeed,
That might be why
he's lost 6 tenths in the first sector. He's dropping time really quickly.
Has that done something to the tyres, perhaps? Has it put them off slightly? Does that mean Milan can catch up? We'll have to see. Thomas Hinds in the Evo Racing by Basilia car now. It is a beautiful looking car, that car. In P7 now, exiting the pits is Hinds. And he will hope that he can get a good run.
Indeed, Milan in the one Apple car just took 9 tenths out of Maguire in the middle sector. So Maguire is losing tons of time to Milan. So it might not be that long till we see an actual battle for the lead.
Yep, and even Hinds is struggling. He's his aquaplaned off, having come out of the pits. So he's starting to struggle. Needs to stick to the whatever dry line there is. And, well, yeah, Adam Maguire under threat from being lapped by Hadjakovsky.
Again,
he's in sixth.
Jakovsky coming back out from that contact in the pit lane. Jakovsky currently 3 laps behind. There's very, very little chance that he can make that up in the 96 minutes remaining.
Well, he's going for Maguire, all guns blazing here. He wants to unlock himself and get as much time as he can. And Adam Maguire wants to hold his lead. It's going to be an interesting one, this, because it's the leader about to get lapped by the 6th placer.
Indeed, Jakovsky's only about 30 seconds or so behind the car in front, which is Gresby in the 124 Handy car. He may be able to catch him, and then Handy himself is only 12 seconds behind the Ghost Motorsports car. So it's very close between them so far. So Jakovsky might be able to get back into 4th.
Oh, Maguire round! Maguire loses it and goes round.
It seems like he was never happy with these conditions. He was losing a ton of time to Milan all around the track. It seemed like he was never happy with the rain.
Yeah, it is looking torrential down that side of the track, and boy, Milan is going to gain huge amounts of time because of it.
Indeed, that is absolutely terrible for them. It's absolutely terrible. There's nothing I can say. It just seems like Maguire is not happy at all with these conditions. He seems really nervous. He doesn't seem to be able to put the car down. And he's hemorrhaging time to Milan behind him.
Yeah, huge amounts of time lost there. I mean, even as far down as likes of Thomas Hinds. Crespi round, he's gone round. Luckily, no damage in the Handy racing car.
The rain is playing havoc with these P2 cars.
Even Hinds is struggling, and he's usually all right in the wet weather.
Indeed, it's just absolute havoc again. This is where it happens having a GT car with that heavier car. It just helps that people landed on the ground.
It does, yes, and I saw Ali Farry go up as well. The P2s are really starting to struggle now. In last lap, from we're talking like 21s, aren't we? In the
indeed, the P2 cars are doing 21s. The 107 Bogus in 3rd place did a 22.2 last time round, because Motorsports did a 22.5 last time round.
And you know what? The GTs are only like 29s, and 30s and 31s. They're only 5 seconds off still.
Indeed, it's very close. With this increased risk these P2 cars are having, it could easily mean that the GT cars go up in the overall standings. You can see Muller is up into 12th. After having passed Gomez.
And Michele Sommer goes off now. It's all starting to go wrong for the prototypes.
This rain is playing havoc. It's 100% rain offline. It's 100% max rain. The track is absolutely sodden.
Yeah. And yep. That is, I'm just trying to do some maths here. Yeah, 100. I think Jakovsky's going to get out in the next 18 or 16 minutes.
Indeed, it's 1 hour 12 is the gap, so he's got to get out in the next 20 at least.
Yeah, otherwise they're now going to be DQ for Virus, but I think they know that.
Hopefully they do know that. Hopefully they're keeping an eye on the time.
Yeah, I'm sure they know. Apparently the 70%, yeah, 1 hour 12 minutes after is the cutoff, so
Got another
however
20 minutes
20
to
minutes.
get Tchaikovsky out of that car.
So when there's 72 to go, that's when they're going to get out. Tchaikovsky, though, was doing a great job in the rain.
Indeed, he was doing a fantastic job in the lead. Then that mistake in the pits, one mistake, one lapse of concentration is all it takes for your race to be completely ruined. And that's exactly what happened to the Virus car.
Yeah, that was the one problem, and that's why they're down in 5th. So many cars in the pits still. But those are some of the retired ones, obviously, who have already exited the race. It just shows the attrition rate.
Spin, Maguire seems to have got a little bit of pace after that.
Thomas Anser off ahead of Tchaikovsky. You see, there's always cars off now. It should not be surprising.
Indeed, but it might be easier to tell you who's not off the track rather than who's on it.
And I'll tell you who's on it. Boy, Milan. He's on it because he's gaining on Maguire. 10 seconds the gap.
Indeed, it seems like Maguire seems losing about a second a lap to Milan. This could be very interesting, about 10 laps, so that's about 15 minutes time. They could be right close to they could be battling for the lead with 75 minutes to go.
It could be indeed. This could be a battle for the lead if Milan can catch up to Maguire. I'll have to check the timing to come around its individual sector. 10.3 at the last.
Milan took out half a second out of Maguire in the first sector alone that last lap.
Yeah. And as I think it'll come round into the second, we'll see what it is soon enough. 8.414, it's coming down big time.
Yeah, he took out 1.9 seconds in the middle sector alone.
This could be an engine.
Maguire is not comfortable at all in these conditions.
Yeah, this could be something big if there's a battle for the lead in the rain in these conditions. Could be worth lots of traffic round Milan, but he just negotiates it. This is precarious stuff here. Apparently Ockfist and Ferry are going out for P6 and P8 and P9. Yeah, they are battle. Ockfist and Ferry. Milan in the middle of it.
Indeed, last time out of one car with Milan at the wheel came 5th last time out of Montreal. They might be looking to go for the win today.
Yeah. And not only is Ben Willis out! Ben Willis out in the Drake car! What's happened there? Willis
terrible.
is what's happened? I think it was just a disconnection. That's all right because they can get back in the race.
Indeed, a disconnection is certainly salvageable, unlike the crashes that we've seen so far today.
Yeah, just a disconnection, but he's left the race 3 times. Well. Apparently it was a bug. Wow.
Oh.
Yeah, apparently he got bugged into the garage.
Interesting, okay. Not seen that before, as Crespi is off. Crespi is off between turn 6 and 7. In 6th place behind Jajowski, trying to keep it ahead of Hens.
Yeah, apparently straight to DNF for the Drake car, no disconnection or anything. That is absurd.
Wow.
And 3 left the races for Ben Willis.
Okay, guys, get ready. We'll come.
Code 80.
10 seconds.
What's this for?
overtaking.
Hens
What's
is
this
going
over?
very slowly. It appears
Who is?
Hens is going slowly through the
5,
S's.
Oh no, don't say Hens has had an accident.
2,
Oh, he's lost his front bumper, he has. What's happened?
He's lost the front bumper. I imagine he's gone off at turn 1.
Well. I tell you this.
Because it was going very slowly through turn 3. He had no front bumper beforehand. He was obviously going to pits. I think he's lost it at turn 1.
Oh no, there was an incident with GT, Piccolo. What's happened with Piccolo? Hens went into the back of Piccolo, went into the barrier, and that's why.
Piccolo 4th in class at the moment, doing very well, and of course that's very close. Piccolo is only 7 seconds behind Horn.
Yeah, I wonder what happened with that incident with Piccolo, because Hens was not that far away. And, yeah, the incident happened, it was out of turn 12, and, yeah, I'm going to go back and have a look when you focus on the present, Neil.
Indeed, it seems like it's very strange. Of course, we've been talking about it all day. That lapping round here is so difficult because the track is narrow and there really aren't that many places to pass here.
Oh, I think I see what happened actually. Piccolo hit the brakes in the middle of 12 and Haynes just didn't expect it.
That's unfortunate. Maybe Piccolo was going slightly wide. Maybe he thought he was going to go off, so just put a dab on the brake. And with the B2 car just coming with such a speed differential and slightly more downforce, just went straight into the back.
Yeah, it wasn't it was a bit of an incident, but Piccolo was down in the pits as well. It was come in. I don't think he actually had damage per se, but he's in the pits, and yeah. Apparently, Vaclav Nick's been removed for not receiving updates from client. Ben Willis has rejoined. He has managed to get back in. But what has happened to Vaclav there in the core team car?
Disconnection again?
Well, no, the core team's now been driven by Radek Cirque, so maybe that's just an old client.
And then maybe he's just left the game. Maybe they've just made a pit stop.
Yeah,
we see Zhizhovsky in the pits and Hens in the pits as well. Obviously Hens for the damage, but Zhizhovsky's in the pits. This has to be for the changeover. They've only got 13 minutes left. Djakovic must go into the car now.
Yeah, I see Nicky Djakovic here. This will be Nicky in. Yep, in fact, he does go in. Djakovic in the car and leaves the pits.
We see Grau second in class, and the GT's in the pits as well.
Okay, guys, to come back to green in 10 seconds.
As we come back to greens very shortly, 10 seconds in fact.
5, 4,
here we go.
3,
once more,
2, 1. Green
flag racing again. Everyone gets back up to speed. Bit of a disaster for the Even Racing by Basilia car then with that incident. That's going to put them down a bit. But I'm sure Thomas can make some sort of comeback from there. And
indeed, I'm sure they can, but Grau is still in the pits. It looks like he might lose a position to Horn.
Yeah, and that's looking around down here. Oh, apparently there's. I've seen it off. I've seen it off somewhere. Someone went off somewhere on the track, but I don't remember where it was, unfortunately. Oh, I've seen another one, Michele Sommer, but that's not major. Dennis Hadlack in the PRL Logitech car.
And we will come back to code 80.
Oh, back to code 80!
Seconds, no overtaking.
What? Wait, which one was this?
It seems the 197, the team RGPL car is going very slowly. But Lechevre's in fourth place, is off the track. He's in fourth and he's off the track.
Lechevre's no rear wing, yes. Lechevre's no rear wing, and the RGPL car will be. Who's in the RGPL?
It is Pavlicek.
Yes, now where would he be? Because I can't see. Djakovic is left! Djakovic is gone!
Oh no, that's terrible! Oh,
that's a disconnection, I think, from Djakovic. Yeah, Djakovic is disconnected.
It's got, as we see what happened to the Lechevre car in fourth place. He just lost it through turn one and slid into the barriers on the outside of turn one very slowly, but rear first, which means his rear wing just got taken off. Djakovic in the Team Virus car disconnected. It's gone from bad to worse for Virus today.
Yep, and the RGPL GT of Pavlicek has got no front bumper. Nicky Djakovic is going to try desperately to rejoin. And this is helping Thomas Hinz and all this. He doesn't lose nearly as much time now.
Indeed, but it's also helping Ukvist. He might pass Djakovic. Ferry might pass Djakovic.
Well, who can say that endurance racing is predictable? Not after this day, you can't.
Indeed, you just never know. You just never know what's going to happen in endurance racing.
Well, if this doesn't go down in history as one of the craziest endurance races ever, I don't know what will.
It has been absolutely awesome what happened.
Yeah. Such an intensive race, even during the bits where I haven't been really awake. Wow. Never thought ever that I'd be commentating on a race like this. Not like this.
Indeed, but it's just time to relax a little. Maguire stabilised the lead gap at about 10.5 seconds. He's managed to stabilise it very nicely. He's managed to stop losing time to Milan. I don't know what's happened now, but he just seems to be slightly more comfortable with the car. Milan obviously in second, and Bogus in the 107 car is a full lap behind Milan. And there's not much chance. Well, I say there's not much chance of him getting second, but you just don't know with what's happened so far.
Yeah, and whew, well, I am absolutely.
Okay, guys,
I
get
don't know what
ready.
to
We
think
will
anymore.
come back to green
All
in
I
10
know is
seconds.
we're going back to green in 10 seconds. Well, let's see how this
5,
goes.
4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
And green again.
And we have just had that rain shower, but looking at the radar, there's another massive rain shower coming.
Oh,
There's another massive rain shower.
dear.
I would say that this rain shower is possibly about 3 times the length of the last one that we had. So we might have another, in about 5 minutes or so, we may have rain for another half hour.
Yeah, I mean, this could just get even better than it already is.
Indeed, we still know what's going to happen. Usually in these sort of races, you have a sort of idea of what's going to happen, but this one, literally anything could happen.
Yeah, I've lost. I'm not even going to try and call it anymore. Djakovic still isn't back.
That's going from bad to worse for the Virus car. It's just gone terribly wrong for them this race, and they're down to 8th with the Oakfist and Ferry past them. You don't know. They might even lose another position to Soma, down to 9th.
Yeah, this could just get even better. I mean, Adam Maguire, Boyer, Milan only 15 seconds between them at the last split, but that might have been during the code 80. Maybe it wasn't. Matthias Bugustin, the RGPL prototype 3rd. Crespi 4th, Lechev 5th, who might drop down from Ockfist. Ferry's probably going to go into 6th at this rate.
Indeed, indeed. And we see Schaller in the 188 GT cars up to 11th overall. And of course, Hint in front of us in the pits. He's only 2 laps behind Hint, which is probably going to be about 2.5 minutes. So if Hint can't get out in the next 2.5 minutes, we're going to have a GT car in the top 10 overall.
Wow.
It starts raining again, it looks like.
And more rain. It's just absolutely mad. It really is.
Schaller's
In the
there,
last
same
sector, watch out, there's a
Apparently,
slow car.
slow car in the final sector as well. Who's this?
It's Russo in the RSA P2 car.
Oh, no, that's not very good. Gabriel Russo, yep, really slow off track, but he's there. Keeping it on the grass sensibly. No problems. They're nice and simple in the SRSA car. No need for Co 880 because he is nice and calm. Keeping it off the track, not causing any problems. And he can get back under his own power. And everyone knows that he's there. Just got to be careful about it.
Indeed, you just got to be careful when these cautions get called out. Just make sure that you don't do anything rash. And we have a GT car in the top 10. Schaller's past Hins in the pits.
He is! Enrico Schaller in the top 10 in the GT for No Limit Motorsport. And might get past Djakovic.
Indeed. He's only, let's have a look. I think he's only 1 lap behind Djakovic. I believe he's only one. Yeah, he's a full lap behind Djakovic. He's a lap and a half now that he's got around the track. So if Djakovic can't connect in the next 2 minutes or so, we'll have a GT car 9th.
Well, wouldn't that be a sight for sore eyes?
Indeed, as we see Russell has managed to make it back to the pits, managed to limp his car back.
Yeah, and when is Thomason's going to leave the pits? Well, Enrico, I think that...
Hey guys, get ready, we come
Code
back
80,
to Code 80.
Code 80,
Code
what's this about?
Yes, Code 80.
Well,
Oh my
Neil's
goodness.
happy, but why?
How many Code 80s is that now? That must be in the region of 10 now.
What's happened to cause this? Maguire's got no front bumper!
Oh no, the leader
No, it's going to be Milan who takes the lead for Monaco.
Oh my goodness, Monaco in the lead again after being 5th last time out at Montreal. I'm going for the lead.
Wow.
Team RGPL looks like Team RGPL in third. They came 8th last time out at Montreal. This rain has really messed up the standings. And I don't know who's going to be leading the championship coming out of here.
I don't even know what day of the week it is anymore. I've lost track. This race is screwed with me. It's so many ways.
Of the S's, stuck on the inside of the S's, the P2 car.
Hang on, is it the summer holidays tomorrow? I've forgotten.
Barbosa in the 123 car looked to be on the inside of the S's, stuck in the grass there, but he's managed to keep it going.
Well, yeah, this is... I think we may have set a new record this race with the amount of code 80s we've had.
Indeed, I haven't been counting, but that must be in the region of 10 or 11 code 80s now, surely. I don't know if Bernd's counting, he might be.
Well...
Or he might have given up as well, don't know.
Yeah, I think we'll have to consult Jimmy Ellison and the record books about this one to see if there really is the most code 80s ever. I mean, it's like code 80s the norm in this race, and when he's like, alright, we're going to racing now, alright, going back to code 80 now, okay, going to racing now.
It's just this rain is messing with the P2 cars. I don't know if the P2 cars have practiced in the rain yet. That might be what the core problem of this is.
Well,
as Maguire's in the pits, which means Milan is taking the lead of the race.
There he goes on the 100th lap of the race.
Okay, guys, get ready. We will come back to green flag.
And going back to green.
Back to green. Thomas Hinz is out of the pit. Enrico Schala set to overtake Jakovic. But he's rejoined.
3, 2, 1, green flag.
Yeah, Jakovic is rejoined. That car is there. Enrico Schala, unless you have Jakovic is going. He's not going to get ahead unless there's another disconnection. As Jakovic slides in the pits.
Oh, that's not good. Obviously, we'll be angry. We'll have frustration from what happened due to the disconnection, and you can't let that cloud his judgment. You can't let that cloud his driving coming back out of the pits. He's just got to drive what he can and hope to gain as many points as he can for the virus car.
Yeah, and it's not easy for Jakovic. Hadlack versus Horn, apparently. Battle on the track. Where is Hadlack? 14th and 13th, and then Thomas Hinz ahead, but Hadlack and Horn, yes, battling it out.
Very close. It's very close coming down the coming down the back straight.
Hadlack not close enough into 10A and 10B to try anything, unfortunately. Not really going to get through there, and he is just about there, but not unfortunately there.
Indeed, it's still very close between these cars. Even though we've had 2 3/4 hours of racing, there's still only 2 car lengths in it between teams. Yeah,
and that's how close it can be, ultimately. In fact, I've just seen Enrico Schala is in the top 9.
Yeah,
Jakovic has gone off. Jakovic has gone off. I think he's just put a lap on him. Enrico Schala just put a lap on Nicky Jakovic.
What an extraordinary turn of events! What the hell is going on?
Well,
I don't understand.
It's just the prototypes are finding it so hard. Guys like Schala can go in the 9.
Indeed, it's the prototypes just taking too much time again. It's what happens at Petit Le Mans in the wet. We may see a GT car be right up there in the standings.
Well, you'll have to do... Well, this is just... That would be a dream if I saw that, because as a GT sort of centric person, I've always wanted to see a GT do well. I think I did once before, but... Just good to see, really, isn't it? As let's go back to the Horn battle. Mike Horn, Dennis Hadlack, not much in it between these two as we're coming to 10A again. Apparently Live Races is now down, which was the source of live timing Neil was using, so I'm going to have to keep them updated.
I have no idea what's happening either. Oh, I've just got the pictures from the stream.
Oh, apparently Jakovic was on slicks. That's why.
Why is he on slicks?
They put him on that when he rejoined. He's on the wets now.
Why is he on the slicks in that sort of weather? Can't you see all the rain?
Apparently, it was like they put him on that when he rejoined, even though he must have selected the wets. So another bug, possibly, but. Now 3 laps down on Schala, who's 9th still.
That is absolutely awesome from Schala. He's still a full lap behind the 115 who's in front of him, but you just don't know here. He's a full lap behind Sal.
Yeah, I mean, Gallagher's in a world of his own right now in that GT car. It's brilliant. I want him to do well here. You cheer for the GT and the prototype fields.
Indeed.
Apparently it's back up now, live racer, so Neil can see what's going on.
I can actually see what's going on now. I can see people around the track. I can see sector times, and it's all lovely. But it's absolutely awesome what happened so far. It was still an hour and 48 has gone, and you've still got Handlick and Horn this close.
Yeah, these two are just... Yeah, I'm out of words now. I just want to... This is just a brilliant battle.
Indeed, it's just a fantastic battle. Just Hadlock just trying to see where Horn is slower, where Horn is going wide, just to see where he can pass him, just to see what his weaknesses are.
I mean, if it doesn't put too much stress and bother on Page, I'd like to go on board with Dennis Hadlock if it's possible from the inside camera of the car, just slightly off, you know, one of the inside cameras, the front view of Hadlock, just to show you how much rain spray these are dealing with and just what sort of conditions while battling it out. Hadlock and Horn going at it here, and Horn off ahead, just slightly, cuts the corner too much, now goes a bit wide, now goes a bit less wide, and now Dennis has to make moves.
Indeed, it's still very close between these two cars. You can see them going up the S's, going for turn 5, and then going up the run towards turn 6. You can just see there doesn't seem to be much spray at the moment. The dry line seems to have formed.
Oh, whoa! Horns just lagged backwards and almost hit Hadlock there.
Oh, you don't want any lagging at all.
Well, that is all of a sudden Mike Horn is quicker. He's there. He's just there all of a sudden, and then, well, apparently there's an LMP2 battle brewing, but this is a closer battle between Horn and Hadlock.
They are nose to tail so far between Horn. It's like Horn has got the run of the straights. Maybe Horn is running slightly less wing, which is allowing him to keep ahead on the straight, so as opposed to Hadlock, who's got more wing, so he's faster through the S section.
Yeah, Dennis Hadlock just maybe the advantage there, and well, just listen to the V8 roaring in that Corvette as it goes by. Just beautiful sound as he just holds it on, just stops the oversteer trying to catch Horn while trying to negotiate the other traffic as well. This is not easy for Dennis Hadlock by any means.
Indeed, you've still got to keep a track on all the traffic that you're trying to.
Oh, he straight lined the corner! He just straight lined the next corner, got over all the bumps. Maybe did he aquaplane? He was in a precarious position with the P2 anyway. Oh, Zoom, yeah.
There was contact.
Oh, yeah, contact with Zoom, who he just sideswiped him, and that's why Hadlock went off. No damage, but unfortunately it happened.
Indeed, it's just these P2 cars maybe being a little bit too impatient.
Yeah, need to really start thinking about this. You think?
Just the side swipe there, which caused them to, you can just see the side swipe there, which just caused them to go over the grass.
Yeah, luckily no damage, but not really what we want to see from the P2 driver.
It's just yet another crash.
Whoa! Oh, I just seen a bit of another lag attack. Boy, Milan lagged into Peroquist and Milan's round! Milan lagged into Peroquist in 5th and Milan has gone round. Is this going to help Adam Maguire in any way? No damage by the looks of it on that one Aqua car. But that was a scary moment for Boy Milan. Peroquist though, Ockfist
Maguire was off as well.
Yeah, but Ockfist has come off without notice as well. Ockfist has got no damage, that's fine, but just a very scary lag attack.
It seems like a lot of these incidents with GT cars are caused with P2 cars not giving room, not being patient, not giving the room to GTs.
Drive through for Pomnicek. What's this about now? Pomnicek with a drive through.
Pomnicek, what was that with? Was that with the? That was the contact with the P2 car. That's contact with Hins, was it not?
Well, it did back a while because he's been in the pits for a while, but it was Piccolo who got involved with Hins. He's been in the pits for at least a while now. I'm not sure what this penalty's for, but Got to serve it. Well, nonetheless, that happened. Anyway, Okvis Ferry battling it out for 5. 2 going at it. Okvis 5, Ferry 6th, and now into 6th they go. Ali looks like she could probably have it go into 10A and 10B.
Indeed, it's a very good run for the Atlantic car this time round. It's a very good race that they've had. Of course, they had the unfortunate disconnection issue in Montreal when they went for the driver change, but they've got a very strong race at the moment, 6th, and it could even be a top 5 for them.
Yeah, and here's hoping that they can get the rest of this race done well. Atlantic, they've had a good run. Rockfist ahead. A formidable opponent, but Ali's trying her hardest to catch up. And apparently the penalty's been removed from Povlicek. So maybe just a slight error.
Indeed, it may have just been an error. I'm not sure. Could it have been for corner cutting?
Oh, the game caught him wrong apparently, that's why. So R-Factor 2 is only a simulator. It can make mistakes, and here comes Ali Ferry, capitalising on problems with traffic for Rockfist, but yeah, apparently it was supposed to go to Zoom, not Povlicek. So yeah, that was why. Just an incorrectly applied penalty. So we know Zoom will be getting a penalty now for that.
Indeed, and it looks like from the radar that rain is closing in on the track.
Well, this is bad news for any prototype driver.
Radar that rain is closing in on the track.
Bad news for any prototype driver, that's for certain.
Ja, wie gesagt, ich habe ein Industrierennen, das ist ein Regenrennen.
Well, Ali Ferry's giving it a very good go on Ockfest. Yeah, she's chasing him down.
Indeed, there is very close between the two, coming down towards the back straight again, into the main passing zone of this track, turn 10A, with that massive braking zone. You just have to see if they can do it again.
Yeah, she's catching in the braking zones, but Ockfist has it everywhere else it seems.
Maybe Ockfist has a slightly less wing, which helps them in the straight.
Oh, I think... No, that's not quite correct. Sorry, I thought that Boyer Ram was being chased by Adam Maguire, but there was the whole 47 seconds. And oh, apparently Povlicek's got the penalty again, so that will be removed. It's not going to Zoom like it should be. Interesting. Meanwhile, Maguire's trying to get past Barbosa here. Carlos Barbosa, actually 11 laps ahead of Adam Maguire. And now he's trying to get ahead here. Dennis Hadlack though there as well. Maguire will not be happy about the fact he's being held up so much. But yeah.
It's not going well. Of course, you want to pass these GT cars as fast as possible. However, you've got to be careful because we've seen many incidents between Lee Russell and the Mel car being taken out by a P2 car. We just saw a couple of seconds ago with Hadlack being taken out by another P2 car with that sideswipe. They've just got to be careful.
Yeah, gotta be careful. Gotta be very careful in situations like this, and well, we'll see how this pans out.
Indeed, just looking, and it seems the rain is closing in again. I'm not sure when it's going to hit the track, but it seems like it will hit the track at some point.
Yeah.
And we're just looking, there's just that second gap between the Atlantic and the SimHQ car. Just looking down the field, there's between the Ramada and the PRL car, between Pinto and Hadlack, there's a very close, it's very close. It looks like there's only a tenth or two of a second in it, so it might be worth looking at that battle as well.
It might be, yes. I mean, there's not much in it between Schaller and, well, actually, what's this 10th? I don't understand what's going on anymore. I've completely lost you, sorry.
Sorry, between Pinto and Hadlack. Yeah, between Pinto and Hadlack, it is very close.
Oh yeah, they're closing in on each other again.
Only a second between the two.
Oh! Well, I don't know where Per Rockfist just got a bad run out of there, but I thought I saw Ali Ferry catching. I don't think she's close enough at the moment to really get a massive slipstream, which is I think she is getting closer periodically. But yeah, keep looking at this Hadlack Pinto battle because there's not that much in it.
Indeed, the battle is just coming out of 10B and coming up the hill into 11 and down the hill again into 12 across the start-finish line.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about keeping this going at the moment, I think, in these circumstances, given the rain might be up. We're 3 hours into the race, just 1 hour to go. You wouldn't think it. Feels like it's gone on forever, but just an hour to go now.
Indeed, we've had 75% of the race so far, 3 hours of awesome, exciting racing, and we still got another hour's worth to go, and there could be more rain chaos left in the hour.
Yep, apparently the stream is only showing prototype 2s. Apologies for this, we're going to get fixed as soon as we can. We will get the entire field up soon, but yeah, I think Pinto Hadlock has died down a bit, but Ockfist Ferry, Ali's got to get past some traffic, which is a bit further away again. Benjamin's going to try and fix these problems with the overlay.
It starts raining again. I see rain. It's raining again.
Oh no, it's prototype going off city. Gonna be time again, is it? We'll have to see.
This massive rain cloud is starting to come across the track, and it is absolutely massive. I would say, I wouldn't be surprised if it's here for the next half hour, 40 minutes.
Well, hold on to your butts, ladies and gentlemen. We've got more torrential rain incoming. Enrico Shala, who's in 10th, will probably be rubbing his hands with glee at the thought of this.
Indeed, because of course, it's going to be wonderful if we can get a GT car even higher.
Already in 10th, can we go higher than that?
We were slightly into 9th for a second there. We were slightly into 9th earlier on, but it slipped back down to 10th. Can't we get even higher again?
Yeah, well, it would be amazing if we could. Russo gets through, or Russell on Charlotte, just the P2 going through. But with this rain, might be the prototypes find it harder again. Get the umbrellas out, indeed.
Indeed, it's time to get your monsoon tyres back on, especially for these P2 cars.
Yeah, this is going to get interesting with this extra rain. We've gone into extra rain time, and boy, man, will probably be thinking, I'm just going to keep it on the track now. Because I can see the rain down near the front, down at 10A and 10B. It is torrential.
Indeed, it is something that you definitely do not want to drive in at the moment. Here's like Milan has a two sector lead. I would say it's about a 55-second lead Milan has at the moment. He just needs to keep it on the tarmac, just keep it on the road, and he's going to win this race now that I've jinxed him.
Well, it is just not looking good in terms of dry weather for these drivers. I'm just looking to watch to see who the first to make a mistake's going to be. I hope it's not someone who's in a battle, because that'll just be catastrophic for them.
Indeed, it appears Pinto has fallen off the back of Hadlack a little bit. He's back down to 2 seconds behind, and it seems the same has happened to Ferry with Ockfist. She's back down to 2 seconds behind as well.
Yeah, looks like she has dropped back, so just starting to calm
Maguire,
down in the
Maguire
rain.
just
Back, Ferry is the first to acroplane off. Off she goes a little bit, so is this the start? Has it gotten too red again?
Indeed, it could be the start of P2 chaos again.
Well, that was strange enough the first time. Will it be strange enough the second time?
I mean, last time we had, what, 4 cars up in turn
Aiello
1?
off as well, that's the first GT.
Aiello's off as well, in the 154 Atlantic car, who's about 6th in class, I believe, 6th or 7th in class.
Yep, so it's not just the prototypes being affected, it's the GTs too, but the prototypes more so.
Indeed, and it seems like the rain has came slightly down again. It was just that heavy shower to begin with, and the rain has now stopped, I believe.
It has done, and well, that was temporary, but now the track's going to dry out, and the drivers will be able to re-acclimatise, but it's almost like putting the sprinklers on for a bit, isn't it?
Indeed, it's time to get Bernie's sprinklers out.
Well, technically, with the Formula 1 Grand Prix going to the Paul Ricard circuit,
there we go, get the sprinklers out. What could possibly go wrong?
Like, if he thinks it's, like, the benefit of Paul Ricard, and I know there's been complaints of not using the full Mistral straight, which sucks, I know, but if the race gets boring, it can just turn the sprinklers on.
Turn the sprinklers on, what could possibly go wrong?
Well, I think that'll be interesting to see, won't it, in Formula 1, if they actually decide to do that. I know they won't, but we can dream. I'm sure that, I'm sure Boy Milan can dream of this race when he gets past Thomas Hinds. And he will do. Hinds just got to make this nice and easy for Milan, given its lap traffic.
Again, it's starting to get into that. It's starting to get wet. It's starting to get a little bit. It's night now, so it's harder to see, and fatigue might be settling in between for drivers who have been going for a long while.
Yeah, it could be. It could be that it's starting to get a little bit tiring for them. Perhaps that, and in the case of Adam Maguire, that might be so. I know Luke Walsh got in before the mandatory swap over mark, but still. Upfist and Ferry, I think a bit between them now, to be honest, so not really as much of a battle
there's about
anymore.
16 seconds back between them now, and Horn's about 2 seconds behind Piccolo.
Nuno Pinto,
Which means that Pinto is past Pinto's
Okay,
past
guys, we come
Piccolo.
to code 80.
and code 80,
And
we've
code
got another
80.
code 80, what's it for this time?
Soma in the P2 is off in the
4,
S's.
3,
It's going very
2,
slowly inside the S's,
1.
and Soma's stopped at the side of the S's, it looks like.
Yep, car slowing
No,
down
he's
for
going
code
again.
80.
Has he lost the front bumper?
I'm looking for Zoom, P8, yep, no.
No, Soma,
No.
P7.
Oh, P7, Summer. Summer has, yes. That's why. And that is right. That's a whole lap Summer's going to have to do with no front bumper on the code 80.
Indeed, but it looks like it was turn 1 again as we look back at the replay here.
Oh, sorry, it's not a whole lap. I think it's just coming up to the straight section down to 7. Down to 7. Yeah, Summer was just coming out. Sorry, I thought it was turn 1. Just coming through 8 now, yeah.
Oh, he got tipped by a GT car, it looks like. I'm not sure what GT car that is, but he got tipped into the barrier by a GT car at turn 3.
Yep, I'm looking at Summer, and let's see what happens. Yeah, Summer went, covered, went into the barrier, yeah.
Yeah, he got
And,
tipped
oh, it
by
was
GT car.
Shalla! He got involved with
Shalla.
Shalla! And, I don't know what's happened,
It
but I think he was
started
going a
raining
bit left, and Regal was already on the very left of the track. Shalla was P10 at the time.
Yes, P10, yep.
Yeah,
It
and
started
he was
raining
left, and
again,
oh, he
so-
came over! He came over a bit, and apparently Bernd Schmidt has to restart, because it's crashed. So Bernd Schmidt is going to have to restart his game. I don't know whether this means we're going to lose the broadcast or not, but we know he has to do that.
Might as well do it under a code 80.
Might as well do it under a code 80 indeed.
Does this mean that we become the race stewards?
Yeah, I think we have lost the visuals, unfortunately, on the stream. Apologies for this. We are aware of the fact that Benjamin has to restart his game, so we have become the race
Indeed.
stewards in a sense. Obviously, I think, were it me, I'd just keep it code 80 until Bernd gets back.
No, just wave a green flag at a random car. It's fine, it's fine.
Well, not really much to commentate on here, apart from the fact the cars are going to be making that code 80s happen.
Indeed, they're going round at 80 kilometers an hour, round a track in Georgia. It started raining again as well. It's only ever slightly raining now, but it
Benjamin
has
just
indeed.
reloading into the game now.
It has indeed started raining again.
Yeah, but it's just coming back in. I can see him on the stream. He will be here soon. In fact, he's back! He is back with us, so Bird can see what's happening now. He'll just be resetting the cameras. Yep, he is back. Is Sarah Darrell Russell's back as well, which is all also good. Good to hear. And yep, I think we are back in action here. Yep, all is good again. And I'm sure that we can get things going back to normal procedure as soon as Bernd Schmidt has checked everything out. Yeah, just gonna wait for the green flag, I guess. We've had quite a few cars retire. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No more cars actually retired since the previous, but anyway, welcome back to our Russell.
Or apparently not welcome back.
Okay guys, get ready, we will come back to green in 10 seconds.
Yep, apparently not, but yep, back to
Hello.
green in 10.
Oh, there he
Let's
is.
see.
5, 4, 3, 2,
And once
1.
again,
Green flag.
racing we go. Boy Milan gets a move on. Ben Willis behind him. Adam Maguire waves back now, but will close the gap when the timing resets. Charlie Sommer still in the pits, of course. Thomas Hinton, all this is probably going to go up to 9. So starting to reclaim the positions he lost before.
Indeed, hence in that P2 car being able to slice through the traffic in front of him.
Yep, just slicing and dicing, that's what he's doing. And, yep, all is good in that sense. Roy Milan is finding everything good out there in P1, no problems whatsoever. Adam Maguire behind maybe a couple more because he's 39 seconds. But if Milan makes a major mistake, Maguire is there to take P1. That's the important thing.
Indeed, and it's been like that this entire race with the rain, and it's still ever so slightly raining here in Atlanta. With the rain, it's just been keeping it on the track, and you will do well.
Yep, that's all you're going to do. You're just going to keep it on track. And
which is far harder than it sounds.
Yep, that's all you're going to do sometimes. Quiet, just there in case of an emergency, and in case anything goes wrong, he will be there to capitalise. Oh, he's in the wall! He's in the wall! Speaking of which, I think we'll put the commentator's curse on him! He's absolutely Robinson Crusoe'd into the wall there! Why did I say that?
Okay, guys, we come back.
And not surprisingly, it's a code 80. Oh, he just lost it on his own. Round the S's, into the back.
5,
Lost
4,
both ailerons.
3,
Got the Formula
2,
4 going on. We go
1.
to code 80
Code
again.
80
and now, Adam Maguire is not there to pick up the pieces.
Indeed, again, it's just been keeping it on the black stuff. That's all you need to do, especially in these conditions. But again, a small mistake leads to disaster for a car, and Bogish in the car behind, he may be able to jump up into second.
Well, I could not have expected that.
Now, was that the curse of Joshua, or just down to the weather conditions?
But yes, Bogish behind an RGPL car is only a lap behind Maguire. Scratch it, it's only 35 seconds behind Maguire. With Maguire having to make a pit stop and undoubtedly having to do damage repairs, the RGPL car is going to be up into second. After they came 8th in Montreal, coming up into second is a good improvement for them.
Well, who could have called that? That was just wow. Okay, proof you can never call an endurance race. Come on. Wow. Almost, I think apparently 20 code 80s about this race.
It would not surprise me.
It would not surprise me either. And 40 minutes to go.
It's got to be the most in any one race so far.
I think this can go into the history books. Definitely.
Indeed, 50 minutes to go left in this race, and who knows what's going to happen next.
Wow.
Bogish is in the pits, actually. Bogish is in a P2 car. He might be coming in to top up the tank, and that'll be him good for the rest of the race.
Quite possibly, yes. Apparently Nico Barkley and Robin says we're testing the limiter's endurance, the pit limiter. Quite slow. It's not just an endurance race for the drivers, it's an endurance race for the pit limiter.
Thomas in the pits as well, so he'll be doing the same. They'll be doing the same thing.
Okay, guys, we come back to green flag in 10 seconds.
Oh, green in 10. Let's see how long we stay that way.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
And back to green flag racing. Hopefully, we'll not have another one.
Well, it looks like it's absolutely chucking it down at the moment. It's back up to 51% rate.
Oh, Maguire round again!
Wonderful.
Unbelievably, but he's got into the pits. Well, that's how difficult it is.
Indeed, and surely that's Maguire lost his position.
Well, Maguire will probably go down to P2, P3 now. And, well, because we'll probably go through it in a second. Well,
Our commentary seems to be putting off the race director.
Oh dear. Well, let's hope we can't. Let's not do that, Buzz. Sorry, Bent. That's the first. That's the first time I've ever seen that. Well,
But this has just been an absolutely hectic race. Absolutely hectic.
it is a bit funny though, really, isn't it? How many, as I think I've just seen another car go off there. That is Ilaria Finn, who's now gone into the wall and lost the front bumper. There, the 127 car down at turn 7, and will now rejoin the track. And hopefully do so in such a manner that is safe. Doesn't look to be any crabbing going on in the steering, so just going a little bit slower.
Indeed, and its suspension damage is really terrible on any track, never mind this one, with all its undulations and its quick turns.
Yeah, just going a little bit slowly around this final sector here. Ilaria, but should be able to get it back. Should be able to get it back for certain, because there's not that long. Got to get through 10A, 10B, 11.
Maguire is indeed in the pits, and Bogish is up to second in the Team RGPL car.
Yep, just taking it nice and slowly, and then we've got Greg Hall and Dennis Hadlock. Yep, Ilaria gets off the road there. Very fair, very well done from Ilaria to get off the track sensibly like that. And well, Kieran Parker now.
Caution in turn 10.
Wait, there we
slow
go.
car.
There's the code 80.
No, it's not a code 80, it's just a caution for a slow car. You got
it's
too
just a
excited
caution.
there.
I just heard Bert speaking and immediately thought it was a code 80.
No, it's not. Don't get too excited. Ilaria Finn has made it back to the pits now, by the way. Well done to get that car round.
Turn 10 is now clean.
There we go.
I should add, Gabriel Russo is 40 laps down on the next, on the leader.
Indeed, Russo is 40 laps time. It's only a couple. It's only a couple of laps. They've completed 79 laps, where the leader's on 119. But it's not that many laps, really.
Yeah, it's not that many. I mean, it's 40 minutes now. Effectively.
Caution in the last corner.
There we go. Caution in the last corner as well. That seems Bryson is off in the last corner.
Bryson's had a do. He's had a bit of a do. Lost the front bonnet again. Will
Bryson
turn
in
that
the,
round and get it into
Bryson
the
in the
pits.
RSA GT car.
Oh, he's just trying to turn it around and get it into the pits now. Has done that. Had to go over the grass, but gets there in the end. Just avoids Austin Powers in it, but he's there. So Bryson has made the pits after crashing into the wall to get there.
Last corner is clean.
Luckily their corner is clean again. Not the best pit entry in the world by Boyd Bryson, but he got there.
I see. I'm quite amazed how it appears like on the live racers it tells you how many pit stops each people have done. In the Crespi car, the Handy Motorsport car, who's currently in third place, has only done 2 pit stops.
Wow.
The same with the Atlantic car with was Dylan and Ferry now parking at the wheel, has also only done 2 pit stops.
Yeah, that is maybe what's happening.
Fuel saving. We've been able to do a lot of fuel saving around this track. Who is this? Let's have a look. The Dennis Hadlock in the PRL Logitech car has apparently only done 1 pit stop.
Wow, that must have been for driver change.
Indeed, if driver change and all the fuel, but surely they have to make another pit stop.
Well, we'll have to see. I mean, there's 43 minutes to go in this race, and now it's all starting to kick back up again with the rain.
Caution in turn 1, slow car.
There we go. Someone's gone off at turn 1 as well. Who's that? That's Soma in the P2 car.
Yeah, Soma has gone
In
off
the Scania car.
Yeah, that would have been something. And I'd like to drag a guest up if it's all possible.
Turn 1 is clean.
Yep, turn 1 clears itself, and welcome Ben Willis.
Hello, how we doing?
Well, we're having the race of our life, and we're only the commentators. But from your perspective as a drag driver, how has it been with Greg Hall in 7th at the moment?
All over the place. It's just been crazy. We got a penalty which I didn't really agree with. We got unlucky for some reason. I got kicked to the garage at one point. The rain's been all over the place, points where you can see, but to get to 7th, we're just dragging it along now. We're fueled to the end and getting there and having a bit of fun with it.
Yeah, apparently, just in response to the point about pit stops, apparently Live Racers does pit stops for driver, not for cars. That explains it, Neil. But, yeah, bit of a crazy race for you and for the rest of the field, actually, Ben. How many corner 80s did we have? Do you know?
I think whilst I was in the car alone, it must have been like 8 or 9. It felt like at points where it was every sort of 3-4 minutes we were getting a code 80. It was just mental out there, but I can sort of understand why it's so hard trying to drive out there with the amount of rain. It's completely like 100% wet offline. It's crazy.
That explains why we've had so much aquaplaning then. It's been absolutely crazy out here.
Yeah, exactly. The wet bars are just about coping, and if you've got the car set up just right, then it's not too bad. Anything else, then you're sliding all over the place.
Yeah. At least we're actually racing in the Formula 1, but just called the race off.
Oh, true, yeah, it's a good test of skill. I've actually worn out after about, I think I ended up doing 3 stints, so absolutely knackered, but it was good fun, to be fair. It was pretty good fun.
Yeah, it's been a bit crazy. Any questions from you, Neil?
How was it like driving through all the spray? Could you actually see anything at times when you were at racing speed? How was visibility?
It's alright now with headlights, but when the sun was setting, because of the way R-Factor 2 does HDR and stuff, I couldn't see a thing. It's like you had the sunshine in your eyes, you had spray everywhere, and it was like driving into a grey screen. You couldn't see any brake lights at all. Like now it's not too bad, but yeah, there's just some points where it's like completely couldn't see anything.
I'm sure it would have been quite blinding for you, points there, but you've survived. You're here to tell the tale, and that's great to hear. And I'm sure Greg in 7th is going to be moderately happy with it. Probably could have been a bit higher by your own admission, but still 7th is half decent.
Oh, exactly. We finished 7th in Montreal, so there's a bit of consistency there. And I think if we hadn't had the bad luck, then we could have been further up. Otherwise, at the end of the day, we haven't had any massive crashes. We've kept the car in relatively one piece. And we've managed, well, we're getting to the end, hopefully, touch wood.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that you'll manage. I mean, Greg is a very solid driver. And so I alluded before, sometimes a solid driver in conditions like these is what you need, someone who you know can get it to the end.
Exactly. I think that's sort of one of the strengths of us. We may not be the fastest out there, but we sort of approach every race knowing as long as we can get it to the end, if you see out the 4 hours, then, that's really good.
Yeah. In fact, Greg himself, Morgan Sumer is quite a way behind, so you've not really got much competition in there. And Maguire ahead is, pretty alright as well. Just got to let Maguire's just had contact with Matthias Bogus, actually, who was trying to lap him. So, slightly careless from Maguire, unless there was some sort of aquaplaning going on. Well, he'd already been off, actually, Maguire. So, he didn't even turn for the corner, actually, Matthias Bogus. Matthias was already turning for the corner, I don't know whether Maguire came across there or not, but the LGPL and SimTech cars clashing together. They actually run a joint entry in DEC, so now they're colliding with each other in a VLMS.
There's going to be arguments in the pit garage in the next VEC race after that one.
Yeah, going to be a bit of a crisis on there, but I mean, luckily you don't have to worry about that, do you, Ben, having 2 teams that work together colliding with each other separately?
I don't think I could manage that, to be honest. I struggle enough trying to manage 1-car entries. To have 2 cars where you've got some sort of link outside is always pretty tough.
Cresky's in the pits from 3rd place.
Yep, Crespi in. Don't know whether this will give Ockvist the position or I think there's too much of a gap. I think Ockvist is... Well, actually, I say that, he probably is going to get it.
Ockvist is just about to pass him.
There goes Bear into 3rd.
And Parkin's only a further 40 seconds behind. Might be able to pass him as well.
Yeah. Might just get through Kieran Parkin. Well, he is trying, isn't he? Crispy is Crispy's got no front bumper, that's why.
That's why he's in. He must have went off somewhere.
So it probably will be parking in the P4 for a landing. What a result for them!
I did see Chris. Tully's going round in the 118 car.
Yeah, I'm looking for that, but
in the Witchwood car. No, I saw on the stream must be going very slow coming into the pits, and I just thought it was on the pit limiter, but obviously no, he had damage.
Yeah, and Ben Ross has gone back to his own lobby now. Fair enough. I think he had to go anyway, but yeah, Tony having gone round. I mean, it's just tricky out there. Maguire's now leaving the pits.
Parkin has indeed passed him. Parkin is up into 4th overall. Ockfist, the SimHQ car on the podium, and Parkin in 4th place, just 44 seconds behind.
Yeah, what a race this has been for Atlantic Motorsports then, all things considered. I mean, look where they are now compared to when they started.
Indeed, started down 16th, certainly in the lower quarter, lower 20% of the P2 field. As we see Ilo off in the GT car.
Now what's this code
80? It's another code 80.
What's this one for? I mean, Neil loves his code 80s, but
it looks like Ilo's very slow along. Along the top of the S's, so it might be for him. He might have lost some.
Marcelo's got no bonus, but yeah, this is for Marcelo then. Oh, and there's no P2. It's Finn's got no rear wing. Ilaria Finn has no rear wing either. Must have got involved. Oh, blimey! Well, Ilaria Finn just started slowing down. For some reason, Kieran was stopping. Piccolo rammed into him as well. So, Piccolo has got involved somehow as well. And then, Iolos had another one, so maybe good that the code 80 was called. Maybe it was a good thing that this code 80 was called if it was 2 simultaneous incidents.
Indeed, we've yet to see on your YouTube stream as to what happened to Piccolo at least. But it sounds like Finn has just stopped in the middle of the track.
Well, I'll have to say, apparently replay doesn't work since the game crashed. We can't do replays anymore. But yeah.
Parkin and Crespi's already in the pits. Parkin is in the pits, obviously just to top up.
I think just taking the advantage of the code 80, isn't he?
And he's back at the pits now. Crespi's in the pits again. Crespi's stopped. He's got a full lap lead over Maguire behind him in the SimTech car, but he's in the pits again. Maybe he had residual damage. Maybe he got. There's a driver change. Marco Mazzetti's now in the handy car.
Yeah, Mazzetti in, and he's got a lap to make up the parking now. So, gonna come down to that.
Indeed, there's a full lap between the two cars now, so it's unlikely that there's going to be a position change. I say that, but look what's happened so far.
Yeah, look at everything. For all I know, Shellac could still come back and win it.
Indeed, it wouldn't surprise me if that happened.
Even from 10 laps back, he could do it. Thomas Hins pits during the code 80 as well. Ilaria Finn, for reference, is just coming into 10A and 10B.
Boyd Bryson's been in the pits for the past few laps as well. I'm not sure what's gone wrong with the RSA car.
Yeah, it might just be heavy damage from before, but not being a good race for them. Bryson now the last place car in 28th, 46 laps down as Finn makes it in pit lane. I don't know where Piccolo is.
Sorry.
The Piccolo in too.
I was going to say, before Ben went, I was going to ask him, just like him and everybody else that came into the race, were they all prepared to actually go for a full wet setup, or because just looking at all the retirements, I think the weather caught a lot of the drivers out.
Yeah, I think Finn, Piccolo and Aiello.
Okay guys, get ready,
we'll
come back to green.
I was about to say,
seconds.
it made it, so we're going back to green flag racing.
5, 4, 3, 2,
and
1.
Here we go once
green
again.
Flag.
Green flag, and with about 33 minutes to go, 34 minutes to go, about half an hour. Boy Milan really has nothing to worry about anymore except for keeping it on track. He's a whole lap of Matthias Bugos, and then it's just going to be a straight fight between these two for the lead, I think, if there is any problems.
Bugos has got a full 2 laps ahead of Ockfist as well, so he doesn't need to risk it either.
That's just what rain does for you. I guess. In the end, it also makes Joshua Anderson very tired. I'll carry on though because I have to. And Chris, yeah, he has a huge advantage as to a couple of other drivers as well. And Michele Sommer's just gone off again. Although this was coming out of the pit lane. And he will have to be careful here to make sure he doesn't get in the way. Sommer just doesn't want to get in the way here, just wants to stay nice and out of it.
Indeed, we're on the stream. We're just looking at Sommer now. Sommer is right behind another P2 car on track. I can't quite tell which one that is. I doubt it's Hint.
Yeah, I mean Thomas Hinds is P9 at the moment. He's just coming around. I think on the 8 through. Well, no, actually, he's come through 1. Sorry, he's just come through there. So probably not him, but yeah. I think I'd like to say it's calmed down now, but we don't know it has.
Indeed, it's dried out now. There's dried out. It's not raining again, but the track is still very, very wet.
Yeah, well, we mentioned there might be rain towards the end of the race. There was rain at the start of the race. There's been rain throughout pretty much all of it. A wet track 24/7, but it would just put the icing on the cake if it rained for the next half an hour, wouldn't it?
Indeed, indeed. Just a little bit more chaos. That's all we need.
I mean, if we haven't had enough already. Well, I would not blame anybody for not wanting to race in these conditions. It looks pretty precarious. But props to everyone who's done well today to deal with it in the ways they have. You know, it isn't easy. I probably wouldn't manage that well. So good that there are people who have been managing.
Indeed, all the cars that are there deserve to be there at the moment. After what they've had to do over the past 3.5 hours.
It probably wouldn't be manageable for me as a driver. I would have hated these conditions, and I would have thought, oh god, this is going to go disastrously wrong. And I might have made it if like 6-7 seconds a lap down. I would have been really slow, but that's just me. Not really a prototype person. Well, more touring cars and GTs. That'd probably fit alright in the GT field if I could keep it going, but.
So okay, guys, Code will come in 10 seconds.
Wait, there we go.
Another one! Wonderful. What's it for?
5, 4, 3, 2,
it's Tully.
1.
Oh, it's Tully, yes! No rear wing for Tully. Well, well, well.
Tully's just coming up towards turn 6, so I presume he might have lost it in turn 1.
No, right then, we've got the old Formula Ford going on.
I presume he might have lost it coming into turn 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, the rear wing
happened there? Yeah, Tony just went off. I think there was an incident. Lost it through the S's. The genuine crash. Now they've got the Formula Ford going on.
A genuine crash as opposed to these fake crashes that we've had over the past 3.5 hours.
Oh yeah, they've all been fake and they've just been trying to get the code 80s.
Yep.
That's it. I've unleashed the conspiracy.
Just looking on the live time and how many retirements we've had since this race, we've had 10 retirements.
Yeah, that hasn't really increased since the last one, but lots of incidents.
Otis in the GNS car when he got beached on the sandbank. Beached in the sandbank. I can't remember how long. That was actually quite a while ago now, wasn't it?
Yeah, he seems to have been the one that stopped it.
Indeed, I can't. Was that at the first? No, that was at the second torrential range hour, wasn't it?
That was 10A and 10B where he beached it.
Yeah, it was. It wasn't 10A. He went. We aquaplaned and just went straight off, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, Tully is back in the pits now. Made it into the pit lane, which means that we should be going green again soon and get this final half an hour in the way.
Okay, get ready, we will come back to green in 10 seconds.
And just as you say that, Burnt confirms it.
Yeah, I'm pretty good with this now.
4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
And for the 100th time today, we go green flag racing. It's not actually the 100th time, I may have made that up. But it feels like the 100th time because there's been so many code 80s. But it's a tricky track and a tricky conditions. We can't really blame people.
Indeed, it's been very difficult. conditions all day, very changeable conditions, and there's not much that anyone could have done. For most part, there's been quite a lot of aquaplaning, but there's also been quite a lot of people just being innocent bystanders.
Yeah, whether it's aquaplaning, incidents with lap and code 80s, crashes, disconnects, randomly being sent back to the pits, we've had it all this race. And I say that every race, but this time I really mean it. So I think we've just lost Neil Heatley there, who's gone down to the SimRace car. He's gone down to the... Yeah, he went to a different channel there for some reason. I don't know whether that was accidental or something like that. Oh, right, it was an accident. Don't worry, I'm here to save you, Neil.
Thank you. I pressed the wrong button.
Happens to all. Now even the commentators are having technical problems.
Indeed.
So we just got a message coming in that the rain will be coming back again.
Oh, well, it already is back. I can see it.
Yeah.
Yes, it does not surprise me that the rain is back again. It's been a wet, dry, wet, dry, wet, dry, wet, dry all day, and now the rains came for possibly the entirety of the last half hour.
Well, it's just now we really have had it all.
To code 80
and code 80 again! Yay! It's code 80 party up in here!
Barbosa. It's
There you
Barbosa in the P2 has binned it somewhere.
Code 80 in fourth.
I think at this rate we really ought to just start saying when it's not code 80.
Oh,
We've had that many!
dear.
We've had that many, and I think this one's for Ilaria Finnegan, who's got no rear wing.
No, it looks like Barbosa's very slow as well. It could be for both of them.
Yeah, Barbosa is all the way back in 17 with no front bumper.
Indeed, we saw him slow coming over the crest of the hill into turn 3. So it looks like something's gone wrong there.
Yeah, that is. Oh, apparently Mazzetti's now ping's too high, so they're going to do a driver change.
Oh no! Don't do that! Don't do that!
Yeah, Mazzetti. Where is Mazzetti? Mazzetti's where?
He's in 5th place overall.
Yeah, 5th overall. 455 ping.
They've got a full lap ahead of Maguire behind, so they should be fine.
Oh, apparently it's come down again, but it's going up again. Yeah, Mazzetti has got ping issues. Here needs to either do a driver change or pull over and sort it or do something. But Mazzetti here in the handy car might be about to lose a load of time.
Oh my goodness, so many twists and turns, you might as well be in a mountain pass.
Well, yeah, you may as well be. So many twists and turns, it's, well, yeah. May as well be in the mountains. Wow.
And it's tipping it down yet again.
Yeah, I think someone has just put the sprinklers on, to be honest with you. Mazzetti's ping is now so high, he's now dipping into the track.
Wonderful. That's you saw nothing here. It's fine.
Yeah, nothing to see here.
Nothing to see here. It's fine.
Well, 558 is quite high when it comes to ping. Now he's lifting off the track, I think. But wow, yeah, that needs to be sorted.
I believe a levitating car is worth disqualification.
Yeah, I mean, I thought this was a spec series in P2. Mazzetti has not come into the pits. This needs to be sorted. Unless there really is no driver there, in which case they're trying to sort it, but that would have been the best time.
Indeed, it would have been under the code 80. Obviously, under code 80, you lose less time, so it would have been the best time to do this.
Would have been the best time, yeah. And now they have to go around again with high ping. Although I'm looking at where is Barbosa's in? So are we actually still having the code 80 for Mazzetti here? That's the question.
I don't know, because in the TeamSpeak channel they've got Crespi and Riva there as well, so they might just be wanting one of them to quickly boot up the game.
Yeah, that might be it, and yeah.
Unless either of them are, unless Crispy's under attack of the 70% rule.
That is the question, but I can't see any of the handy drivers in the waiting. I think we've still got this code 80 still going for Mazzetti's high ping. Unbelievably. Well, this is strange.
Soma and the 120 Sulcania cars in the pits just saying maybe take this opportunity to top up if they're a little bit short.
With it being such a long code 80, I don't blame them.
Okay guys, get ready, we will come back to green in 10 seconds.
And we're coming back to green.
Going back to green, Mazzetti's ping has come down to 270.
5.
Apparently it has come down, but it's coming right down now, 194, but it's going up again.
1.
Oh no, it's too high again, 286. And well, Parker, I think, is just flashing them through sensibly. Doesn't want to get involved in this. Kieran Parker flashing through the handy car, which dips into the track again. Yep, and now, yeah, this is getting a bit more serious. I think Kieran Parker made the right choice. Just going to let them through and let them fix the ping issues, because it's right up in the 500s again.
You can't go on with the sort of ping like that. Your car is just far too unpredictable for everyone else around
you. Yeah, Mazzetti in, makes a sensible decision to at least park it in the pits until the ping gets lowered. Just makes it, decides at least the least I can do that, you know. Put it in the pits and wait for someone to come along that can swap in.
Just looking at the battle, we've got a battle. I see a battle for the podium. Octopus and Parkin are currently separated by about 55 seconds, so...
Maguire's off.
Oh, Mazzetti! Mazzetti's just crashed into the back of Finn! In the pits and he's going all over the place!
Oh no, don't do that, another pit lane crash!
Oh wow, that is the most acrobatic... That's upside down.
It's upside down.
And now the back way up, in the pits. I think Ilaria Finn's lost a wheel, which means... Yes! The Finn car's lost a wheel, that could be them out!
It's lost a wheel in the pits! That's one of the most extraordinary things I've ever seen in my life! How can you lose a wheel in the
Straight is clear again.
I think Mazzetti is just absolutely lag-attacked Finn there!
It's the fourth crash in the pit lane this race. How on earth do you manage that? That is something quite extraordinary. It shows that people just don't know how to pit.
And the irony is his ping has gone down to 80 now.
Oh my goodness, what on earth is happening in this race? 20 minutes to go, and it's still going crazy.
Well, we've had more than it all now. I think we've had too much.
This means we're going to have absolutely no action at all in Sebring.
Absolutely, Sebring's going to be a snooze fest.
Absolutely no action at all in Sebring after what's happened in this race. I think we've had enough action to fulfill the whole Formula 1 season.
Well,
hopefully move up Drake racing up to 5th.
This one race has been more interesting than the entire 2016 Formula 1 season. If you think otherwise, you're just wrong. I'm sorry, but you are just wrong. It's a fact.
Indeed, it's just been absolutely extraordinary this entire race. Mazzetti in the pits, Maguire's in the pits. We see Barbosa in the pits, obviously after his excursion, which was the last Code 80. You've got Aiello in the pits as well in the 154 Atlantic GT car. You've got Finn in the pits that is obviously broken as well, so they might be out as well, the Stratos car.
Yeah, and what a charge again for them it would be if they were, because, well, they couldn't do anything about it. They were knocked out by the lagging Mazzetti, and they couldn't do anything.
Indeed, another innocent bystander of yet another crash, as we've seen here today.
Yeah, it's been the order of the day. Sometimes people today being able to do anything about it, but the track is starting to dry out now, I think, a bit. So, you know, at least beginning to in these final 20 minutes of the race.
Indeed, just starting to get the
yeah, but Finn's out.
Dying minutes.
Ilaria Finn is out. That is their race over through no fault of their own.
it's the dying minutes. It's the final 17, 18 minutes of the race. You just need to keep the car, like we've been saying all day, keep the car on the track, and you don't really need to push for anything anymore. He says as Solom's about to pass. Maguire's back out. Maguire's only about 6 seconds behind Hall.
Yeah, there's not much in it actually. This could be a battle if Maguire catches up. Go on, Adam. We want something to commentate on. That's not going 80s.
And Hall and Maguire just passed Mazzetti for 5th and 6th respectively.
Yeah, Mazzetti has gone down to 7.
That's now a top 5 for the Fanatec team.
Yeah, Drake up to 5th. That'll please Darryl Russell.
Yeah, that would also please Ben Willis as well. It's his team.
Yeah.
Indeed, indeed.
He has had a solid race, even though some things haven't gone well. They have had a solid race, Drake, and to be 5th is very good. Very solid team from my own experience of driving with them.
I just had a question actually regarding the weather conditions. Because with the code 80s and we're trying to go as slow as possible, do you think the charge is actually losing the temperature, so it actually makes it more difficult trying to get heat in them?
Oh, indeed. Whenever you're not going at racing speed, your tyres do lose heat. So if you've been at code 80 for, I don't know, sometimes it's been 5, 6, 7 minutes, your tyres will essentially be stone cold again. And it's really hard to build the temperature back up into them, especially in this wet condition.
Yeah, I just wondered because I just wonder if that's what's resulting, and also all the other drivers coming off as well, because under the code 80 condition, you try not to go too fast under the green, and yeah, that also, we've got no grip, we've got no heat in the tyres, and everyone's just coming off everywhere.
Indeed, it's been cautions breeds cautions as we've seen so far.
Well, things just getting a little bit more interesting in these final minutes. 15 or so to go now.
Indeed, just the final stretch, the final push. Maybe it might be about 12 laps or so to go if it's all green. That's if it's all green, which again, it may not be. There may be another code 80 at some point.
Well, it's almost a given, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's almost a given there will be. It's just when is it going to be? Well, even I'm having fun with this race now. Well, it has been a bit of a mental one to watch, but I think the rain contributed to that, to be honest. I think had it been a dry race, it might not have been such a disaster. I mean, I'm not saying it has been a disaster, but parts of it have been. But I think if it was dry, it wouldn't have been as many coding. I'll say that much.
Indeed. There was a little while where there wasn't that many code 80s. So we've got quite a bit of green running, but unfortunately we seem to get back into a string of code 80s.
Yeah, we seem to have just ran into a string of code 80s again, and it all seems to have, well, we'll see if it does calm down. 15 minutes to go in the race, plus 1 lap, of course, more like 16, but Greg Hall just coming up the lap, Thomas Hinds now in that P5 Drake car, and again, the gaps are as such that there's not really any on-track battling going on. It's about keeping it going in these last minutes.
Indeed, there's really not that many people close together on the track. The closest that we've got at the moment is Maguire in the SimTech behind Greg Hall in the Fanatec car. I believe is the closest that we've got on track at the moment.
Yeah, he's actually bringing the gap down. It's coming down quite rapidly, actually, down to about 6 seconds.
Yeah, that's driven the gap down, but yeah. Oh, Milanov! What's happened there? He's gone off the track on an excursion.
The leader! What on earth is going on?
Well, it's not major. He's just aquaplaned off, hit the curb and had a bit of a ride, but there doesn't appear to be any damage on that one ankle car, luckily.
Oh my goodness, that's all that we need as well. The leader going off in the last 15 minutes.
It shows everyone's susceptible, really, doesn't it?
Indeed, no matter how good a driver is, you can always be caught out by the rain. As Schaller's back up into the top 10 overall.
Yeah, well, Schaller indeed back into the overall top 10. Will he stay there? That's the question. But we all want to ask now. Quite something if he did.
Casteri did take over the handicap after their high ping issues.
Yeah, probably going to get past on Schaller anyway.
Yes, indeed. There's only about 15 seconds between the two at the moment. Sorry, it's about 20 seconds between the two. So, no doubt Schaller will be kicked out of the top 10 again.
Yeah, and I'm sure that. Well, Enrico's done very well to stay where he has done, and that No Limit car, a very well deserved winner in GTs. Though not confirmed yet, since Hadlack and Schaller are on the same lap, but yeah.
Indeed.
We'll see.
Not confirmed yet, but we've looked what's happened so far.
Oh, Maguire's going slow! What's this about now? Maguire slightly slower on the front straight, but yeah, I think, is that SimTech car crabbing side? I'm going to go back and check. Yes, there was an incident on the start finish with damage, but Maguire didn't actually lose anything. But yeah, just spun on the start finish. No, maybe there isn't any damage on that car, but Maguire made a mistake.
Just having a look at he's catching up with the 2 car that's in front of him. Obviously, that
yeah, I think that SimTech car's crabbing a little bit. It must have picked up some suspension damage before, but there's not really any visible aileron damage on that car.
It seems like he's keeping pace with the P2 car in front of him. He's certainly passing the GT still, so there mustn't be that much damage at all.
Yeah. Quiet. Doing a good job to keep up with the likes of buggers there. I mean, buggers is quite a few laps ahead.
He's got a 24-second gap to Sound behind him in the Ghost Motorsports car. So if you could just keep that for the last 10 minutes, you can bring it home instead. I imagine it'll be coming down though with the damage, so we'll have to see if it does come down enough for an overtake. Although in these last 10 minutes it really has been all about Boy Milan and leading things. Ever since they took the lead from SimTech, who took it from Virus, they've not really lost it. They've been there. And Rain. I see Rain down at 7. They seemed really solid in the rain today. They've seemed really, their car seems to have been quite stable. And that's what matters in the rain. It doesn't really matter about speed in the rain. It's all about stability.
I'm seeing Rain down going into 10A. Quite a bit of it. So, will there be one last twist of fate in this race, do you think? Perhaps. We've already had enough twists in the mountain road. Will there be one more? Oh, I see a leader off. A leader has had an off. That is Ricardo Alita, yeah, who's now got going again, luckily, so no problems in that Witchwood prototype. Has managed to get it going again, and it's nothing wrong.
Maguire's losing heaps of time against so that's 3.6 seconds in the first sector alone this lap.
Yeah, Maguire, if he's losing enough time, that might cause the Ghost Motorsport car to catch up. Logan Zoom will be catching, as catch can. With not much time left in the race, there isn't much time for him to do that. Nicky Jakovic trying to get through. Jakovic, I think, was actually flashing his lights at Zoom, despite the fact he's still left behind. Well, Jakovic goes through.
Jakovic has got to keep in mind that Zoom is still fighting for position. He's still fighting for points.
And he does not want to let Zoom through here at all. He moved across slightly to Jakovic. I know he thinks he's quicker, but technically, if there's a car behind that's a lap ahead, you've got to let them through. And, well, he might now be putting away from Zoom, so that might clear the blue flags for him, but interesting thing happening there.
Indeed, we've all had this at some point during our racing careers. A car behind you that has had an incident. that is now possibly a lap time that is slightly faster than you. What do? Do you let them go? Or do you try and not let them affect your race?
Well, that's a question that only people who have been in the scenario know the answer to. Mike Horton is at a slight off as behind Boy Milan as Marcelo Aiello, but neither have got damage out of it, luckily. And as the minutes tick down even more, we start to think driver of the day here, or team of the day.
Team of the day, well, to keep on going through these conditions, it has to be the one Apple car. To be able to keep their head level while everyone else is going off around them, ahead of them, beside them, behind them. As we see Jakovic skipping across the grass across the inside of 10B. It's got to be the one Apple car from being able to essentially just keep the car on the road and being able to keep such a steady head and be a full lap ahead of Bogish behind them.
Oh, I've just seen some debris flying around the some area. Someone's just lost some debris. I don't know where it is though. Look like a prototype bumper actually. So that could be bad news for any prototypes. In fact, that is the Thomas Hinds car has lost the front bumper, but they are in the final couple of turns. That's the 1-1-1. And Hinds will come into the pits. That has solved itself. Well, what happened there? He hasn't had his bumper for a short while. What actually happened? I don't know. Yeah, he's not. Yeah, he has not had that bumper for a while. Oh, hello. Haynes actually went into the back of the Witchwood car, which just seemed to stop.
Oh no!
Alina just hit the brakes. Yeah, Alina just hit the brakes, and Haynes went into the back in the middle of turn 1, and Alina's now in the pits, but that's not going to help Haynes.
Again, another car being completely helpless.
Yeah, Jakovic goes through. That's a position lost now. But Hinds is out again.
Jakovic up to 8th.
Hinds is out again. Sand the front bumper. I think he's decided not to repair it with the amount of time left in the race.
Yeah, there's only 5 minutes to go. You might as well just keep on going, especially that Starry is behind them, but he's a full lap and a bit behind them. But you might as well just go out without your front bumper if it's not going to cause that much carnage out there. But as we've seen, there's been enough carnage today.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, going back to team of the day, for the exact same reasons you gave, I'm actually going to go for the one with the 132 Atlantic Motorsport. Exact same reasons, just keeping it going. To go from 16th to 4th is no mean feat.
Indeed it isn't, especially around this track in these sort of conditions. It's some Max Verstappen-ish type drive.
Yeah, so hats off to me from there for them. I mean, with 5 minutes to go, as I say with the Hinds car, why pit with 5 to go? You're going to lose more time by pitting. The cars will just have to avoid that bright purple front bumper.
Indeed. Especially, yeah, there's really no point in the last 4.5-5 minutes of the race to stop for that at all. No.
Yeah, at that point in the race, there really is no point, and Hinds will just have to go around with a little bit less front downforce.
Indeed, I mean, not having a front wing isn't the end of the world. I'd much rather not have a front wing than not have a rear wing.
Yes, rear wing's worse not to have, because that's rear downforce, which means stability, and if you don't have that, you're sliding all over the place.
That's what's happened. No, none of them. You lose the front and the rear, you just got no downforce whatsoever.
Yeah, then you've got the old Formula Ford going on, no downforce. Well, it should be said that, you know, it's been an interesting race, if not the most action-packed in places, if too many code 80s in places. It's been interesting to commentate on, and I think it goes in terms of in terms of entertainment value, it's up there with the best of it.
Oh yeah, it's just been a lot of the race is just absolutely maniacal. I've no idea what's happened for most of this race, mainly because there's been so much action. There's been cars going off left, right, and centre.
Yeah, there has been, and without making any promises that races like this in the future are going to be any more interesting than this, has this interested you in continuing with the LMS commentary? Because it's been a pleasure having you.
Indeed, if you want me back for Sebring, I believe I've got nothing on that weekend.
Yeah, I mean, you could even get off after doing that time.
Perhaps we'll just have to see what happens in the Steam Christmas sale.
Yes, we will, won't we now? And yes, Christmas coming up as well.
Yeah, go for
Indeed.
it.
I just have to see, because of course they're getting rid of that that model, but I'm not sure if that's going to mean if they're going to put the price of the base game up. We'll just have to see.
Well, either
I've
way,
also-
it's been a pleasure having you, definitely, and hopefully you will be able to join with SimRacing because you've been a really, really welcome addition to the team.
Indeed, and it's been a pleasure commentating with you for the last 3 hours 58 minutes.
Yeah, which will soon become 4 hours exactly in 2 minutes' time. And my jaw's starting to hurt, but I'll soldier through these last couple of minutes.
Milan is just coming through the Sector 3 split just now, so it looks like they might be possibly 2 laps to go, maybe 3, depends.
Yeah, he's just coming into 10A now, so likely scenario will be that there are 2 more laps. If he's coming in, Milan just coming under the bridge. Now, my yellow stopped for some reason, and now he's managed to get into the pits. That'll be why he was just trying to get in. I reckon there's probably going to be 2 more laps in this race. Milan crosses the start finish.
Yeah.
Probably going to be 2 more, although the last one what he did was a 1:26. Going to be touch and go.
The
Maybe
rain
even-
has started. The rain
I
has
think this
started
might even
coming
be the
down
last
as
lap.
well.
This is the last lap.
It's the last lap. There we go. He crossed the start finish line with about 1:10 to go.
Yeah.
And with the laps about 1:26 at the moment, that's got to be that. This is the last lap. So, Milan coming through the S's just for the final time, just having to keep it on the tarmac just to get this win for them.
Yeah, all Milan has to do is bring it through this remaining half a lap now, and he's pretty much done it for 1 at go. And the team, it's all going to be worth it in the end for them. Well, coming out of 7, down to 8, through 9, into 10A, 10B, then 11 and 12.
I'm
It
just
has been-
just half expecting them to go on fire at some point.
Well, it would just be the summary of the race, wouldn't it? Would just be the summary of the race. Hello at the bench, Smith indeed. And, well, sorry we didn't get to bring you in until now, but boy, Milan, in a series of unfortunate events for other teams, he and Monaco have proved that they are on top of Road Atlanta in the most chaotic race today, and it's Monaco Racing who take the win here at Road Atlanta. Mateus Burgos set to come home in 2nd place for Team RGPL, and one of us up for the Czech team as well. Not half bad at all. Hats off to them for doing such a solid job. And then Per Rockfish set to come home in 3rd. Greg Hall has already finished 5th for Drake Racing, and Kieran Parker set to come home 4th for Atlantic Motorsports. Thomason's 9th. And Enrico Schala and No Limit Motorsport winning GT officially confirmed. For now, at least, and then Dennis Hadlock will be 2nd in the PR1 Logitech. Nuno Pinto 3rd for Armada Motorsport. We're leading, but 3rd is still respectable. Mike Horn should come on 4th. Michelle Summer 5th, and Jonas Piccolo 6th.
Summer's a P2 car.
Sonner's a P2, right? Okay, well then, in which case Jonas Piccolo would finish there 1 ahead, and if Hadlock was 2nd, Pinto was 3rd, Horn was 4th, Piccolo 5th, Major Lava Jalali will be 6th. Pavlicek will be 7th, and the rest of the finishers as they do. And of course, we had several retirements this race in the forms of Ricardo Alita, Ilaria Finn, Jamie Rosalvo, Sonny Nashon, Nicholas Craig, Golan Sebastian, Oscar Pietrov, Jorge Fernandez, Corona Girello, Lucas Ertz, and Lee Russell, with Otello Gonzaga being disqualified. But hello, Ben Smith. Thank you for race directing. Are you exhausted? Bet you are, aren't you? Yeah, pretty done. I don't blame you, me too. Oh, well, hello, Boya.
Hello.
Great to have you with us. We don't usually do interviews after this. This is a bit of a first. well done to you and Monaco on the win of the race today. You and your team with the number 121 car in P1. Has been a bit of a trial, this one, hasn't it?
Well, that was one of the toughest race of my life. So yeah.
Yeah, it has been a tough one for sure, and boy, congratulations on the win and your team, all of your team as well.
Thank you.
How is this going to put you in better stead for the season now? Because you've got a win under your belt. This is going to inspire you to have more, isn't it? Going to inspire you to more race wins in the future with the team. Is still with us, boy?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I was saying,
I was in the car.
I was saying, with this win that you've got today, is this going to inspire you and Monaco to try and win even more?
Yeah, for sure. We will try in here and in back. That's for sure.
Yeah, indeed. And finally, last question for you. On a scale of 1 to 10, how crazy was this race?
Was really crazy because of the safety car, or I mean the Code 80, but it was fun. So funny.
So, if you had to give it a 1 out of 10 for how crazy it was?
Sorry?
If you had to rate the race 1 out of 10, 10 being very crazy, how crazy was it?
I don't know. I don't know what are you saying. Sorry.
I think it must just be an English thing. Never mind.
Yeah.
Well done, Boyer,
Oh,
on the
dear.
race win, and well done to
Thank you.
Monaco. Well, wasn't that a race and a half, Neil?
Indeed it was, I must say, for Monaco. If you can win here in these conditions, you can win at any track on the calendar.
Yeah, I think that is going to be proof of the brilliance of Monaco and how good they are. And, yeah, brilliant race and brilliant broadcast. And that wraps it up, unfortunately, because that is all the racing done. So, please do have a very happy Christmas, everybody. Have a wonderful New Year. And we will see you in about 5 or 6 weeks' time for the next round of the championship at Sebring. The 6 hours of Sebring for the virtual Le Mans series. Until that time, I've been Josh Randerson, and from me and everyone here at SimRacing.Club, it is a very warm and happy Christmassy goodbye.